To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you out. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on a test? Oh, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
tournament. Not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.
Welcome all GLG fans and newcomers to the GLG community, to the Pit of Valor number 39, your Wednesday night entertainment, sponsored by Spectral Esports. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Vincent. We're here to bring the action. Vincent, how are you doing tonight?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready. I look forward to these Pit of Valors every single week because it's just such a good time. We get to see new teams, old teams alike coming together, and big shout out to Spectral, of course, who has bumped that prize pool up. Not 50 bones, but $100 dues. I'm excited. A little bit more moolah on the line always makes teams play a little bit better, in my opinion.
I know, I totally agree. I mean, even if I was playing, I would be like, okay, $50. Oh wow, they're gonna double that thing. I think this is like, oh my word. We're gonna have to try a little bit harder to win this thing. And honestly, I'm looking through the rosters, I'm looking through the teams on the brackets, and I'm seeing old faces, I'm seeing new faces. Talk to me a little bit about these teams, Vincent. Who's on your eye tonight?
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing is we've got a lot of teams that we've seen before, right? So I think attack mode, number one, we've seen them quite a few times. They've had some limited success, I would say, in fairness, but I'm a big fan of some of their heavy hitters that they've got on that roster. Coming in, Elegy, another team that we've seen pretty recently come in and be consistent here. I don't think they've gotten a victory just yet here in the Pit of Valor, so that could be cool to see. They're a solid team that I definitely want to see go far. Titan Esports as well, the team that I criminally slept on in the Val-Am, though this is their gold team. It's not quite the that main Titan Esports roster that you probably know all the names of, but some solid players in there. So we've got quite a few teams throwing in their I'm just looking through, and I'm seeing we got Nascent White coming in as well. They came in, they actually were another sponsor for a prior Pit of Valor. Unfortunately, they had a bit of some tough luck in that Pit of Valor that they sponsored, but they're back now and they're ready to give it a go. I'll have to see if it's that same roster or if they've made any roster changes, because that'll be cool to see, because they did get beat pretty badly, but now if they come back in and kind of play very well, that could be cool. And then there's also Ishbin, which this isn't the old version of that roster, so they have a new team, I assume. They dropped their old team that was like consistently probably between like top 100, I would say, in NA, and now they picked some new players up. So I'm excited to see what maybe they can put together too. So I think there's a lot to look at.
Yeah, there's big names, big teams, things to look at. And, you know, you're not the only one who's criminally underrated that Titans Esports roster, man. I have to say, I mean, they came out heavy hitting, and I have to see what this gold roster has to offer tonight as well. And as you all know, still the normals right now. We haven't integrated Breeze just yet, but as you can see with my window being nice, bright, and sunny, and you got to get your sunscreen out, because next week we will have Breeze in the roster for these maps for you to watch out for as well. So the teams will get to go to the sunny side of Valorant for the next week, and the rest of the Pit of Valors after this time as well. But tonight, no Breeze, just the regulars as well. And honestly, I'm not too worried about that. You know, I'm still getting to learn Breeze as well as you. It seems like you've taken up residence in Breeze, Vincent. I love the map. I love what I get to see, but we still get to stick with this while I'm getting to know this. But while we're talking about these maps and some new agents that have found their way into these teams, and we've been seeing a lot of pop-ups from Vipers and Breaches a lot lately. What do you expect to see tonight when it does come to these agents? Do you expect any big changes?
It's so hard to tell, right? Like I feel like every time I make one of these guesses, because that's what they really are. They're just
guesses.
Based on whether it be like pro stuff, highest level stuff that I've seen or something else. I do think that I would be fun to see more of the Viper. I really think that teams at this level, Pit of Valor level in particular, are really underrating the Viper and or are not really having enough success putting it into actually utilizing that in their compositions. So now a couple weeks after that patch that went live where the Viper really got turned up to 10 and in my opinion even a little bit overtuned, now I hope teams have had some opportunity to kind of deal with that, because we can see how impressive and difficult it is to deal with by some of those pro teams who are using it to great effect. But I just haven't seen that at like that tier 3 level just yet. And I really would like to see that tonight.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that Viper is such a handy agent to have in your pool, and it really can help you out with some real big things. But we're gonna have to see if Viper comes out into this. As we're getting these teams ready and getting into it, I have another thing to let you guys all know is our Drink Control sponsor. I mean, you know how much I love Drink Control and how much you guys love Drink Control as well. So we always have this at your disposal. You go to drinkcontrol.com, get whatever your heart desires, and then at checkout use GLG10 for 10% off. We recommend the starting kit 100%. I know I've tried the starting kit myself, and it was phenomenal. I actually drank Drink Control for like maybe as my breakfast for like a whole week instead of having an actual breakfast, and it was fantastic. I couldn't have been any more thrilled with what I had. But go to drinkcontrol.com and at checkout use GLG10 for some 10% off of your order. Vincent, I mean, do you have a favorite meal in Drink Control?
Honestly, I don't necessarily have a favorite. I kind of enjoy all of them. Like everyone. Okay, to be fair, haven't had the most recent one. I can't remember what the new flavor is, but
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't recall what the new flavor is. But all the ones that I have had have been amazing. So I don't really have a favorite, to be completely honest. Listen, basically what I'm saying is, no matter what you go with, you're gonna be having a good time. It's gonna be no matter what you do.
Yeah, I had the like the Fruity Pebbles one.
Yeah.
I had the cookies and cream and the birthday cake.
The cookies and cream is banging, let me tell you.
The cookies and cream, I think I would get rid of those other two. I mean, they're good, let me tell you, but those cookies and cream just trump all in my eyes. And it's not the only thing we have for the news, and we'll be sure to update you on upcoming things for GLG. But it does seem like we have entered below us the teams ahead of us. So, Vincent, why don't you introduce these teams to the first round?
Yeah, so that's going to be the Nascent White side, as well as I'm actually, let me see. I don't know who CF is off the top of my head. Crossfire. That's what I have been told. So I have seen Nascent White. I mentioned them there when we were talking about some teams. I've yet to see Crossfire, which means that's going to be interesting, right? Because there's some known quantities, or at least generally known quantities, in that we haven't seen Nascent White in a little bit, so maybe they'll be coming out swinging. But Crossfire, I feel like I have very little information on. I'm looking at the roster right now. We got Saki, Fine Like, Frostbite, and Zeramthi. I'm sorry if I've just butchered your name. I do apologize. It's
like
Salty,
a caster's curse right there. It's like the worst thing that you can ever have is names.
I know. But I'm not recognizing any of those names, which doesn't, that is not, it doesn't mean anything really. That just means that I haven't gotten the chance to see them, which is the whole point of Pit of Valor. If you guys didn't know, like the Pit of Valor is all about finding new talent, giving them an opportunity to play in an environment like this and play against established tier 3, tier 2 teams. So cool thing is that we're going to get to see Crossfire do just that today. Yeah,
and hey, look at that. Right below us, we see it. Haven. It's going to be a first map of the day, and it's something we were talking about is a Viper, and this is a phenomenal map to have a Viper kind of get flexed onto for. I mean, I've seen Vipers before. It might not be the go-to, but if it's one of those handy-dandy agents that you have in your pocket, this is perfect for kind of seeing these teams as, we saw it as like the front, when I first started casting Valorant, it was the Haven attacker sided map. The defense didn't know what to do, but we've been seeing some teams kind of toy with them things and tinker around. And what is your keys to the victory for each of these teams? Maybe like if you're kind of going to pinpoint some things, what do you need these teams to kind of take hold of on a map like Haven?
Well, so to be honest with you, I think the key is actually being aggressive on your defensive side. But when I say aggressive, what I do mean by that is to have limited aggression, but have aggression with your team in certain areas of the map to take control of the map. So ultimately coming down to that map control, but you also have to take those areas and hit your shots, of course. So that's a big part of the game of Valorant. But as long as you're able to do that and kind of push and pull the rotations of the offense, then you can actually, do some nice tight stacks and get ahead of the opponents. But so for me, it's all about that defensive side and all about whether or not you are able to kind of push and pull the offensive rotations, force them into mistakes and the like.
No, I totally know what you're saying at that sense, and we are getting these right players into the lobby and ready to go. And as soon as we do, we will hop right into Haven. But I know what you're talking about, Vincent. I mean, every single time. I mean, you got three bomb sites to choose from on a map like Haven. So you're looking at it and it's kind of like a gamble on defense. You want to make sure that you can get some kind of information off the start, push a little bit of aggressive, and in that off chance that you push aggressive to get that information, you have yourself an open lane to work with if those attackers aren't there. So there's so much to gain on a map like Haven for the defender side, and I totally agree that getting aggressive is going to provide a lot of needed information. You don't really want to turtle onto these sites because then it's just giving the attackers all that space to work with. You see it translate across a ton of different game titles. Space is so important to both attacking and defending sides. Any game that you're talking about, that's what you're looking for, and it's such a key thing. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah. Well, and I actually got some extra information here. Nascent White, I was mistaken. This isn't actually the same team that we saw prior. That actually it's the same org, but not the same team that we saw before. So it was Nascent United that we were. I do apologize. All these teams, man, the names, they just get in the head. They just get, it's ridiculous. Especially when you work in multiple games. It's just, you multiply that, it's a thing. Anyway, point being that this is actually a bit of a different team than we've really seen before. But I do recognize a couple of the names on this Nascent White side. So I don't necessarily recognize where, like Show, I do recognize Betrayed as well. And I want to say Invitational. So that means that I probably seen them on stream somewhere before, which means that, you know what, we have some expectations for them. But coming up against a team like Crossfire, we don't know. We have no way of knowing where it's going to be. Unknown. Exactly. And so I'm ready for Crossfire to come out swinging, though, because that would be a lot of fun, especially since they started an attack, just fast paced, pop, 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 pop. Oh man, that would be a good time.
It's exactly, you're talking about the defenders being aggressive. Well, the attackers need to be aware that defense aggression is going to be coming out. So definitely need to be on your toes for the attacking side as well. And the fact that we're talking about that X factor being here of Crossfire kind of being an unknown team in the Pit of Valor, at least to us, I mean, there's a ton of different talent on the caster side that come into the Pit of Valor. I don't know if anybody else has seen this team, but to us, these guys are unknown. So when we're talking about Crossfire here is that we need to see them kind of show up right off the bat. They don't want to come up flat because if this is the first time in the Pit of Valor, there is a little bit of weight on your shoulders to something like that. And you don't really want to fall flat right out the gates, especially in a best of one round elimination game. So we need to see this right away from Crossfire. We're hopping into Haven, map number 1, the Pit of Valor, number 39, underway, presented by Spectral Esports and GLG Gaming. So we're going to get this underway. Crossfire is on the attacking side, Nascent White on the defense. Let's see what Nascent can do on this defending side to start us off.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, like you were talking about, what those character selections are going to look like, because there is the possibility of seeing some interesting Viper picks depending on how the teams want to go. But I think there's also a lot of options on a map like Haven where realistically we don't it's not ever really set in stone. And unfortunately, we've got the bug, so we get to wait just a little bit longer before we see it. There we go. We got an Astra for both sides.
I like that.
And yeah, this is becoming very quickly the hard meta. I think the Astra for both sides as the main controller, especially with the gravity wells, they're so very strong. And then we have a bit more of a traditional composition there coming from Crossfire, and in fairness, somewhat similarly on the other side, though the duelist setup is a little different. Arena for the Crossfire, where we have the Phoenix for Nascent White. Otherwise, it's basically the same all the way across the board, which does mean that we could have some very exciting jet battles and the like here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the Reyna versus Phoenix picks because, Phoenix provides a little bit more aggression than the Reyna. I feel like Crossfire is going to have to look for that lurking presence from your Reyna to kind of keep up with this. But, Spectre or Nascent coming out with the Phoenix is going to be a good swap for that half.
I think so. I think that the Phoenix, what you get with the Phoenix is that little extra bit of initiation with the curveballs, obviously, and you have a little bit more utility over the Reyna, right? So we'll see how it's utilized here, and well, especially on the attack side, that's going to be a little bit tough initially, I think, for Crossfire.
You can see Crossfire setting up for their attack on this pistol round. Very slow, but it does look like they're going to go for a triple hit to the B site. If you take a look at your minimap, you can see Nascent White has set up just the outside on either side of B. They don't want to hard commit to this B site. And look at this Crossfire player. Fine, all the way on the A site, but look at B. Show shuts down too. And suddenly Crossfire has no initiation. Fine Light goes down on that flank, and there's nothing to be had for the CF squad.
I love that Fine Like was in that position, right? But you gotta call those rotations and not get too aggressive, because once Fine Like gets found out, it's all over. Crossfire, they fall apart, and now it's that 2v5. Sure, you didn't hit the shots, but you gotta be a bit more patient.
Oh, Frenzy, not what you want at this long-range duel. You're gonna leer on out. The smoke's gonna block you down to 12 health if you're Frostbite. Salty, luckily keeping you in this. Loses his life. An invitational for a triple kill over the round is gonna close us out. Nascent White only dropping one player in that pistol round. And like you said, 2v5 isn't what you want to have. I was thinking, 2v5 in a pistol round can be turned around pretty quickly, but with a Frenzy at that range, it's not really what your go-to choice.
Yeah, the frenzy there is a bit rough. Even if you hit a random headshot, you gotta get at least another one of those and a body shot. So it's just not ideal. But beyond that, right? We saw an interesting strategy from Crossfire. They kind of wanted to fake B or maybe even push B a little bit, but they were met with a lot of resistance. So what that means for the future is that maybe now they know, okay, Nascent White, they like to play committed over a B.
Look, you lose the first round, you go to aggressive round number 2. You got the gravity well in the window, nobody be home. Yano pops forward for a double kill. Betray taking all the pressure from the utility. But going for the flawless, not going to happen as Jan drops the Salty. You're going to get that last little initiation from Invitational, and that is going to be another one-player loss for Nascent White into round number 2's victory. But, all things aside, Crossfire had the right idea going for something aggressive like that.
Yeah, they did. That's absolutely what you want to, especially if you're full saving, which is what we saw come through from Crossfire. They weren't really investing heavily into maybe some upgraded pistols or whatnot, or even maybe stingers or whatever. So with that, they just play it fast and play it loose, right? They don't want to give too much away, and they don't. Now, Nascent White, they have had an opportunity to build up that economy. It is going to be the bonus round, though. Not a full investment here for the Nascent side, as Crossfire have the full weaponry available to them. We'll have to see if they want to slow things down here. That's what it looks like initially, as they've grabbed some map control.
Well, Fine Like definitely looking for long control at the A side, sake with the first blood over towards B. Two players right stacked up right to Salty's right, and he knows at least one is there. The shock dart. Is it going to push them out? They actually stay still. Show only loses about 25% of his HP, and that's another player down for Nascent White. Make it 2. Salty actually only going to find Show there. So Invitational not going to lose his life. A 4v2 right now.
Though, notice you do have the run it back available on the Phoenix, so that is a potential tool in the toolkit to try and retake, where with a C hit will come in. But, oh, that's rough. Jan going down, that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin here. I wouldn't imagine that Nascent should go for this.
feel like Invitationals might look for an exit here, just play his life, try to take some guns out of Crossfire's hand, especially after losing both rounds. And he's going to peek right into Fine Like around the corner. He had a player to back him up in case the trade was there. It was Frostbite, so nobody. Crossfire only going to lose minimal there. A big round number 3 for them into the rifle round, but Nathan White, I'm pretty sure they were going for sticking with their bonus round there, so not really losing too much with that loss.
Yeah, exactly. It's a key point to make, right? Because they didn't have the full investment, and yeah, it looked very dominant because they didn't have really the rifles or the weaponry that would have been ideal. So now as they buy back in, everybody but Betrayed has a gun right now. Not quite sure what happened there. He just had a bit low money, but maybe there was one drop for them. Either way, well, Show nearly misses that shot. Could have been a huge pickup.
Headhunting. I was talking about that jet duel earlier that you want to see, Vincent, and the op already out for Nascent. Not there for Crossfire just yet, so not going to see an op v op for these Jets. Slow for the start at the moment. Crossfire just looking for a mistake.
Nascent don't want to give anything away here. Look at how passive they're playing. Sake kind of got that opening pick last round, and they now, Nascent are like very hyper aware of it. They don't want to give it away.
Ooh, Salty's getting a lot of information to see, though, and I think Justice saw this. So you're going to put up the smoke. Owl Drone going to clear the way into the site to clear out the back corner, and you are going to see Just, but it's about it, and Hunt is furious. He's going to find its mark. Hunting, but no kill. And there's the sonar dart onto Salty, so they know exactly where he's standing. Still even 5-on-5, but the entry coming from these attackers now, and Yon puts them down where they stand. 2 players right into his line of sight. This is going to force Crossfire to get aggressive right into the hands of Justa, and that's 4 players down now, all up to Salty off that long C position, and Jan's going to clean him up from behind to put this round down in Nason's white books. 3-1 now.
And Show falls, but the operator is recovered by Jan, and that is certainly something to look out for. That said, Crossfire should have enough cash to buy back in here, and that means that they are going to have at least one more gun round to try and figure something out. They really needed to do a better job of clearing Jan out of that position, but he couldn't find him. I mean, he was being so slimy inside of those cages, and
the second time.
Yeah, and you can only commit so many resources to that position before you're just overcommitting, right? So it's a bit tough if you're Crossfire.
You see Invitational got hit by the gravity well, but the vulnerability is really going to do nothing because he does escape. A lot of information, a lot of abilities right now used into B, but no space gains. The Show's still lurking with this operator, has the knives as well, just in case you want to pop them out and be a little fancy and style on them. Still trading shot for shot.
See, but now everything's down. Now anybody who peeks that into Show is a dead man.
Oh, Betrayed, exactly where Jan was last time, and this time it's Rumpty with the judge. Says hello and goodbye to Betrayed. And Show's gonna be rotating over to the C site to fill this gap. Just a Ninja for the one-man army on the site. Making a nice trade for himself. Advantage back into the hands of Crossfire, and Frostbite keeping it foot forward. Dacial does use the run it back, finds one with it as well, but Sake has snaked their way into the back line and taken out 2 to put the round down for Crossfire. They get the plant down, recover the operator, and put another round in their books, making it 3-2 in favor of Nathan White.
Indeed, and you know, that's kind of where you see the micro lurks, because that's not really a full lurk that Sake did, right? We knew where Sake was. Sake was always in that position over at B, but as soon as the hit came through at C, just, you know, eke their way through, you know, walking slowly, not giving too much away, looking for those rotators who may go through the B site and would have taken them down as well. So great job from Sake there, just to really be a nuisance to the entirety of Nascent White.
Patience from Betrayed here. Is going to eventually sonar outside these doors, but Frostbite's waiting. Oh, shoulders it. Betrayed though through the wall, still finding their end. Brilliant from Frostbite and that Reyna, a hero that we were both talking about. Really need to show their magic against this Phoenix Pigs. Rompy with that operator pickup does make some value as well. And Yawn, questionable little push. It looks like Nathan White just looking for something, and that something is gained by Show with that Ghost on a Frostbite. And you're only down to 1 player that is going to be invitational on the Phoenix. eventually feel like this is going to be closed out. Oh, but wow, Invitational actually finds Rompy too. You have to look to get that operator, and so they do.
I mean, it's a nice find there at the end. It is just 1 kill, though. I would say that I would have preferred something a bit more interesting from Nascent White. Like, you know, maybe a triple swing mid or something along those lines, but instead they just kind of all took individual fights or in Invitational's case, or who was it? It was just a ninja? No, Betrayed. It was in the it was in Garage, who just got shot through the wall, poor guy. But now with the operator out on the show once again, things are gonna get serious. Odin as well for Betrayed, but the push looks like it might be headed towards A early.
This is the jet battle that we wanted to see. They both have operators. Now let's see who's gonna make a bigger impact, especially when we're evened up 3 apiece for either side. So this is where we gotta see that aggression from these 2 agents pay off. Show's not gonna have anybody down this lane. You're looking at space being gained on either side. Betray actually flexing to the Odin and taking that first blood. It's gonna slow down this attack from Crossfire.
That's so big as well, because now some of the rotations can come through from the defense. They don't have to commit to A. They know there's no one there.
Oh, Yawn. Sake was ready for that as well. Look at the awareness from that Astra to know that the camera is just going to be peeking for that Cypher to lurk outside of the lane. And Justin Ninja sitting inside this window that we've seen Yawn dominate in again and again, but doesn't seem like Crossfire really wants to push into Garage fast. It's going to be Sake putting down some smokes, getting into this B site, not finding the kill into Invitational. You're going to be down 2 players now.
30 seconds
Very
left.
unfortunate for this Crossfire squad.
It's a bit wide, that swing too. Like you cannot be allowing that. So now it's a desperate play towards C.
Through the wall, Justin Ninja, another one. You get the swing from Invitational, the bait and switch for these agents. Perfectly played from Nascent White so
10
far.
seconds left.
Drop the... You have to save this operator. It would be so big to get away with this, and he's literally running for his life. The hunt is on from Nascent White, and Zomphy just being as quiet as a mouse. Nobody's close to getting this kill.
That op save is significant, and the thing about it is, right, like, you also have so many ults online. You got the Blade Storm, the Neural Theft, the Cosmic Divide, as well as the Empress available. And to be honest, you're not too far away from the Hunter's Fury either. So lots of tools in the toolkit for this Crossfire side to potentially open up a side, or even do one of those fast A plays with the Cosmic Divide if they wanted to. I kind of feel like they've been playing very slow and methodical, and whilst that's been overall effective, they could be swapping it up and maybe trying for a fast take here and there.
Owl Drone entering into the B site. Smoke's gonna block off this push though. And finally, through the smoke, actually finding Invitational is such a big entry, and you're gonna get the information off of this Cypher ult. Is gonna provide a lot. But look at Betrayed just hops in there with the Odin, denies that entry with the spam. It's gonna be full rotation over to A. Already players on the site. Fine Like and Frostbite both entering with Salty alongside Betray. He's got such a large task, but only so much he can do with that Odin. The flood coming out from CT side right into Salty, and Fine Like puts Show all alone in a 1v5. An operator, a dream, heaven in your grasp. What can you do? Gathers the Odin and loses their life right away. Frostbite very aware of what can happen from this player.
And Nascent White were feeling good after that prior round, right? They were like, yeah, we picked that one up. It was solid. Played nearly to perfection, only for an even better round from Crossfire to come out just afterward. And I mean, the thing about it is, right, like, sure, that opening pick was a bit unlucky, you could say, for Invitational, but beyond that, everything just was weird, right, for Nascent White. They kind of swung alone. We saw the swing from up heaven, then the swing down low. Like, nobody really played it together. It just seemed like everybody had their own thing that they were doing, and, well, that was it.
Sake being quick to the B site once more. Yawn. A little bit more deeper of a camera too. Sake wasn't able to get this down. So big mid-round changes to this. You're gonna see the gravity well pull Justin Ninja out. They don't know that Justin Ninja's in there. The vulnerability will go away before they push this. The entry to the B site, nobody gonna follow up with it, so just yet, nothing to be gained, but Fine like off screen, finds the first blood, traded instantly inside garage. Justin Ninja gonna escape with that one as well, so attack, nothing gonna come out of that just yet, except for Fine Like's positioning towards A, and an even 4-on-4 right now.
Yeah, the old 1-for-1 trade always going to be favoring, though, the attacker side. So if they group up and hit a site, now they are a bit more favored than they would be. That said, the spike not yet collected. There it goes. The push towards A, that's where it looks to be.
Frostbite, Fine Like both on site just now. Invitational's going to back up, relocate with their team. And take a look at the middle of the map too. You have that lurk from Salty gonna catch off the player crossing. That was Justa. So now another player down for Nathan White. That's gonna be a lackluster attack from them. The run it back, finding nothing as well. The flash on into sight. They know the crossfire is there, but Show loses their head. Frostbite's gonna be the culprit, and even a second one as well. Put them all down to the grave, and Crossfire takes the lead.
And Nathan have been so poor right now at the retakes. Like, I don't think there's a single time we've seen them successfully retake a site yet. Like, this entire half, which is a bit of a problem, number one, and it's very odd because it's all about the timing being weird. Like, they're not actually timing the swings. We saw it there, where we saw Show swing out of heaven, but it was just a little bit off on the timing for the push down lower. It seemed like every bit of communication there for Nathan on those retakes is a second behind.
This is that aggression that the defenders we were talking about. They're going to be met by Sake, but I think Betray's been quiet enough. They're going to peek double Sheriff as well in this corner. Now they know exactly where they are. You're going to find one with that. Dip right back into here, only losing 15 health. You do get a 1-for-1 trade, but with this Betrayed going down, Justin Ninja is going to try to get away from this one. But do they know that there's a second player in here? Now they do.
They do now.
Fine Like through the smoke. Sheriff, too many decisions, and he's not going to determine which one. So in the Sheriff, it looks like Invitational is going to gather a Vandal, see what else they can do with this. But Frostbite looking to put this down for a 6th round. As Crossfire takes the biggest lead we've seen since the pistol round and the second.
So, I like the idea, right, from Nathan White. We talked about it, like you said, in the pregame, about getting aggressive. But the problem was that they never double swing. Like, once they gave away the information to Crossfire that there was somebody there, there's no harm in doing the double swing because you're playing against an operator, especially when the player falls on site, because then you really know it's an operator. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. The decision making from Nathan is just a second behind where I think it really should be for them to be picking up some of these rounds, especially later on when it gets to those retake scenarios.
I feel like they're teasing the gas pedal and just not going for it. As you do see Show missing that first shot on the operator, actually whiffed onto the shoulder of Frostbite, so he's down to 6 health. Now the push is going to be a little bit careful. To walk into 2 for the trade, make it 3. Fine Like takes matters into his own hands. You got to recover the spike to put it down, but a 3-on-2, Nathan White suddenly at the disadvantage, and now you have to worry about the cross into this retake. One on the right, but one on the left as well, and Frostbite with that 6th health, making as much work as they can. Down to a 1-on-1. Betrayed's gonna know where that player is. Fine Like 50 health. Betrayed 64. The wide swing's gonna pay off, but Fine Like was ready for it, and he's got the ice to carry on.
I'm not gonna lie, here, Seymour. I am not a huge fan of those dueling cosmic divides. Like especially the defensive one. Like, what does that do for you? Like, you're on the site, you throw up the cosmic divide, but you just fall back behind their cosmic divide. Like, then they just walk through it for free. It's just so weird to me. I don't know. Like, we see it from a lot of teams, and it's not Nascent only who keep doing that. But I really think that the cosmic divide we saw from Sake got so much more value there. And I mean, it's part of the reason why Crossfire picked up the round.
Not what they wanted, but it's what they got. As Crossfire, the biggest lead we've seen all game long, the attack paying off, and all the site control that they could ask for to be. Is Invitation going to be ready for this? The flash not going to land, and he's going to lose his life for it. Show does get the trade, so not totally out of the picture just yet. As Frostbite getting pushed on, still somehow comes out with the kill onto Jan. Show's got to go big with these knives now, and he finds another victim at the end of the blades. Big swing for Betrayed, but Salty ready for that one. The Show is stuck between a rock and a hard place there. What can you ask for from that positioning? As Crossfire ending the half 8-4, doubling the points of Nason White.
That, I mean, what a performance here right now by Frostbite, who's playing incredible. When you find not only an entry, but then 2 follow-ups, and probably should have died twice, like, that's exactly what you want to see from a Arena player. And I'm always one of those guys who's quite critical of Arena, because I really don't think the agent is particularly great when it comes to enabling the rest of the team. But the good thing about Arena is that it enables you as a fragger, and if you are being the difference maker, it doesn't matter. And that's exactly what we're seeing from the Arena from Crossfire. They're absolutely stepping up. They're absolutely being that difference maker, and it's 8-4. What a great start to Haven.
It's like what you talk about when Sentinels added 10s to the roster the first time, is you were able to do that because he's just going to play Reyna, and if you just get those kills, that's all you need to do. Back into the pistol round here, CF escaping, Zrompty taking a heck of a lot of damage there, but the bait and switch rated to find like is perfect, as first blood going to be into the favor of Nason White instantly, though it is going to be a 2-for-2 on both sides. As you're slowing down this attack, but only so much as Sate goes for another peek. Frostbite swings from Garage, and now you're only down to 1 invitational. Hoping to dream, 22 health down to 0. That is going to be a pistol round now for Crossfire if they come alive in this best of 1.
Yeah, and that's just confidence, right? Like, there wasn't anything super odd, interesting, or even tactical about what Crossfire just did. They kind of swung. They played off of each other. Pretty basic stuff, and they won the gunfights. And so when you're winning like this, especially like they did it there at the last couple of rounds of the half, like they won winning those last 5 in a row, your confidence is out of this world, and right now it's what we're seeing.
Oh, lands to the slaughter here.
1 enemy remaining.
Say goodbye to the roster of Nason White, because Sate and Zrompty like to push on the defensive side. Phenomenal from Crossfire there to put them on double digits.
I mean, what can you say, dude? Like, that's just outrageous. When Nason, I mean, they just walk up and like you said, lambs to the slaughter. It's a great comparison because they just came up and immediately mowed down by that Crossfire. You know, not the team, just their Crossfire that they had set up there in mid. Really solid stuff.
Here.
You know, it's summertime, so you know everybody's mowing their lawns out here. It looks like Crossfire doing the exact same.
Pulling them in.
Just a ninja. Gravity Well's gonna be good. Frostbite pulled right out into the open, but not able to get that brilliant leer to block off his sight lines. First blood this time going to Nason. Sate gonna be out of this play as Rompty trying to escape. The spray through the smoke is gonna be good onto the opposing jet. And now it's going to be a full flood onto the A site. What can Find Like do? Absolutely nothing. As this is looking good for Nason, as Frostbite still doing work with the Spectre, but this is site control to the side of Nason.
A shock dart too.
All down to Salty. Well, that's a lot of information, but I mean, you're going into this round with submachine guns, a bonus for Crossfire. This is the exact same thing that happened to Nason White when they were on the defensive side. They got the first 2 rounds, and then they lost round 3 on that bonus. It's what you expect from these teams.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the bonus round is something that if you can pick it up, it's wonderful, but rarely going to be able to get that one.
Like you just brushed off your shoulders.
Right. Well, even though Crossfire are playing incredibly well, right? Like, it's still not enough, and with that, though, now with the full weaponry out, they don't have an operator, but an own they do have. That's Fine Like, who's picked that one up for Crossfire.
Here.
Full Phantoms, actually, across the board for Nascent and White. And so now, I think for Nascent, what they need to do is they need to get some info, they need to make a decision quick, and then execute.
Interesting, because usually you see a Sova with an Odin, not a Cypher. But fine, like, just feeling himself, I guess. Frostbite is looking to bite off a little bit here. Astra next to the Reyna, pushes right in Frostbite. That's a huge kill for Nascent White. Frostbite out of play, that is going to give you so much to choose from.
Oh no, that's sad. If Sake gets away with that, oh yes. Beautiful. Crossfire now, they're just fine. The 4-on-4 procced, and this is basically back to where we started.
Exactly where we started, but C is going to be given up, so the retake for Crossfire is what they're going to play for. You're going to get the shock dart onto site. Salty, they know he's in the corner. And the spike is going to be planted, so another shock dart just to keep them on their toes. The spike is planted for long, so you're going to see the Astra back up.
Defeated.
But Betrayed with the shock dart onto Sake. Another kill to slow down this retake. Finlight's going to be the entry. Has picked up a Vandal, gets in with 2. So now Zrompty, this Crossfire, you know the spike is planted for long, and Jan has made his way into the garage, so he is going to be a nuisance in this back line. They have them trapped on this site. And Betrayed with the Hunter's Fury, totally under my vision. It's going to be taken right off this spike. This is looking like a good round for Nascent White. They just have to clean up Salty, and the Crossfire is exactly what they set up for to put that last player down. 6th round for Nascent White, and a phenomenal site take.
Jan just needs to stay alive there and does it beautifully, right? Because if Jan dies, then then both players can be committed over towards the long player, which was Betrayed. That said, the initial shock dart kill that Betrayed got on the entry was so impactful because that was Sake who went down. Sake, who had the Cosmic Divide available, who could have entirely negated that Crossfire setup over at long. Would have changed the round entirely, but not to be because of that shock dart.
Yeah, you're talking about, like, we was looking at Frostbite too, getting aggressive into the garage. As soon as he goes down, that's just so much out of the hands of Crossfire. I know Sake does get the trade, but that's just so much pressure that Nascent White doesn't have to deal with that first blood. So you can now see the change that's coming out. In fact, is no aggression really from this team. Salty is into the site that Jan was in, but I think Justa did spot this one out. Is going to spot the shoulder and just back on from this whole thing. They don't want to give away something that they don't need to. Just like that, Salty. You can't bet on a player like that, but it's exactly what Salty is going to take here. So big opening for Crossfire, but Invitational going to even this up. And another one, Frostbite. Betrayed bites the dust there.
Oh man, Betrayed missing those shots is frustrating because Frostbite should have been punished for that.
Oh, Frostbite playing with fire here. It's going to hop up top, but right into the hands of Jan. So now a 2v3 here. An Invitational with the run it back. A triple, as he says. It's all up to find like now Sheriff. He does have the minimal camo on it, but looking to make a big set of noise here. Nothing to be had there. Jan gonna take that kill, and 7 rounds now for the attackers as Nascent White starting to find their footing once more.
Indeed they are. You know, 3 rounds in a row now, and that was a save from Crossfire, so it wasn't surprising to see it go so dominantly, but they had to invest pretty heavily in order to get it. I mean, the run it back is a huge investment from Invitational, and I mean, realistically, I feel like you probably want to keep a hold of that for a gun round, but they weren't able to, and so forcing that on an eco is huge for Crossfire.
Shots traded from either team, but nobody gonna take some. Actually, I'm gonna take that back. It looks like Salty is taking a little bit of damage, and Justin Ninja takes Sake. That's a big kill too. Astra on Astra, and it's gonna be Nascent that comes out on top with that. So Zrompty knows there's a player aggressive here. Is he gonna get aggro into it? Justin Ninja goes for the challenge. It's actually gonna force Zrompty off of it, almost taking that life as well. Justin Ninja doing exactly what they need to do here. They are gonna divide this map in 2. Right onto the A site there. And that's going to force Finelight to just back up and play his life.
Oh no. And that, well, so remember what happened on those flanks before? Now that doesn't happen, and now the retake can come in for Crossfire for free.
They don't even get the spike down. Okay, so they are going to get the spike down now, and they're going to put a lot to get it down as well. You're going to have to escape if you're betrayed, almost losing your life. The sonar on both sides. The shock dart right into 2 players, but you're not going to take them down. Zropti loses their life into heaven, so it is going to be a very plateaued push onto this A site. And Betrayed losing out to Salty when it comes to shock dart versus shock dart. But it is going to be Nascent White who closes around and puts another one in their books. 8-10 there, crawling back.
Round by round, Nascent are making this comeback work. And, I mean, we saw it there, right? Like, they had a really solid position. They had the potential for the same sort of flank play with just a Ninja that we saw happen quite often when Crossfire were playing with those A hits, but it didn't work out. They get the round anyway, Nascent, and on top of that, now, look at the money. It's bad. I mean, they've got to be onto that eco. Sure, you do have some sheriffs, and those can be effective. We've seen, you know, Crossfire do some magic with those, but still, just pistols.
Sake down to 5 health off that op shot. The push in here, Invitational finds the head of Frostbite, looking for more as all these players very aggressive outside this mid window, and they all find their death on the off chance that you do get a kill if you're Sake, but only 1 player for Nascent to drop. Fine Like is going to get rid of this. They know exactly where he is. Ooh, wait. He's found himself a piece of candy here.
I'll take that and try to get away.
Oh, is he going to get away, though?
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be hard. They're on the hunt already.
Well, Invitational actually is a 50-50 on where he's going to go, but he goes the wrong way, so it's fine. Like, it's good. So far, so good.
If he gets away with this operator, man, that's going to be outrageous.
That's a steal, as they only had sheriffs into this round.
Yes!
Okay, so they're going for it. Here we go. And they go the wrong way. No, okay, so Invitational is going to be pushing into this. Loses their life. And that's just sign for Fine Like to move the opposite way. He is actually right. This is like a game of mousetrap right here.
Oh, he's dead for sure.
No, there's no way. All 3 players are right around the corner. Is he going to get another kill, though? He does. But I think getting the op out of that is a lot bigger than that last kill. 9-10. Nascent White only down by 1 round here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the money, it's no doubt that that op is way more important than that final kill.
Yes.
And, though, I will say, if he doesn't shoot there, does he get away with that? I mean, I kind of feel like he might have gotten away with that. Because, who was it? It was just a Ninja who had already run by. Could have maybe gotten some. Either way, neither here nor there. That op would be something that you definitely want to pick up because Show has one, and there is none for Crossfire in this round. That said, they do have a Hunter's Fury, but Nascent's run it back is even better.
I need to see something from Crossfire just to shut this momentum down. Because they're falling into the same loop that Nascent had on their defense. And Zropti taking a little bit of heat from Justa, but you have the Crossfire from Salty as well. Double smokes to get him out of there. Yet to find a kill either team.
That said, though, I like this slow, methodical look from Nascent. They aren't trying to give anything away. They know now that they've done the comeback. I mean, they're 1 round away, and now they commit with multiple players over at C, and they get something off of the run it back.
Mistake immediately drops here. An Invitational even burning the run it back just to enter into this point was perfect. Yawn might have got blessed with time, but Frostbite, the same culprit of the timing situation. Frostbite does lose their life in the garage, so this is going to be a difficult retake. Now 3 players. 1 from CT spawn, 2 from garage. This is going to split this attention. It's Fine Like comes out with 1, instantly traded off. Now you got to worry about the 2 in garage, and that information is going to give it to you a 2v2. Now knives are popped from Show. Full health, basically. Walks right into it. Salty, a big kill there to enter into the site. Now 2v1, and look how far back Betrayed is playing. All he has to do is put down a shock dart. Is it gonna do the job? It does not, and Betrayed, not gonna clutch this round, but he did good enough there. I mean, he had a good chance. He was playing it perfect. It's just pros don't fake when it comes to Crossfire, apparently.
I actually don't think he played that as perfectly as I would have liked it. Like, yes, you have to play it tentatively, I'll say. But that said, he could have certainly re-peaked one more time.
Yeah.
Because at that point, like, it's over if you don't peak. So you surviving is like, whatever. Just give it a go, right? Because it was low HP on that Crossfire player. You could have gotten lucky. There wasn't any time to go and try and re-defuse that spike.
And that was like the evening round too. I mean, you get that kill, it evens you up, you know? Now you're down to 11. Trade right off the rip as well here in round number 20. Oh my goodness, they could whisper in each other's ear. Justin Ninja might have something to say to Frostbite. And exactly that they do. As it is still even up 3v3 now. Health favoring Crossfire. Jan's gonna be on the site. Sake has an idea, and you're gonna get a free kill here. Spike is down now. And even a second just for the sake of it, you could say. Betrayed now 1v3 to make the magic happen.
Oh, this is so hard too. Like, yeah, no. What? How did Sake miss that? What?
Hello?
Sake! I was singing your praises. Okay, it's fine. But also, Sake, what happened?
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, no, he doesn't. Yeah, no, I mean, you missed some shots, it happens, though it was a nice 3K from Sake. The positioning, though, was even better than the shots, to be honest, especially after those last ones. The positioning there to just not be seen by the owl drone that comes out onto that site, and then get the spike planter and the follow-up. Oh my goodness, it's huge, and it puts the nail in the coffin for the round. No way to come back in if you're Nascent White unless Betrayed just pulls off something incredible.
That's an unfortunate sonar dart, not exactly where you would like to have it, and in fact you are going to lose first blood as well off of that. So Zromp, the operator in hand, is going to take the advantage over to the side of Crossfire. They divide on both sides, boxed in, and only Nascent White is in this box of division. So let's see this retake going to come out. It's going to be a little bit tough. Zromp has a little bit of sight to work with, but still losing out on Salt. He's going to even us up. Now the retake going to be at hand. Fine Light from one side, Zromp from the other, and Show the only ones to really kind of put up a challenge for this team at the moment. You're gonna get spiked down, but now you're evened up with that exit invitational for the peak. Not gonna find the kill. Zromp maybe? No, he says not. Show now 1v1 Jet feed. Jet and the Phantom. That is what you want to have here. Zromp was getting a little bit cheeky with it, but not gonna land the shot.
Nicely done there by Show. Clutches out when it's most necessary. I was gonna say, I mean, with round 12 given away, you know, match point, it's really tough to come back from. But that said, Nascent White, now they could do it, because look at the cash. It's really poor for this Crossfire side. So they really just need to win one gun round and then this anti-eco. But we've seen what can happen against anti-ecos, especially when there's a judge on the board. Those can be scary.
Here we go, Invitational. That's a big kill. Looking to bring this one back. Now you've made the comeback before. Looking to send us to overtime here. Run it back all the way to the back of the site. You're going to be Zromp and a judge. As judge, jury, and executioner at that. Advantage still to Nascent White. They're going to look to get this bomb down. The retake going to be sending themselves in the site. Show and Justa for the cross. And Frostbite gets in and out with ease. Justa not able to find the trade. Now just as the world on their left. And wow, what a peek from them. But Invitational finds the challenge. He does end up dropping in a 2-on-2 after the trades. I think there's a flank as well. You look at Jan here. I think Sake saw him, so they know there's somebody flanking. Betrayed set up for the Hunter's Fury to clear him off this. Gonna give Jan a lot more time to set up for this. They're gonna walk right into his sight line. And now, Sake on this. Plenty of time to stop this defuse, and it's exactly what they're gonna do. 11 to 12 here. One round away from putting us onto overtime.
Yeah, but honestly, if you're Nascent, that was an eco round, and you got forced down to 2 players. 1 player only survives, and you use the Hunter's Fury as well. So much invested that I think that's maybe a bit worrying. And on top of that, now Crossfire, they also have an Empress and a Hunter's Fury of their own. The only really good thing for Nascent is that they have that Blaze Storm, but I mean, I feel like the Blaze Storm has been hit or miss for show. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's pretty meh.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip too from Crossfire. Absolutely nothing found from it.
Who's going fishing?
Going fishing definitely, but nothing caught. Oh, through the fire and flame. I'm like, oh, Invitational meets his end. Big opening from Crossfire to give him the advantage now. But the C control, once you get rid of Sake here, it'd be big, but Show whiffs the knives and Sake gives the advantage. Make it a triple advantage here. Crossfire running away with this round from the mistakes of that Blade Storm. Even another one maybe, but Betrayed says no. And Jan, wow, okay, how many times is Jan gonna do this? Jan left alone. I don't know if he found good timing or bad timing, but it's gonna be bad in the end of it because that's gonna be Crossfire. Moving on to the next round, 13-11 on Haven. What a battle between these two teams.
Boy, was it close. But honestly, I mean, it kind of felt like Crossfire had control for the majority of the game. They gave it away there at the very end for probably 5-6 rounds where Nascent, props to them. They made a great comeback. I don't want to undersell that. But Crossfire really showed what they were made of. They showed how steely they can be, and they kept in it. They were never mentally out of it, even when that comeback came through. I have to say, I really think it came down to that round where Betrayed could have been a bit more aggressive with the 1v2. Like, you got to take those chances. And it's not like, I'm not saying that Betrayed lost that game for Nascent White. I'm not saying that by any means. What I am saying is that if you're a player and you're in that situation, I really think that the right decision is to take a chance to win because you're losing if you do nothing.
It's like the exact same time that we saw the defensive round from Nascent White when the 2 players were pushing through C long with the Sheriffs. And they just tucked themselves into the cubby. They didn't fully aggress onto that operator like you said. It's just, they're like teasing the gas pedal, but not like fully just putting it down and following through with their strategy. So I couldn't agree more. Like Nascent White,
zone,
I mean, Nascent White, you can look back at this VOD and that was a totally winnable game right there. So you come back next week to the Pit of Valor, you've just fixed that up and you're right back into it. That's only the beginning of the Pit of Valor, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, it is going to be attack mode versus team factor. So we're going to do a little bit of a break, grab some snacks, hydrate a little bit. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor, presented by GLG, sponsored by Spectral Esports. We just came off a 13-11 victory, a barn burner in our round one, where we did see Crossfire head on to the round number 2. But now we're heading into attack mode versus Team Factor. As I was about to say True Form, but I said, but it's not what they're called. Team Factor is going to be their opposition here. Two phenomenal teams, I have to say. You know, I'm more inclined to know more about attack mode, not their Valorant side, but I know them from Overwatch, so I know they are a very notable organization. I'm excited to see what they can bring in the Valorant side. How are you feeling about this matchup, Vincent?
I think it's going to be interesting. So I actually, hilariously, I know Team Factor from Counter-Strike.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've seen them have a team. I don't think they've had a Counter-Strike team for a minute, but they have had them in the past. And of course, like you said, attack mode coming at an Overwatch side that has been there forever. I mean, yes, realistically, in like the tier 2 Overwatch scene. But I have gotten to see this attack mode side in Valorant play before. I think they're really interesting. Unfortunately, the most notable things they've done is lose. So it's a bit unfortunate for them.
Do defense mode, to be honest, most of the time too.
But that said, they normally are losing to a lot better competition than we see right now in the Pit of Valor. So I think that for me, that means that they have a great opportunity to kind of show what they're made of. Like, for example, they played in the Summer Champ Series with NSG, and they lost to Able Esports and Pittsburgh Knights. And whilst Able is maybe not the best of teams, they're also like really streaky, so they can beat anyone. And so if they show up on a BO1, like, you just are going to lose to that Able team no matter what. And like, they lost to like Cloud9 White and TSM. So like, I mean,
what is it?
They were going to lose those games no matter what. You know what I mean? So either way, my point is, I'm excited to see what this attack mode roster can bring against maybe some competition that isn't as that difficult, right? Like, that's the thing that I'm on the lookout for, especially because I'm a huge fan of Rick Bonkers. I really love to watch this player play. It's a lot of fun, and we're headed back to Haven. That's the best part, Seymour. We don't watch a sit, not today.
Nope, not one time. Back to Haven we go, and we just got a very long distance match, just one round away from overtime. So let's see if we get a repeat offense here between both of these squads, as we're heading into the agent pick. A little bit similar on both sides. To see that Mueda's teasing the Reyna Phoenix combo, as we did see Frostbite on the Reyna over the Phoenix for Crossfire, who did get the win in our round 1 game that we did see. So far locked in though. Omen pick from picks. That's different from our round 1 matchup.
Indeed. Yeah, I think that the Omen is fine, right? But the Astra has just gotten a lot of looks as of late because of how strong the gravity well is. That's the big key. Though what I will say for neither of those teams that we saw last game, I didn't really feel their gravity well usage was very good. So with the Astra coming out here for Mr. BK, I'm excited to see what they can do on the Astra themselves. And like you were talking about, Seymour, on the other side, this is a very, very old school, meta composition. You've got the standard 2 duelists, this time with a Phoenix and a Jet, followed up by the what would have been a Killjoy and or a Cypher. This time we're going Cypher, Sova, and Omen. So it seems Team Factor very much stuck in the past with regard to this composition. Though, that said, attack mode, just one swap, and that is the Astra.
The Astra and the Reyna over the Phoenix as well. So the Reyna over the Phoenix.
What I meant more was that they're playing double duelist. My apologies.
Ah, yes.
Which is like that old school NA meta that has been proliferated for so very long.
Was it 100 Thieves who first kind of escaped that?
It might have been them who first started not doing that, but then they're back to it sometimes too. So I don't know.
Back and forth. We get to see round 1 pistol round. We get to see who wants to lead right off the rip, and CFAX right on the other side of this Omen smoke. 2 players. You did to put down his cyber cage just to slow them down a little bit. You take a look at the mini map though. Bomb, nobody has the spike. So it is right now just Team Factor looking for a mistake from attack mode, as they do have to recover that spike and determine where they want to go.
I like this slow setup though. What I like even better is attack mode, getting aggressive there with that Reyna, and nobody knows.
Oh, nobody at all, but Shax, now he knows. He's gonna lose his head just to find out that information. Advantage to attack mode off that, and they did no trade at all. It's going to be a little bit hard. The rotation 2C is going to be what we're seeing from the side of Team Factor. Dusty on the site, but hasn't really cleared it. Finally going to get a look onto that corner, and the Omen Smoke going to block this off for the plant to come through.
This is super nicely done here from attack mode. Is now they just have a 5v4 retake. This is really solid.
Cool. Make it a 4v4. Snowball takes down Wada. Dusty 2 for the second one. Pegs for our number 3 onto that. That is going to really plateau this retake here. As CFAX trying to get onto the site, he does take down Noble as soon as he does. And CFAX now has to come up big. Both players down C long. Teases the bomb. He gets a swing, and Dusty with the frenzy at a long range is going to put this down for round number 1 victory. Team Factor, off of losing first blood, take the first round.
Yeah, and I gave attack mode so much credit there because their setup there on the retake looked so strong, and then they flubbed the push into the garage. Like, they just allowed for that crossfire to exist for so long, and it was 3 kills off the back of it. That never should have happened because attack mode just didn't commit the right amount of players in there in order to dislodge it. So, with that said, now attack mode, they're punished for it, and they got to go back to the pistols for round 2, where it's this buy-in for Team Factor, as you would expect.
Wow, I just flumbled my words there. Rotation to A here is... Listen, the Minima skin for the Spectre looks fancy.
That's one way to say it.
Full A site now. Spike's gonna go down. I want to take a look at that Astra though, number 3 on the mini map, as they are gonna be on a hard flank here. Mr. BK. As soon as these players rotate back, let's see what this Astra can come out with.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, the timing. The timing.
Shax on site. 2 players for the crossfire. Mr. Skit does come out with a kill, and there your flank is all gone as Mr. BK falls from afar. Last player, they know where Mr. Skit is, and Team Factor with the A site in their hands. They run for a second round.
Yeah, and that's just solid stuff from Team Factor. They did exactly what's expected of them, and on top of that, right, I think that now for attack mode, my eyes are absolutely going to be glued to those flanks that you were just discussing, because if those are weapons in the hands of the likes of Mr. BK, that flank is so good, right? If they're able to get into those positions again and consistently, That's going to be absolutely key for their success.
They're gonna split though. C and A. Look at all this mid control coming out from ATK. Attack mode. Might be able to cut this one off too through Hay, and exactly what Moeda does, takes out Sizba. And almost escaping here. Noble cuts them off, but still the trade's favoring attack mode here as CFAX finds another one. Shax goes down to the A site. Everybody for Team Factor falling, and look at the health on Noble, down to 10. What can he do here?
Dude, I love this skin. It's just such a sick skin.
Reminds me of like...
Bullseye.
Oh, wow, what was that? But, what was I... Have you ever seen the movie Mortal Instruments or something?
Yes.
It reminds me of something like that. Or
Yeah.
Mortal Engines.
Yes, I knew what you meant. Yes. Mortal Instruments is a book, but yeah. No, it definitely does look like it. I actually love that. Love that skin. But anyway, no more skin talk. Sorry. We are in the game. And, you know, in fairness, that was just the bonus round for Team Factor. But it looks so very good for attack mode that and on top of that, their aggression down mid, how fast they made that decision, and finding both of the kills on the push-up is so good from them. I love that they were playing so dynamically and getting so much value out of it.
Oh, Ricka Bonkers, the player you highlighted. First blood right through the fire onto that Phoenix. So Team Factor now gonna rotate out after losing out on that first player to the A site. But look how far they're disconnected with their Omen, Vincent. Might be a little bit troubling.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, if you aren't able to get those smokes down, the cages are okay, but they're just not enough. So even then, look, I mean, they're not even committing to that push. They're rotating out here, a Team Factor, and they're looking maybe for the C split or just the straight up B push.
And the spike, let's see where the spike rotates on the mini-map. Silva moving through Hay, just outside of garage. And there's a crossfire in here as well. Pick's gonna have Mr. BK on the right and Ricka Bunkers on the left. As the spike rotates all the way to C, there's gonna be an open sight. Shadow onto it. Shadow for the window as well. So this is the go-ahead to get onto the site. But are they aware that there's two players in garage? Now they are, as Noble's gonna take Mr. BK through the smoke and picks in behind, takes down Ricka Bonkers. So there's gonna be full site control now to Team Factor. Spike goes down to 4v3 for this retake. Down to 2.
Remaining.
All up to Mr. Skit with these knives. Trying to go head hunting, but no heads for their shelf. Dusty gonna put this away for a 3-1.
The timings thus far from Team Factor in that garage position have been absolutely flawless. And what I mean by that on timings, right, is Pix is waiting for the right spot in which there's pressure applied to the front entrance towards C, and then he swings around the corner, taps ahead, and wins the round off the back of it. It's so strong, and then has the team follow up with him as well in order to take the second player who comes in. So their timings with regard to garage are so perfect that I really need attack mode to try something different next time whenever they're trying to stage a retake from that area.
Well, not to mention that that's another round where attack mode loses after finding first blood.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, first blood not always the most important, but you got to take advantage of it when you have it.
Exactly. Now, Pigs, that's not where you want to be. He's still somehow alive. Mr. BK losing out on their life with a trade inbound for Ricka Bunkers, the bait and switch. And now the A site for the take. Forced off Dusty, gonna smoke off this choke. Gonna allow the Phoenix with the run it back to push right into Ricka Bunkers' face. And hello, goodbye to that Silva as the spike goes down on A. Full site control right now to Team Factor. Looking for this retake as now 2 players to flood on through this choke. As Dusty puts him down to 1. Wado, Reyna. Right outside here, so he's gonna take their time. Play on some exits possibly, but not gonna find any kills at the end of it. There we go. That is gonna be a 4th round for Team Factor.
Indeed, it is. And I mean, super impressive there, honestly, that Team Factor are able to kind of confirm that 4th round after really dominantly losing that that bonus, and they get right back into it. Their winning way's not over. I mean, we do typically see the bonus round go to go to the player who rather the team that lost the pistol, but I thought the follow-up would have been better from attack mode, and it just simply has not been. As we do see that operator pulled out here from Mr. Skit. Maybe this is the difference maker, but I don't know. It's going to be hard.
Waita dancing out here, drops down, but Mr. BK still coming out with this kill. Are they aware that the Reyna is out here? They're going to push right into the site, and Shaq's low enough that Waita doesn't even have to worry about a Peeker's advantage or whatever you're going to call it, get out of it. Noble now, 1v3. Both players technically set up for a pinch here. CFAX. Oh, Waita, don't let him do it. Mr. Skit finally gets rid of that, but that was a little bit dangerous.
Dude, they peeked one by one. Come on, guys. This is basic stuff here. Basic. You got to be doing that correctly. It's just, like you said, a little bit dangerous, and there's no reason for it. That said, attack mode, they are back, and they look to be maybe better than ever. They have lots of ultimates to work with, but talk about the timing for just a moment, Seymour. Remember how I talked about how their timing was so good for Team Factor in that one area on Garage? That time it was off by a significant margin. The pressure coming from long was way too early, and so we saw a double kill come out in the hold off the back of it.
Push on the B, an operator to block them off. Mr. Skit. Bomb right onto his head, sends Dusty to jail with the no-scope. Waita with the follow-up size, but keeping him on site, but Waita has popped this Reynald, trying to push on through and clear out this team. And it is go time to find another round for attack mode, 3-4, and like you said, I mean, they got the ultimates to work with, and Waita really utilizes theirs to the most of their extent.
Bruh. That's all I gotta say is bruh to this shot right here. Outrageous. Like, yeah, let's just get a little lucky that the jet didn't notice him, but the no-scope, oh my goodness. Those no-scopes are so hard too in this game. Like, they are not accurate in the slightest. Like, you're straight up lucky whenever you're hitting a no-scope. I'm convinced. Like back in Counter-Strike, there was like some consistency to it. No. It's just straight up random.
Chef's kiss, you say. I mean, it's an RNG chef's kiss, but chef's kiss. Once again.
We love it, though.
Oh, yeah. Once again, you're looking at the attackers and Team Factor. Spike's not down, so still a little bit indecisive as they are. Really patient here. Really, really patient to find their information. Just finally walks right across here, but Mr. Skit not on the B side anymore. Over towards Garage. May actually be reading this really well if Pix does walk into it, but he is gonna decisively dance around here.
Pix saw his life flash before his eyes when he swung right there.
Oh.
He got away with one by peeking that operator for free.
Oh, my heart dropped at least.
Thought he was dead for sure, but you got lucky. You don't take that twice, though. You see him playing super passive off the back of it.
Well, instead of an operator here, it's going to be Rickabonkers with a Phantom, so I guess it's a little bit easier to walk into, but still not what you want to deal with. Smokes are going to go out to the C site, and here comes the hit behind it. Skit is going to be playing aggressively with this operator, looking to get maybe a first blood before backing out. The Hunter's Fury as well to stop this defuse. Mr. Skit ready for it. Right into the line of sight of this operator, and back and forth they go as both sides taking advantage of their lines of sight. As Rickabonkers is going to take down Dusty, and walking into this to find a double kill as well. They are going to take it with Scrappy, but they even up the round.
And once again, what Team Factor were able to do so perfectly in those couple of rounds earlier, they've really been stumped at now with regard to the fact they thought the operator was waiting for them in the garage area. So I love what attack mode have been doing. They recognize the weakness and they plugged that hole, because now Team Factor are really struggling to find purchase in the garage, and because of that their timings are very off. We saw the push come out onto C, and then probably 2-3 seconds later, the push into garage was coming through as well. It allows for two different engagements to happen.
Spike down A.
Let's just get another kill with the operator. The follow through from Dusty is onto the site, but all alone here. CFAX, Mr. Skit holding their own between the two of them. The CFAX, 2 players right outside of the cyber cage. As soon as it goes down, he is going to have a welcoming party that he was not ready for. For the rest of them, able to put this into the grave as Pigs coming out with some hero kills on the Sheriff after a big blind against 2 of them is going to be a 1v2. Rickabunkers right into that for a 4K. Is he going to do it? Recovers the Phantom. One-on-one now. Muedo is ready for it and finally shuts him down for another round to attack mode. But how many times can attack mode give me a heart attack before finding a round win?
Dude, that was terrifying. I thought for a second Pix was going to pick that up. And an ace as well, it would have been so good from Pix. I wanted to give credit, though, to attack mode for their setup. If it weren't for the paranoia, that setup where they had one player peeking up above the box and one on the left side with the operator is actually a really good setup, especially if you know nobody's hit long, which they did. So it was really nice. Just unfortunate that they got caught out for it.
Well, Skid tries to get an early kill again, but this time forced off of his angle. And Team Factor's actually forced off both aggressive angles towards on B and A, so doing a good job at keeping attack mode back. Seismic gonna pull the run it back, get onto the site. The crossfire is gonna put him down. A 1-for-1 trade right in the hands of one. Ekes out a malicious intent here. Now 2v4 for the rest of them. They're going to be walking into a tough crossfire. Mr. Skip finds one for their own. The gravity well isn't going to be on the Noble, but the peak is going to be strong with 3 people walking right into his sight. 6-4, here we go. Attack mode. A slow start. They're starting to find themselves.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I expected a bit more of attack mode, right? Like you said, a slow start, yes, but the last 5 rounds or so, they've really done a great job of doing 2 things. Number 1, getting very aggressive and playing that aggression with good quality setups on this defensive side. And number 2, they've been able to get those opening picks, and even when they aren't, they're getting away with it.
Momentum here. Skit again. Another aggressive kill right off the rip with this operator. Really using it to this full extent. For another one actually forced off with the recon dart. Instead of the switch from Wada to get that one, and back and forth the 2 of them go. Skit another no scope. No way he does it again. It's just been Skit and Wada to put down the extent of Team Factor. Spike did go down, but plenty of time for the defuse. They're going to give their Sova to ante up to that Hunter's Fury. 7-4, 6 rounds in a row for attack mode. And
last round before the
oh
switch.
boy, on defense as well. Let me say that this is exactly where attack mode wants to be.
My jaw's currently on the ground, Seymour. I like, dude, why, how has Mr. Skit gotten away with it yet again? Like, he just keeps doing the impossible there with that operator, and it's brilliant to watch. But on the back of that, right, attack mode, I want to give a huge credit over to Mr. BK because the timing, we saw that Cosmic Divide come out in the last game, and I gave a lot of crap to it. The timing of it from Mr. BK was so good, and Mr. Skit is even better.
Oh, again, do it again. Right into the hands. Mr. Skit is lining him up and putting him down. No hesitation, no breathing. Doesn't even care. Right into the Mr. BK, backed up with the shock dart, and Noble goes down as well. Full house between Mr. BK and Mr. Skit. It's both of them just stepping up to the plate when they need to, doubling the lead from Team Factor. 8-4 going into their attacking side.
Yeah, I don't know if this attack mode side just started this game asleep or what happened, but like they're just so consistently ramping up over the course of this game and getting into it, and now ending that first half on such a high where it's just Mr. Skit playing incredibly with that operator, and it's a flawless victory in the end. So everything really starting to look solid for the attack mode side of things. As Team Factor, I don't know quite what happened, but it doesn't really seem like they're made huge mistakes. It really does feel like attack mode just got into the game there. After that 4-1 start, they were like, hey guys, let's play the game. Thoughts?
Turn their monitors on.
Right. Sorry. I was playing without sensitivity.
Back in the pistol round though, it was Team Factor who took this again last time. Wait a one-on-one into garage, snaps to the head of Dusty. Puts him down now. Attack mode full frontal into the C side as they take 2 players down to get their spike into the ground. Plant's gonna be out. Post plant's underway. The retake only for 3 players from Team Factor.
Covering it.
It's Pix. We know what Pix can do. I'm never counting them out. Well, Pix is on this roster here, or on the board at least. Flash in sight. Gonna lead the way. CFAX gonna trade with Sizeba, and the gravity well gonna keep them in place. Pix not able to do the damage that he needs to. And a 9-4 now as attack mode eases their way out to the C site and sends home for another round.
Yeah, and with attack mode taking the lead into what is now their attack side, this is their side. I mean, they are attack mode, let's be honest. But they prefer this side anyway. So now I think that things are certainly a bit dire for Team Factors as they've lost that pistol. What should reasonably be double digits for attack mode after this round, assuming things go to plan. That said, there is sheriffs online, so I mean, we saw what happened before. That could happen again, but I hope that attack mode can just overwhelm, and that's what they look to be doing here at C.
I know there's a team inside the Pit of Valor this week called Holding W, but it seems like attack mode has really they must have seen that and they're like, hey, we're gonna do that too.
They took notes.
They did take notes, and those notes are really kind of working for them here. 5 players still up, 3 left for Team Factor. Full site control to the C side of this map. Shaq's walking into an unfortunate situation as Rickabunker is very ready for that one. They know at least 1 player is towards the C side. Soon they're gonna know both of them there. They walk right on out. A flawless round once more from attack mode as they hit the double-digit marker.
Yeah, and the flawless victory as well gives them enough money to where, regardless of the outcome of this round, they have plenty of cash for the next. So this is that bonus round that we talk about where really the team that's lost the pistol should pick it up. So Team Factor, I would imagine, going to be able to get this one. They have the weaponry advantage by a large margin. That said, what I want to see from attack mode here is something fast, quick, and to the point. And that is always going to be opening up possibilities for, even with these not ideal weapons, a victory.
You literally just explained attack mode. Fast, quick, and to the point. That's all they've been doing so far. Let's see if they're going to do it again. They're overwhelming this site. Dusty already off the board. Noble's holding his own. You got the crossfire from Sides, but luckily keeping you in this.
C.
A lot of damage done from attack mode, but not really gonna put the nail in the coffin just yet. Mr. BK finds his way into the window, but he's gonna lose his life to Shax here. Last one up, CFAX trying to leave off where couldn't, but Shax is gonna just leave it into the hands of Team Factor to cut this lead down a little bit, 5-10.
Indeed, as I mean, like I said, not a surprising turn of events considering, but it's back on the reinvest. And, well, the fast play didn't work that time around for attack mode. We'll see if they go back to that well, but I wouldn't be really surprised or disappointed to see them play, slow things down just a little bit here, Seymour. Play a bit more widespread. Look for those opening picks. Do exactly what we're seeing here. As CFAX gets some map control, but Dusty finds the opener.
That's a big opener as well. We were talking about a player, the Reyna on Crossfire. As soon as they went down, it just stopped this attack a little bit and really gives a lot of, or it alleviates a lot of pressure off the shoulders of Team Factor right now with the Reyna off the board. So now they're able to set up for a 5-on-4 and wait for the pulling through the chokes to come through and just put them down. Now Skids found his way into the garage, as we can see here. There's a player right to his right. Sizeba taking a considerable amount of damage, but gonna get out with their life, which is what's important for Team Factor.
Well, and in the 4-on-5 now, it's also that clutch factor with everything that you have on the Reyna that's gone too.
Oh, and the A site is where they're going to be taking it. Damage on a Pig's going to be finished off by Bonkers right through that cyber cage. And Mr. BK takes down Shax as well. Dusty found a trade in the midst of that, so it is going to be another 3v2 for the retake if they can get the spike down, that is. Mr. BK is going to dedicate himself to get the spike down. Plant left in hand, and here we go. The division for this site is going to give Mr. BK a little bit to work with here, and even being aggressive through that, right into the half, finds size, but almost Dusty as well. But a 1v2 for Mr. Skitten. We know what this player can do. So you do see the Blade Storm procced from Dusty. It's a little bit more firepower between the two players here. So they're gonna have to push through this in a few seconds. Right on the site, but they have no idea Mr. Skit is here. The jump up. Dusty! Mr. Skit though almost finds Snowball as well. 2 players in his sights, but only taking down the 1 gives Team Factor their 6th round. You see the air horn lets them know.
Well done. There's Team Factor. They not only pick up that a bonus round, but the follow-up as well. And I would say that the way that they responded to that Cosmic Divide was really solid. I think that Team Factor, they knew that they couldn't take too many chances, because imagine if it was just Mr. Skit just waiting on the other side of that Cosmic Divide. It's very disorientating to walk through that thing, and if you do it callously, you're going to get punished. So Team Factor respecting the fact that, you know, there's a really good player on the other side of this thing, and they come out victorious because of it.
Different outcome right now in the initial duels as Pix is going to go down for first blood. Skit searching for the head of Sizeba, but not going to find it as we even up right off the rip. Team Factor, attack mode, 4v4 now. A lot of information from CFAX here as he drops the cyber cage. That's all the site control to the A that he could ask for.
And this is hold the rotations. Hold those rotations off. If CFAX does that, then that's perfect. And the spike's already here, and it's getting planted, Seymour. This is absolutely brilliant from attack mode. They have really put Team Factor in a spot.
This is exactly what they did last round, except safer. And you have more players behind you, too, so that's what you can ask for, but the only difference maker really was Bonkers, as he is really fragging out this round. 3v3 shots from the top ropes right onto the corner, but cyber cages are going to block him off. Mr. BK swings for a second. They do know where Sizeba is. Just outside of the choke. They're going to back up for the post-plant positions, set up for a crossfire, just wait for him to walk into him, and Sizeba, really a tough task ahead of him. As you see Mr. BK just waiting for it. The swing comes through, and he is going to find his 3rd of the round. That's 11 now for attack mode, as they shut that momentum that Team Factor was starting to grab. And they bring it back into their favor. 11-6, 1 off of match point.
And you'll notice very early in this game, if you recall, I mentioned some very fundamental mistakes that attack mode were making with regard to looking for trades, playing together, all that kind of stuff, right? Their timing on the double swings was very poor. Now that's all disappeared. Attack mode now have really turned the heat up to 11, and their timing, we saw it right there in that 2v1, not only swinging to play together, but getting in position to set up that crossfire is exactly what you want to see in that situation.
Another one. Dusty peeks out mid instead of Team Factor losing out on a player. It's attack mode losing out on a player right off the rip, and Team Factor is going to get out with their lives as well. 5-on-4 now. It was this exact same situation that actually gave Team Factor their 6th round win.
Oh my gosh, look at that fake though. There's 3 players committed here over towards the C site, and nobody's going there. It's going to be the B hit. This is brilliant from attack mode.
First time we're seeing the spike go down at B. The Hunter Sherry says no, we're not going to see it. So Mr. Skit is going to play off of that, get aggressive to the B side, player right to his left. You're taking 3 players right to the left, with Noble playing a little bit off of that. You are going to see the Sheriff walk right into this. Hit swings wide, almost for the 3rd one. He's going to find a player. But in the mix-up, it is Pix who hits that flank and shuts down this attack with a brilliant setup and a 4K.
It was a race for the quad, and Pix got there first. Unfortunately, Mr. Skit comes out a little bit down in that duel. all that being said, though, round by round here, there's not a whole lot that the Team Factor can give away is the real problem. So they've won 3 out of the last 4 rounds of Team Factor on their defense, but all they have to do is if they give one more round away, we're sitting at match point, and that's a very scary position to be in, especially when it's best of 1 single elimination, as is this bit of Valor. So attack mode with the I think this is just a hero AK, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think everybody invested here. Mr. Skit could be the huge game changer for them.
He's been quite the game changer so far in the tournament, so could keep this one up right here now. Like you said, oh, look at that! Peek from Shax underneath the cyber cage. Doing quite a bit of damage to Mr. Skit, and off screen it was Team Factor who also took down the Cypher of attack mode. So now not only were you denied garage space, but you're actually going to be denied 2 spaces, as well as Pix gets a 3rd one on to Mr. Skit. He's not missing today.
You talked about the difference maker, Seymour. I found another one. It's Pix, who's been doing it all game and continues to do so here on the defense. What a great place to get aggressive. The mid-round aggression over there in that short area is so strong because it's such a hard duel to win. If you're really anywhere far back on the attack side, it's really, really difficult to win out that duel. So you have to either commit somebody to playing that, or more often than not, you don't have anyone there. In that case, you just find, well, a whole lot of players to shoot down with ease.
Recon Dart destroyed right off the bat. No info. Only thing to go off of are the sounds of the AKs to destroy it. Dart on the opposite side, exact same outcome. Take a look at this read from Team Factor. 3 players surrounding the C site. 2 for the crossfire. Noble and Dusty need to go big. Hunter's Fury to lead the way. The smokes and the flash on a sight, and Dusty peeks into that. Noble with the crossfire, and 2 go down immediately for attack mode. Exactly what you can ask for from these 2. And why don't you take a look at this? Pix, he's on the flank one more time. He found a kill on that flank again. And it was just up to the 2 players, Noble and Dusty, to just hold their own on the front line. It's exactly what they did.
Hey Seymour, just you know, it's a little tip for your ranked games. If you don't see Pix in front of you, just to turn around. Just turn around. There he is. He's there. Just guaranteed, man. Oh my gosh, God, you're right. Like, this is just really solid stuff there from Pix. The timings on those flanks are really good as well. And so whenever it gets right down to it, I think that they have pretty much put the Team Factor side into a position to come out victorious in some of these rounds that, honestly, if Pix wasn't there, they aren't victories normally. And so, especially now, I mean, we look at it, the score being 11-9. This is again the same thing as we saw before in the prior game. Only we've got a situation where it's what, 1 eco round, and then that's 10 for Team Factor, and then you got to win another gun round. I mean, they're 1 gun round away from making this comeback again a reality.
I mean, I'm really looking at it as, is it Pix or is it Mr. Skit who shows up? The players in between the 2 of them, I mean, they just have to hold their own until Skit or Pix makes that play, it feels like. And I'm really kind of just watching these 2 players and seeing how they work, and it's exactly what you're saying. I mean, Pix is in front of you, he's behind you. Just turn around. I can only imagine the comms from attack mode there. He's behind me again. Come on.
Like, dude, who was watching the flank? Like, it is got to be very frustrating, right? And that is, there's something to be said about that. If you're able to frustrate your opponent, right? You know, it's the old psychological warfare type of example. You know what I mean? Where if you frustrate your opponent, then you have already won one aspect of the war, so to speak.
Well, you look at it as well as the last 2 rounds, as Pix has really had that ability, because CFAX is playing to the A site for these attackers as a lurking role, and as soon as Pix finds that kill onto CFAX, you're just opening up a lane for Pix to be able to do that. So I really need to look at a player like CFAX. Yes, he's bottom fragging, but you look at Shax, this is the Cypher's job just to gain information. You don't kind of play it on them to kind of get those picks. It's the information that they need. The fact that CFAX is going down so early for attack mode mode gives Pix the ability to make the plays that he is. So I need to see CFAX just play a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think that's a good read, because with that late round information, then the mistakes might not be forthcoming.
Here we go, B site, holding W, attack mode, right in, and Mr. Skit down early to Dusty. The crossfire as well, solid to hold on to it. As Dusty wants a little bit more. He's gonna find Moeda after the flash from his teammate. Attack mode falling at the seams. We're looking at a 10th round here, and CFAX might not be the first to go, but Pix is gonna make sure he's the last.
Well, and I want to add in here, I'm not a huge fan of the commitment of the Bladestorm from attack mode on an eco round like that. Like, yes, it could be the game changer, but more often than not, you're just going to throw it away. And then that's what happened right there for Mr. Skit. Now doesn't have that tool in the tool belt, and that's, you know, a big tool to give away for free. I mean, it's like a, you know, the bandsaw of the toolkit. Like,
yeah, it's like the hero rifle that we saw earlier as well from Mr. Skit. Is that, I mean, yes, he is the player to make those plays, but he's getting nothing out of these plays when they do make them. So they're just giving away a lot right now. And again, CFAX to Pix right off the bat. And this time around, Dusty makes his way to the middle of the map. So many lanes unchecked here from attack mode. And Dusty, if he gets out of this, I'd be surprised. He walks right out into the hands of Mr. Skip, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, but Seisma found one as well, and so now it's 2v4, Seymour. Attack mode, they've fallen apart, and this might well be Team Factor just taking their 11th, and then, I mean, it's really just about who can pick up that next round, because I think both of these teams would be forced onto an eco if they lose.
It's crazy because we talk about Haven in our round 1 matchup. It was the attackers again and again, but so far on this Haven map, it's all defensive teams.
Yeah, and you know, this map certainly is slightly defensive sided, but attack mode should have been able to find some of these openings, because listen, Team Factor are playing a great defense, but it has not been flawless by any means. And
no,
look, attack mode are just saving. They have to save, otherwise they have no cash next round.
As another thing, I mean, not to mention attack mode was up 11-6.
Yes. That's rough. I mean, that's really brutal, because now, I mean, you've given away so many opportunities, and you know, is it fair to say that almost clutch from Pix, that kind of felt like the turning point, didn't it?
It really did. It really, really did. And they're going to hunt to try to get those last players down. The recon dart did let them know, but at the end of the day, they don't get the rifles, but they get the even round. Now, this is something that we didn't get in our last series, but we're right on the brink of it this time around. 11-11. Who is going to draw match point?
Well, and so I was entirely wrong on that economy point before. Look at the cash for Team Factor. It is absolutely flowing. They had 9K on 3 players before the buy here. And so that means regardless of the outcome of this next round, Team Factor have a very healthy purchase in what will be the final round of regulation.
Here.
Oh, yes. Yes, they will. And now attack mode. What can they do to stomp that out a little bit? Do some economic damage here to at least do the most that they can. They really need as close as they can to a flawless in this one to be feeling good into that next round, I'd say.
Well, I mean, they found an open sea site, so that's certainly a good start for them. And they have the Cosmic Divide. That's a very aggressive Cosmic Divide, though. I don't know if I like that.
Well, now they need to set for aggressive angles, I feel.
Yes, they've fallen back, though, Seymour. That's the problem. Look at it.
And so the Cosmic Divide really just slowing down this retake. Moeda location revealed right onto the site. The Empress. Such a game-changing ultimate. What are they going to do in this round? Playing up close and personal. Dusty going to be the first one on site. The first one down as well. Pix for the trade right into the mix. The exit has been here for attack mode. Flowing back in the sea. Long in there. Getting all the picks they can ask for. Pix though standing on his head. He's going to spray for 2 but not going to take him out. Shaq's now all alone to make the work. He's used his ultimate as well. Moeda gonna take his life. That is gonna be attack mode drawing. Match point here. They hit the pause. They slowed it down. And here we are again. Attack mode finally breaking the momentum.
So there was so much going on in that round, Seymour, but I want to focus on two things. Number one, Team Factor, they played it very risky. They just gave up C entirely for for what it was an aggressive play at A. And whilst I don't hate that aggressive A play, it is so risky to just straight up give up C. Then the second part of that, they respected the Cosmic Divide way too much. We saw attack mode not in position to take advantage of them if they pushed through it. And unfortunately, Team Factor, they just respected attack mode far too much and waited too long.
But you know what, with an aggressive Cosmic Divide, you have to almost expect aggressive angles behind it, so...
Yeah.
So it's not the worst to kind of give that up. It was a smart Cosmic Divide in the sense of timing, but now let's see what their choices are to A. They have Run It Back to worry about and a Hunter's Fury from Team Factor, and really the only thing to gain is the Cypher ultimate. So if they find a kill off-site, maybe they use that Cypher ultimate, but the Omen not really close to taking this. Picks playing very carefully. Mr. Skit, though, this is the one-on-one that we've been talking about. Mr. Skit versus Pix.
Oh boy, it's all shaping up here. Final round of regulation, 45 seconds on the clock, and this push, it's not guaranteed that it's A.
Not at all. CFAX drops the Cyber Cage and runs for the hills here, and I think now with the Run It Back, Seisma is getting so much information off of this, he's even gonna peek long and see nobody's there. So there's so many opportunities here for Team Factor to realize that it's not gonna be there. Pix is down to 17 health. So they know that the options are open, and Mr. PK losing it. The Hunter's Fury for 2! Almost 3 onto Mr. Skip, but not going to take him out. And Noble is going to use his own rifle to take him out, not the ultimate. And attack mode now down to 2. Players race to the A site. Seisma drops him down to 1. Rickabunkers has 8 seconds. He's going to go for the spike drop, but Noble's here. That is going to be us going to overtime, Vincent.
I cannot believe that Noble just apropos of nothing pulls out that Hunter's Fury and finds 2 picks with it. Are you kidding me? He's done the impossible. And on top of that, it's the exact 2 kills that are needed to push the team over the edge, to find that third and shut the door in the face of attack mode and not allow them to close that in regulation. Absolutely incredible stuff right there, and it was Noble who was the architect of it.
Look at this now. With overtime fuel, it's win by 2 here, if I'm not mistaken, right, Vincent?
Yes, it is.
This is win by 2. All the teams starts with the same economy. So that's what you can have going for you. No differences. You just pound for pound Valorant right now.
No ecos, yeah, which is super nice, but it does mean that, you got 5K. So pulling out that operator is expensive, and Mr. Skit has it. So we need to see this come to fruition, because this gun is very expensive. You're giving up a lot of utility and armor, by the way, in order to grab it.
Jax is spotted too by the Owl drone. Rickabonkers slows down the push to C, locates them elsewhere. Does feel like Team Factor still wants to go to C though.
I mean, they've been grouping there since the beginning. Though, look, oh my gosh, that dart is so critical. Look at how it's changed the rotations here.
And now, Team Factor, because they've taken so long here on this decision, the reinforcements for attack mode aren't too far away. So here we go, onto site we go. Dusty's gonna be going trying to plant it. The gravity well stops the plant, and take a look at the site. Mr. BK gets right on for a 3K size, but too late to find that out. And Mr. Skit with his operator. He saw him earlier making some moves with it. Now Picks all alone to try to do that one-man army that he's been doing all game long, but it's gonna be attack mode coming out with a big defending round to open up this overtime.
Yeah, and I talked about it before, if you remember, Seymour, about how the gravity wells were not that great in our opening matchup of this Pit of Valor, but that's a good example of a really key gravity well coming through from Mr. BK. Not only finding the gravity well, but also the kills that were necessary. But taking that player off of the spike, it just disrupts everything from Team Factor, and it allows for attack mode to get that advantage on their defensive side.
Oh, gravity well once again looking to mix them up at A. Seisma's found his way into the corner. Are they going to expect this? They should now.
No.
The flash as well is going to back them up off their power angles. With the position still walking forward, Pakes is going to meet them head on. Come out with that kill traded with Seismic going down. They have taken out the Jet of attack mode onto site. Noble meeting their end as well. Now Shax is forced out of here. The plan's going to go down a 3v4 for the retake, and Pakes is actually right inside of the cyber cage, so they don't know. Goes down. CFAX ready for it nonetheless. 2 players now for Team Factor, and attack mode looks like they just gotta get 2 kills, and they're gonna move on to round 3 of the Pit of Valor here. Dusty on the flank,
Player standing.
but he's gonna walk right into Rinka Bunkers, pre-firing, and there we have it. Attack mode. It wasn't pretty. It was long and drawn out, but they get the job done nonetheless with their changes in overtime. 14-12 we are. Haven going the way of attack mode. It was quite the matchup, Vincent.
Well, 2 games and full rounds and more for this one, to be fair. But, you know, I don't know how CFAX had that information. I don't know if they just did the quick math thinking, okay, so we saw the Omen here. We no longer see the Omen. Therefore, Omen has to be somewhere, right? Like, but... plus, obviously, you can't have the from the shadows because it's overtime. You only have the 4 old points. So I don't know how they found it out, but that kill from CFAX is crucial, because if it's not checked, that could have been a huge opening. The flank coming through from Dusty would have been even better. We could have seen that push coming from the very top on Heaven be much more effective, because it would have been in pinch. Everything starts to fall apart. So CFAX had a really rough game with regard to fragging, but had some of those crucial moments, I think, that really did help the team a lot. That being one of them.
And shutting down, I mean, we talked about the duel between CFAX and Pix as well, giving Pix that opening on attack, on defense that they did have over at Team Factor again and again. And CFAX this time getting the difference in them in that overtime. I mean, Pix was 1 kill right under Mr. Skid. I mean, 25 kills for Pix at the end of it, 26 for Mr. Skid. I mean, the 2 of them were literally going pound for pound. It was really the secondary duelist that really caught my eye in Mueda for attack mode on the Reyna, kind of doing the job that Seisma just couldn't on the Phoenix. I mean, Seisma was 15 and 18 at the end of that, and Mueda was 21 and 14. I mean, the 2 of them really had a big difference when it comes to the duelist to back up Pix and Mr. Skid on the 2 of them kind of leading the way. So just got to look at the teams here in attack mode. At the end of it, the long drawn out, it's the middlemen. They really kind of held their own and stayed strong at the end of it, and coming out with a big one. I mean, that's really a big round for them as well. 2 long Haven maps to open up this Pit of Valor, but we got some information to let you know before we head to break. Is a 15 Kings Invitational, 500 pounds, May 15th and 16th. That's this weekend. It's the first time GLG goes across the pond to kind of bring you the production quality that we give you here in NA. That's going to be an exciting one, a big one this weekend. I'm excited to see it, Vincent. Are you going to be attending this one?
Yeah, I think I'm casting that one, and honestly, it's gonna be a great time. I don't know if you've gotten to take a look, but some of the teams signed up over on the Battlefy, dude. They are sick. I was taking a look. I think Rix is in there, who is like, I believe, top 20 or top 25 or something over in EU. Like there's some big names. I'm really excited for it. I think it's gonna be a great time. And listen, maybe it's not our normal GLG times, but even over here in North America, you guys better be tuning in, because there's gonna be some banging Valorant this week.
And if you want to tune in, I mean, follow us at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter all the times. They're going to be there. We'll let you know. We'll keep you informed. But for right now, want to take a quick little break. Go hydrate, everybody. We'll be back with round 3 of the Pit of Valor coming up very shortly.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Superhero.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is clearing. You kiss me now, and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
Here we go.
Invincible.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on this wonderful, wonderful Wednesday evening. I'm the Doctor, being joined on my side here by none other than Hawk's Nest, and we're here to bring you some Pit of Valor action coming at you live.
Yeah, it's an awesome time to be here, Pit of Valor, once again every Wednesday. Great game so far. I mean, we've been following ATK for a little bit now, and they've been performing pretty great. They're going up against Gamer Duder guys, I believe is the full name there. So it's going to be another banger of a match up. And we got Bind this time, so we're not going back to that same old map. We've been there for a little long. Now we're going to move forward to Bind.
Yeah, shoutouts to Bind. It's been the old favorite, the one that we always fall back to in a good time. You love to see it. It's one of my favorite maps to commentate, not necessarily to play because it's been played a lot, but in terms of commentary, definitely high up there in the list of maps that we want to be watching here, especially when you look at some of the other maps that exist, which we won't name, Icebox. But heading to Bind, I'm super excited because the teams have played this map so much. They have so many strategies worked out and into their wheelhouse. We all remember the wall plant of old with the brim Molotov, like super solid plan. It's doable again. In fact, it's the main play we see on Icebox currently. So I'm super excited to see what happens here and what the agent selections are going to be.
Yeah, speaking of agent selections, we are getting those up on your screen right now. So once again, going towards Bind, and we'll see the sides up here in just a second. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you said, it's an old but gold map. Teams should have more than enough practice on this one by now, have worked out what they want to do around the map, where they want to do it. We see the agents hovered so far, ATK picking up the standard Cypher Sova. Not too surprising there. The hovers for the duelist coming through, not too surprising either.
Yeah, pretty solid plans so far that we're looking at. I'm a little saddened that we're not seeing some really crazy stuff out there like Viper picks. I know that she was technically nerfed, but I don't think it was that big of a nerf. We'll have to get together with the other commentators later on and decide if the agent is dead or not. But this is a pretty standard composition that we're seeing here from ATK. Mm-hmm. The only really flexible parts so far that I've seen a lot of teams run is the different duelists, and that's just because each duelist does its own job, and so you can plug and play with those a little bit. When it comes to Sova and Cypher, I think those are must picks, and then we're seeing Astros kind of pop up as like the smoker to go for.
Yeah, the addition of Astra, I mean, definitely kind of what teams are picking now for their utility from the smokes. I mean, we had the Omen, and I guess Jet can kind of fall into that role as well sometimes, but big pick up there for both these teams are opting to throw that into their composition, and we're going to start heading into the map right now.
Love to see it. Both teams ready to go, pretty quick on it as well. Not a lot of time dawdling. In the pregame, we obviously ticked through the whole agent selection, but c'est la vie, as we head into the map, looking across the board. It's only one jet, and I think that's perfectly acceptable here. When you're on Bind, there are so many ways to get around the map without needing, say, a tailwind, but all of the angles are tight enough that you also can play around with the op and not really need that instant getaway, I feel, a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, people pick Jet for the mobility primarily, and like you say, yeah, the need for mobility isn't as high on this map as some of the others. It's a lot of just kind of flat ground. There's a couple spots that a Jet could hop up onto other characters can't really get to, but good enough to not need one over here for ATK mode. Going to be all right without it for now, and they are going to be on defense first. If we haven't mentioned that already, you can see that up on your screen, but they're going to be the first to try out their defensive setups, as we see a nice little teddy bear. And the push seems to be over towards this B side from Gamer Duder guys. We're going to have to find a way to shorten that one, but pushing towards B for the first round.
Yeah, the dudes are walking up here. They're going to be able to select the orb. Even Bushi's going to be able to take that. That means that the run it back will be sooner rather than later. But for now, we need to start getting onto this site. We're seeing the stores come down. They'll be activated in just a second. But Bashi onto the site. Tailwinds forward aggressively. Bashi's in a great position here to overlook this tunnel area, but the smoke is preventing him from seeing anybody at this moment.
Once that smoke dissipates, though, going to be huge if anyone tries to come around that flank. Doesn't seem like they're going to too quickly. CFAX is there. Bashi's going to jump down and drop him. It's one member down for ATK mode, and the push coming from the back of the site will be canceled by Doomsday Medulla. Trying to make something happen with that Sheriff stays alive for the time being, but Bashi will push forward for that kill. The kill's entirely going into the favor of the dudes.
A great play from Bashi there. The wall went up, and on a pistol round, it is so hard to take it out without a concerted effort. And poor CFAX was the only one over there trying to take it down, so it wasn't quick enough. It got fortified, makes it damn near impossible to break down with just a pistol. Gets caught with his knife out trying to break the wall into anything at that point, and it just wasn't enough. So they fall. Great round from the Duders, and they get the round win. They buy up appropriately, and you know, we're seeing ATK just hang out on some Sheriffs. Pretty standard stuff here for the second round.
Yeah, not too surprising. Gonna hold on to what they can and get dropped by Kisuke. Nice double kill right there to open up the round. That'll clear the B site entirely, so it's going to be on the defenders to rotate through. Going to take the teleporter into the back of the way. Goose here with the shock dart trying to slow the assault. The push comes through. One's down. Mr. Skit going to able to trade them out for now. Shots go a little bit wide as Doomsday finds that one as well.
Yeah, even able to keep going. Just gets the couple kills at the end there. Only lose one member too, which is pretty big because there's one member now that doesn't have their previous weapon coming in from the last round, whereas you know everybody else, they have their Spectres. It's the bonus round here for the Duders. They get to come in with a weaker buy into the full rifles that are ready for ATK. So you 9 times out of 10 are going to expect them to lose this round, but there is a very solid chance, especially since we're on bind, that these short weapons, these Spectres, the Bulldog, can really overwhelm anybody should they choose to get aggressive. And right now it's looking like a B hit for the 3rd time in a row, and it's just the 2 members here with a slight rotation coming over.
Light location, not going to fully commit to that, using the stars to drop them. The push starts to come to fruition here as ATK just waiting for them all to pile onto the site. Mr. BK has finished that rotation, so we'll be here for the aid here, I guess. As the push comes through, jumping out. Big double kill right there. Angel's going to be the first one to find a kill. Nadua trying to hide.
Not quite going to survive, but Doomsday is going to get a kill with the arrow out onto Rickabonkers. And now it's up to Mr. Skid, has the ultimate, trying to come on through. The showstopper's not going to quite connect, but neither do the bullets. And Mr. Skid not able to get much done, leaves the member alive, and the dudes take a 3rd round in a row. That is tragic for attack mode. They are in shambles right now.
Yeah, 3 in a row, all on that B site. Definitely got to figure out a better way for them to hold that site, or even figure out a better way to retake it. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Looks like Gamer Dudes are setting up for yet another B push. Well, I guess they're more towards the middle of the map, so it could go either way, but they're all looking towards that direction. ATK a bit more aggressively set up here. Might have a chance to switch things up if they push through there without checking all their corners. The start will not reveal anyone, but the information is there, hearing the gunshots.
Shock darts coming in, does a little bit of damage. They're gonna get the Astra. Vulnerability coming in through as well, but attack mode are making it work with the Sheriffs. They're stealing weapons, picking them up, throwing them away to their counterparts, and now you're seeing Medulla fully armored up, able to get one and get out, and still taking no damage, able to jump out the window. It's only 2 members left alive, but Mr. Skit with the paint cans leaves it all up to Polar, Cherry. They have the spike, but it's a 1v4.
1v4, it's going to be tough. You know, they do have the Vandal in hand, so they're not working with scraps. They do have a good kit. 2 kills would open up the revive, but don't think that's really going to be the play. It's going to wall themselves off, drop that spike. Number 2 on your minimap is on that flank, coming through. The teleporter was heard. A little bit unsure of where they're going to come from. A very sketchy situation in for Polar.
Yeah, I mean, There is a bonus here that they're all coming in at the right side. Same side, able to get 2 before falling. It was almost enough, but the penetration on that wall it's a paper mache wall, right? Like they totally got the worst contractor for the Valorant maps because every single wall is made out of bubble tape and just sham paper. Like it is the absolute flimsiest of walls here, so it does work out in the favor of attack mode there. They do finally get around on the board, and they're definitely looking to really thrive off of that.
Yeah, either the walls are made of paper mache or every gun is using like 50 cal bullets and they're just shredding through everything, but penetration nets them that round, or both. I mean, yeah, that could be the case. It's even easier to wall bang. But yeah, ATK mode grabbed their first round, changing the momentum a little bit into their favor, so they're feeling better than they were the last round. Good defensive setup here over towards A as Gamer Dudes push forward. Bashi's gonna get shredded by all the utility, not able to land any shots. We'll have to run it back with that one.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that they were so aggressive there. Doomsday did fall, and it's forced them to use the revive quite early on here, even though Angelo's able to get 1 kill onto the backside. They get the spike down finally, but there's a huge flank coming in. They do get the kill. Medua gets a second. Rickabonkers gets a third. 4, 5 on the board for attack mode, and they're going to pick up their second round.
That flank just netted them that round, no doubt. Huge play out of the 2 coming on the backside. Gonna grab that defuse. Rickabonkers was huge on that one. We're gonna get a replay of that up on your screen. See how influential it was in that round.
Yeah, so we're coming in right halfway through the point here, and Medua just gets multiple frags there in the Lamps attack side, as they go Ghost immediately, do so much damage here with that Empress active. It looks like they took basically 4 damage total in the taking of that. Maybe not even. So the Empress flank there was huge, and a lot of it came off the back of Doomsday being so aggressive and not being able to get anything done due to the delay that the utility of attack mode caused, and there wasn't anybody watching a flank, so they were able to just run up on them, gun them down from the back, and win the round.
Yeah, it seems like the plan kind of went awry there. They were very aggressive, hoping just to smash their way onto that site and then take it and control it, then worry about a flank, but they weren't able to get that initial aggression off, so the flank was able to come through with no one watching it. But this time, they're heading back to that B site. They've had much more success over there. Looking like they're going to continue their streak over towards that B site, but kind of getting held off for the time being. Not able to fully get onto anywhere just yet. CFAX going to try and peek around. You have that camera in a nice spot. The duo also there to help if the push comes through hookah.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, they're hearing these footsteps. They're making a ton of noise. The recon bolt does give a little bit more information about that. There's at least a Sova in there as well. They're going to send out the Elo drone. It is broken up, but 100% confirmed somebody is in hookah. They know it's the Sova for a fact. They're gunning down the rest of the teammates. That Sage wall is great if somebody's on the other side there, but nobody's there. Nobody's home, and so Angelo, the only one left alive here, is stuck in hookah with 1 behind, 1 in front, 2 in front, and has to get something done, but they need to get the spike as well. They have 4 HP.
Yeah, a shred of health left. Trying to get some sort of a peak frag here, but
10 seconds left.
Rickabonkers here on the flank. 1 bullet, that'll do it.
So now it seems that the Duders are even having a bit of a struggle on the B side. Hawks Nest.
Yeah, I think they opened up the game was 3 rounds in a row that were just entirely in their favor. Attack mode now returning 3 for themselves, so evened out in terms of the scoreline. But yeah, Gamers, I mean, the last couple of rounds, they just kind of walked onto the site. They weren't able to get many trades. The kills just heavily went to the favor of attack mode. So either attack mode hit their stride after a couple of rounds, or the Gamer Duder guys are kind of flying under the radar here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to get a little bit more here, as we do see the hard push. Mr. Skit's ready for it, though. And that operator now in the hands of attack mode is kind of a scary prospect because the Duders are playing quite slow, and they don't have a lot of heavy movement outside of the jet. So every single entrance they take is going to be op fodder because it's so slow to take. They're very slow to the punch, and Mr. Skeet can just set up, hard scope down an alleyway, and let the rest of his team cover his back.
Yeah, the hope is either some sort of smoke. You have the Lear out of the Reyna, maybe. I mean, it is very, very difficult for them to get through a choke point without getting spotted out. The lack of, some utility there. I mean, it's possible. You have to really just force it through, get through as fast as you can without getting shot, try and scare them away from holding those angles. And the push starting to come through now. CFAC trying to get the wall bangs onto Doomsday, gets them down to half health. Can't quite finish the kill, but stays alive for the time being as well. Camera spots a couple out of lamps.
We also have the Cosmic Divide up here from the Duders. We are going to see the Hunter's Fury, though, not give a care about the wall being up, though. It's a bit interesting considering it does block bullets, by the way. But regardless, they are going to get the wall plant, but the wall so much harder to stay up when it's fully kitted out rifles. It's instantly blown down. Bashi's able to get one full flashes onto Mr. Skit, takes down the operator. It's still a 1-on-2 though, and it's up to Medua to get the kill.
It was a good start of the round there from the Duders, but yeah, once that wall dropped and they kind of ran out their firepower, attack mode were able just to retake it. So they're going to go up 4-3 at the end of the day here, swap that op back over to Mr. Skit. That's 4 in a row now for attack mode, so Duders are going to have to start coming back here. I mean, their economy's looking a little bit rough, like they're trying to figure out what exactly they want to buy into this round. A couple members have those rifles. Rest sitting on a pistol, got an SMG up in there as well, so bit of a mismatch buy here. Attack mode should have an easier time holding it on this defense once again, give themselves an even bigger lead.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that the Duders are already going for these force buys when it is such a close game. Oh, that was a sick shot. That was so filthy. But yeah, I mean, it's 4-3. We're halfway through the half, and they're already forcing themselves into these hard force. Classic buys where you just kind of hang out, pocket out, get as much information down for your team as possible, and then come into the next round with a much better economy as Mr. Skit picks up a second, picks up a third. Ooh. Going for the ace if they will.
Could make it happen in a pretty decent spot, holding down a very tight angle there. Have the camera up top also, just keeping anyone out of hookah. Or Sherry will get spotted by the bot. We'll take that out though. The peek comes through. That's a 4th for Mr. Skit. Looking for the 5th, but pretty far away. Might not have the opportunity to grab that one.
30.
Things are definitely trying to happen. But we're going to have to take a look as we do hear the sound. It's Mr. BK stealing away the ace, but it still happened.
I mean, hey, an ace almost all the way there, but 4 is definitely more than enough. Mr. Skit, operator. I mean, proving the operator doesn't have to go on Jet. I feel like a lot of the time people talk about, oh, operator has to be on Jet if you have one on the team. I mean, granted, they don't have one on the team, but Mr. Skip proving that anyone can pick up that gun. It's all in the player. You have the skill. You can make it work. Doing beautifully so far. Run it back will be immediately canceled out by that shot. Almost gets the second onto Doomsday, but Doomsday able to get it between those 2 shots. So that's the operator down for attack mode for the time being. They're going to flood onto that A site. Bashi finds another one up in the lamps.
Does open up the site. There's more people here in lamps though. Gonna use the hot hands to try and delay that push. Shock darts go in there as well, but there's still somebody in here. They're watching the door. Alodrone up and out into the area. He's gonna try and find out somebody on the spike. CFAX actually wins out over Kisuke, which is absolutely terrible for the team here as they do get the neural theft, but instantly lose 2 members. And now it's all down to Rickabonkers. The 1v3 god gets it almost done. He gets 1 kill. Here's the jump up, goes for the second, gets it, but the patented double peek from the Duders gets him back on the board.
Yeah, that double peek was huge. I mean, having go up high and down low, very difficult shots to get there. despite getting the first 2, well done out of them, but not quite enough to finish out that round. So Gamer Duder guys do take the round themselves, bring the lead only to a single round from attack mode, cutting off their streak. So that's what you need to do. I mean, you go down 5 rounds in a row. You can't lose much more than that in this first half. They still have the opportunity to come ahead before we switch sides, and things are looking pretty even so far.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are looking dead heat throughout the board. I mean, even with the shaky buys, like they've both had success on said shaky buys. I mean, there was the Sheriff round win that we saw from attack mode earlier. You know, even so far, it's 5-4 even. So
You will
one
not
member
kill
down,
my
easily
allies.
able to bring back, but isn't going to have armor this time around. So a bit more susceptible to damage.
That's only if they can get a shot off, though, before the bullet goes between their eyes. Mr. Skit holding down the same angle. Just waiting for someone to push up, and the Duders are just playing it pretty slow right now. They're kind of... Looks like they're a little bit afraid to fully commit to that A site. They know that they're being watched. One has pushed up a little bit further, number 9 on your mini-map. Might have to get brought back. We'll see the shot, not able to connect it, Mr. Skit. Very close on that one. Oh, God.
It's such a risky recon dart there. I don't know. It's tough for me to see them do this because it's so... It's so
30
risky
seconds
because
left.
had that shot hit, now all of a sudden you're down a member again, and you're down the only member with an ultimate, so they just don't have a way around the operator at this moment.
Yeah, they really don't. It's something they seem to be struggling with. Hopefully they can come up with some sort of a plan. Otherwise, that's going to continue to be a thorn in their side. They've made it to the A site, though. Bashi's going to find the first one onto Mr. Skit, so they're out of the fight. Medua's still there, though, able to pick up another kill, but the trade's going very much so in the favor of the Duder guys.
All down to just Rickabonkers, the only one left alive once again for attack mode. You're gonna have to get something done, but that slow orb may just seal the deal. Even if they're not making any noise, there's 3 people watching this Lamp's entrance, able to get 1. We've seen this story before, though. Able to get the second one, still needs 1 more, and for the second time in a row, Gengelo, who's just got the trade.
Trade's coming through, especially when they need to. So that's going to tie it up at 5-5 once again. 2 more rounds in this half. The next round could determine if we're going to go 6-6, 7-5. It's going to be a bit of a close one here, though, as the teams finish out their buys. Once again, the Gamer Duder guys, not really the buy that you want to have from them right now. Bashi, no armor, opting to try and get that rifle out. No ultimate available for them. 1 kill away, though, so it could possibly come into play here. Attack mode, though, sitting pretty with their buys once again.
Yeah, and now it's the operator once again from Doomsday. It's only good for 1, though, before Mr. BK comes out and trades it out. There's still 2 people in showers, though, so I don't know if they'll be expecting this, as Mr. BK certainly wasn't expecting somebody to come through, but is able to get 1. Running back is instantly deleted, but this round is not looking amazing here for attack mode.
Not at all. The early pick turns into 2. CFAX, the last one here. Here's this plant, goes down, but knows there's members behind him. Finds one, tries to spray for the second, is able to connect the shot. Bashi and Angelo drop. Now it's a 3v2. The spike has been planted.
Kisuke, though, with that Bulldog, able to get 1. CFAX gets a 3rd, but still brings it down to a 1v1. That Sage Wall means that that Boomba is going to great value. Paint cans over the wall as well, and it's enough, but it's still attacker's side wins, even though Polar Cherry dies in the end. Spike was down, so you just take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you die for it, and you can still come away with the round win. That's exactly what happens. 3 in a row now for the Duder guys, bringing it back. We have a potential of a tie 6-6 half if attack mode can secure themselves this 1 last round before the half. They have the economy to do it. Kind of. I mean, Medua going again without that armor. We saw it last round out of Bashi. Worked out for them, so maybe Medua can make it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, they're still kind of on a shaky buy. I mean, it's a Sheriff Judge coming in for Doomsday, which is less than stellar. Yeah, they have the Blade Storm to back it up, but it's a little concerning. They're just ramshambled through the round. Like, They pickpocketed a bunch of Valor guards and came away with nothing. Is that the city in RuneScape? I think it is.
Yeah, Varrock, yeah.
Oh, Varrock, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess you can pronounce it a bunch of different ways, but I get the
Also
gist of what you're going through.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, Doomsday actually gonna get a kill with the Blade Storm as Kisuke gets another kill with this Bulldog. So much work being done by that gun right now, getting the second Cosmic Divide of the round as the Dooner guys are 3-1 currently in players alive.
Looking like it might be in their favor. Mr. BK trying to sneak up, get a lucky peek, but the wall fades as they start to peek through. No one to be seen just yet.
Is checking all these corners. Gonna get the star drop there, but does get the giant suck as well, and is good for one trade, but it's a 1v3. There's just too many bullets coming your way. Looking like Swiss cheese. It's another round on the board here for the Duder guys, and they close out the half 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a comeback there. They took the first couple rounds pretty strongly, fell off for a little bit, but come back with 4 in a row in that first half. So now we're switching sides. Attack mode. Gonna be attacking, as their name suggests. They should be feeling pretty comfortable on this one. They've had some good opportunities so far. I can see that the gun skill is there. They're taking those trades very well. So this could be their time to shine. I mean, trading is even more important on attack than it is on defense, if you ask me. Getting those kills when you need them, being able to continuously push forward onto a site is massive. I mean, if you can start to take control of just small portions of the map at a time, can be huge to win the round. But back to the pistols as we push towards this B site.
Yeah, and Sage Wall, like I said, pretty impossible to break down here on the pistol unless you got multiple members. So this ghost is going to make a ton of noise. It does fall, but it's also such an awkwardly angled wall there that even breaking it doesn't exactly give you the best chance to get in there. But Kisuke with the Frenzy going to come out on top there over Muda. And now CFX down to 2 HP with a Frenzy even. Catches, pull a cherry and a heal, but look at where they are. They have a pincer from their own doing.
Yeah, they kind of pushed out a couple numbers on the backside fall. Number 9 on your mini-map, the last remaining flanker, as Bashi does drop to Rickabonkers. Doomsday goes down to Mr. BK. Finding a second one. Now it's just one player left. Number 7 on your minimap, Angelo. Not able to make anything happen. I'm surprised CFAX made it through that round. 2 health?
Yeah. It was quite aggressive and only had the 2 HP. It still worked out though. And so it's actually... Here's the thing, Jason. So they win the pistol, right?
Going to Astral to do
for
them
the
Astral
first
Guardian
time.
things I do.
So they're going to be able to buy up. They're going to be able to, you know, be a little bit aggressive about it. But what did they do after that, right? Because last time we saw a pistol, or a second round here, the Duder guys were able to keep 4 members alive, which means they didn't really need to spend any money heading into that third round. Whereas I don't have faith that attack mode are going to come out strong here. I think they may lose a number of members, but that's certainly a good start.
A judge to the face of a good way to open up the round. The duo there for the help. Things looking.
I may have misspoke.
I mean, I see what you're saying though, right? Like the possibility of them flopping on this round is crazy if it happens, right? So far, they're making it happen. There are still 3 members left. It looks like they're aware of the possibility of a flank, though. The duo there for good for a second, looking for the third, able to find that one, and that should solidify the round as Rickabockers finds it on Tabashi. So things worked out beautifully for them. I think you may have cursed the Gamer Neuter guys a little bit there, though, Doc.
Yeah, I may have cast a curse them a bit. A bit rough there to see.
Here.
A lot. But all right, so flawless. You actually do see one buy up here. You do see Mr. BK picking up that Phantom. So a little bit ahead of the curve here in terms of weaponry, but it's only going to be matching the Duders who have a fully kitted up team. They have half armor on everybody, which could be a problem since it is going to be these, you know, cheaper weapons on the side of attack mode, but if they hit their shots, they don't have to worry about the armor.
I have
That's at least how I think about it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're able to get yourself set up in some good positions, hold some tight angles, get a couple of shots off first, you're in a good position. But if you're trying to take some of these gunfights where you're out in the open, that armor, not having that armor, I should say, can really be a big detriment there. It's a slower push onto A this time, though. Trying to use the close quarters weapons to their fullest potential. Doomsday finds a couple of good shots there. That's going to take the Rays down to a sliver of health for attack mode.
Yeah, not quite enough to get the frag though, so you can already see the rotations coming through from both sides. Attack mode recognizing there's a strong hold here on the A sites, so they're falling away, whereas the Duder guys, they have enough information here that they are fully rotated for the most part onto this A site. Kasuke though, the only one left over there, able to get two, may even go for a third here if he can stay alive just a bit longer. It is going to be Polar Cherry that falls, but Kasuke gets a third. There's only one member left alive, which means it's a 4K at best here, but Kasuke falls to the Sheriff of Muda. And so now they got the big suck. Oh, they pick up the gun, get a second kill. This could be problematic. They get a third. They need to plant the spike. There's only 10 seconds left, but they're checking every corner. 10 seconds. They pick up the spike. They should be able to get it down. It is a one-on-one. Do you pop the Empress for this?
It's a tough situation to be in. I think you have a good enough angle. You don't really need it. Angel's going to peek through in a 4K clutch from Medua. Holy moly.
That was sick. That was an absolute insane play there from the duelist player of attack mode. The calm, cold, collected, able to, get the first kill there with the Sheriff, able to pick up the Spectre, gets the second kill, falling away as well because Bashi was jumping off of the box at that time, got popped, and then just goes right back to the Sheriff, picks up the kill to Doomsday, and at that point, it's a one-on-one, and, they had to be a bit careful getting the spike and planting it down, but they were so far away on the side of the Duda guys that there was no chance for them to stop the plant, and then by the time they do get there, the angle is super held, and it's an easy headshot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could have played that situation much better. Beautifully done there. Gonna net them another round, put them in the lead just by a round, but still, that's a big round to win. The aggression towards this B hookah. A lot of players from Duder guys hanging out in there trying to stop the push. Medua finds the first kill of the round. CFAX pushing forward, finds Kusuke up in the top. Swinging around, finding the other edge, and Medua gonna pick up that one. Rickenbackers is pushed up, has a nice angle on these approaching defenders.
One enemy remaining.
Medua finds the third, looking for the fourth with the Sheriff. Not quite able to clutch up with that one.
They were straight up dueling with Sheriffs there. And Doomsday came out ahead that time, but was still overwhelmed. So now we're seeing attack mode, able to grind out 4 rounds in a row now. Should be the full buy coming in here from the Gamer Duder guys, but it will be Doomsday presumably on the Bladestorm at this point. If you haven't bought a rifle, I think that's the play. But yeah, I mean, it's a fully rifled up Duder guys for the first time this half. This will be their best chance to stop the streak of attack mode from getting out of hand.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do it right here at this point. I mean, if they fail to, attack mode's gonna be on that 10-round double digits, only a couple more away. And then I think the momentum's really just gonna start to push them towards that end, and Duder guys gonna have to do a real good job at keeping their mental straight and not letting that streak kind of get into your head. Because I think at this point, especially after that 4K clutch, I mean, attack mode is just feeling like they're walking on air right now. I don't think that they have any sense of being stopped in these next coming rounds, and Gamer Duder guys are gonna have to remind them that they are able to bleed. Hopefully they can get it done in this round if you're a fan of them. Otherwise, I think attack mode might start to run away with it.
I mean, here's a world where they're already running away with it, right? Like 4 in a row is a lot, considering the ups and downs that the first 4 rounds of a half can have based off the pistol in the 3rd round. So, to be able to win all 4 of those in a row is quite an accomplishment already. As we do get the Hunter Fury coming in, it does tag up. It even gets the kill there onto Mr. BK, but there's still a lot left to be had. We're getting now the attack mode, Ricka Bonkers, Hunter's Fury through as well. We're getting the Empress pop, the spikes down. This is a round of everything being used up here.
Yeah, both these teams are in a position where they have to give it their all. It is an even 4v4 at this point. Polar Cherry going to push up, not able to find the one to CFAX. That is a kill to miss out of, but Angelo and Bashi trying to keep it in within reach. CFAX will drop to Angelo. Finds 3 for the round and a big win out of the Gamer Duder guys.
Yep, they are going to get this defuse as well. Gets it to halfway before the running back times out, and then just gives it over to a friend. Angelo now has that Cosmic Divide available, so it should be interesting because that was a lot spent that round. It is finally a round win there for the Duder guys, and so they're going to be able to rebuy some of their stuff. They do get the operator for Doomsday, even though Polar Cherry now looking a bit rough in terms of what they can rock. They are going to pick up the areas though, so pretty solid pick overall, especially with these paper mache walls. Still has a good amount of penetration. It does have that ramp up time, which can be a bit problematic. They traded out for a Spectre, so it's still a lesser weapon comparatively than the rifles. So we'll see what they can do with that. They are hanging out here in Hookah, so it's a close combat action. They don't really need to do a whole lot, and that pink can, that could have done some damage.
That could have been deadly. Opting to save it for the time being, though, the wall went up, so even if you're able to do a bit of damage, you can't really follow anything up. The divide comes through. Bashi gets absolutely turned on by Medulla there, who should be able to heal up, nullifying any damage they've taken. The site now in control of attack mode. The spike goes down. Angelo's pushed up the first one here. Cherry trying to make the rotation as well.
This wall could do some good, could do some bad. Man, this is the worst skin line I've ever seen. Oh, that is terrible. And it's a good thing it's been removed from the map. Thank you, Polar Cherry, for dying there, so I don't have to look at that anymore.
Man.
Did you see the skin?
I mean, yes.
It's not toxic. Doomsday
I'm not gonna
has
say
to
you're
run
wrong.
away. But they're being hunted. They are not giving up on this hunt. Holy. Let's see if you can get the frag on the Rickabonkers. And very low.
No trade. Hiding behind the corner. BK not able to jump around. So
they survived with the operator.
I was just gonna say that.
It's a bit of a blessing. A bit.
I mean, it's useful. That they lost that round. The streaking in this game has been huge. I mean, you have 3, then 5, then 4, then back to 4. Cancel it out. I was kind of thinking that the streak would continue there, but not going to be the case. Kind of starting to trade rounds back and forth. They have that operator in hand, and that's the best weaponry that they're going to have for a minute here. So they're going to have to make big use of it. And if they can't, then I'm not really sure how the next couple rounds might go.
Man, what a good skin Kisuke has on his Ghost. You love to see it. It is a big thing that they need to get a little bit more aggressive though, right? Like, even though they saved the operator, like, it's a very passive game style that we're seeing from the Duder guys. And, we're seeing attack modes really be able to take full advantage of it as they're breaking out onto the site again. And they're able to, even through the flash, CFAX gets the kill. Neural Theft right off the bat. Muda picking up the kill into Bashi. The operator gets a double kill. Okay, get a little bit more action. Holding the angle. Mr. BK's there, but there's only 10 HP left. They do get the frag. Not they. Rickabonkers is still strong. And Mr. Skit with the kill into Doomsday.
I mean, they got some use out of the op. They got some use out of the op that round. I mean, we should get a replay of that up on your screen. It's actually a collateral. The push forward comes through. Kills going in the favor of attack mode for the time being. It's a 5v3. Doomsday says, let me change that. Big shots. Medulla and CFAX both drop, but round not able to go in their favor after that one.
Oddly enough, it didn't give us the collateral icon in the kill feed. I have noticed that some other things are missing from the kill feed, namely ability kills. Like it tells you the frag, obviously, but it doesn't. It just doesn't have the icon for it for whatever reason. So I'm sure that'll be fixed later as Muda picks up the kill on Bashi. Early loss there for the Gamer Duder guys, who are really struggling to stay alive at the moment because they are They're fighting for their life very soon. They're down 3 rounds, 11 on the board for attack mode. And if they win this, they'll be on map point, tournament point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. And it's looking like they're going to get there.
I was going to say, if they were able to hold that site or just delay the push a little bit, they had 2 players on the flank, number 9 and number 8. They've split up now, so they're hoping for a bit of a pinch here onto the A site. But if Duder guys were able to hold that defense a little bit, the flank could have been massive. Kisuke gonna have to reveal themselves on the back by destroying that. Trying to check the corners. They checked a little bit too early. BK swings out for the kill. Now it's all up to Polar Cherry. Just a classic. The revive in hand, taking a couple shots, trying to take one with them. Healing themselves up, just running around. Everyone's going to chase after him. Mr. Skit's going to be the one to grab that.
So that does mean that it is set point here for attack mode. If they win here, if they win this round, they'll move further on the tournament. We will have to say farewell to the Duder guys, at least for this week. So they're fully kitted up for it, though, fully equipped, full rifles, full armor, full everything. They're a bit shy on ultimates. Doomsday is 1 point away from being able to rip the Blade Storm out. But outside of that, they do have the Resurrection. That could prove useful.
Yeah, that could be huge. They've been getting picked early on. If you get picked and you're in an okay position, the revive could come through to save the round. But you gotta stop getting picked so early. Kisuke finds one, will get traded out, and then the retrade from Bashi comes through. So that is a great start right there for this defense. Only 3 players left for attack mode, but you have the Empress and the Showstopper up. 2 very, very strong ultimates. The Empress got popped already as they start to push up. The Showstopper comes through as well, looking for a kill.
Yeah,
right into the head of Doomsday.
That was a bit unfortunate there for Doomsday. They thought they were sneaky about it getting into the smoke, but they were not, as they did get found out by Mr. Skit. Bashi able to get the kill there onto Mr. BK before falling down, but the revive far, far away on the map, and so it does make it a 2v1 with 46 HP left here onto Mr. Skit, but they're going to get aggressive with it. They might start hearing these footsteps. Here comes the Owl Drone. They'll definitely hear that. Tags him up. They don't care, but it doesn't matter because Polar Cherry gets the frag. And so that is another round, another day alive here for the Gamer Duder guys.
Yeah, big round right there for sure. Keeping themselves in it. 2 players left alive at the end of the day. I was kind of curious about the revive coming, staying all the way on that A site to grab that res. Instead of trying to push towards that B site, I guess it's safe. You can get it off safely without having to worry about it being canceled or the player being revived and instantly knocked back down. Came through in the end though, able to clutch up that round. But they're still in a very tough situation. I mean, attack mode still on that 12, still on that point set match. Could make it all over right here as they push somewhere on the map. I mean, they're very spread out, trying to get some information it seems for this potential last round.
Yeah, I mean, another big thing here, though, is that look at how many people on the Duder guys died that last round as another one dies here. Kisuke falls to CFAX. Losing 3 members in a winning round means that you have to rebuy weapons. And so you can see the rebuys here, not exactly stellar. There was a Judge, there was a half armor. Like, it wasn't the same fully kitted out team that we saw win the round last time. Doomsday, though, gonna make it work this time with that Judge before falling down to Mr. Skit once again. That's 2 rounds in a row. Now the duels has come out ahead. Rega Bonker is gonna take it out over Polar Cherry. And now 3 on 2. This is looking pretty good here for attack mode. Oh, that's tragic. That is... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Right here. I'm gonna try and get this spike down. Should have no problem doing so. This is not really the agent you want in a 1v3 situation, in my opinion. I mean, health bar is kind of a bit low on attack mode. Everyone's been tagged up at least a little bit.
I need it. Pulling them in.
Gonna try and pop everything.
On camera.
Caught in 4K.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Lots of time being spent here just trying to get onto the site too, which means that this is going to be a really hard take to happen, and the wall, not in time, is going to fall down, and so attack mode win another one, and they'll take it 13-9 over the Gamer Duder guys.
Yeah, 13-9 is your end score. I mean, both these teams were like back and forth streaking. I thought we were going to see just someone just run away with it there at the very end. It kind of got a little bit traded back and forth in the terms of the round counts, but very good play out of attack mode. Once again, we've seen them a couple times really stick to what they need to do. They, something works for them, they just keep doing it, and a great team they got right there.
Yeah, definitely able to recover quite nicely. So they are going to be moving on here in the tournament tonight. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to the Gamer Duder guys this week. Hopefully, though, we'll see them next week since the signups for next week's Pit of Valor are already live down below the stream there. Go ahead and click on that. Get yourself signed up. Let your buddies know that you want to be partaking in next week's tournament where we will have such another wonderful series of games. For now, though, we do still have more Valorant here tonight. We are going to be taking a short break, though, while we set up for the next match. So stay tuned, and we will be back in just a couple minutes. There we go.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light today. Now it's in my head. My bloodstream. My bloodstream.
One enemy
You must
remaining.
think I have a death wish, leaving everybody breathless. It's always my time, the city is mine.
One
Should learn
enemy
to just
remaining.
accept it. Royalty is in my DNA. I'll never be the type to settle for a case. Coming up, yeah, I'm on the way. Carved out a stone, it'll never fade. Heart of a gladiator, I'm back on my Terminator. We're looking to turn a favor. I'm kind of an instigator, but not of the frying pan, but like an incinerator. Feeling with energy like a plug of a generator. Accelerated till it's full speed. No other form will prosper against me. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Lazy now in a 2v4, turning his back onto Carson. Will go down. Nito finding 2 kills for himself. And that is a disastrous sign for Team Factor as he finds the 2 final kills. What was that?
Get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round.
Hey, another one more. Dead.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good as a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us start first if we going and going in circles. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again on this wonderful Wednesday night here with the GLG Pit of Valor. I'm the Doctor, being joined by Hawk's Nest here on my side, and we have another banger matchup coming at you live. It's going to be attack mode once again, going up against the Zoo. So we will be going into that in just a second, Jason.
Yeah, it's going to be another great game. I'm sure attack mode has been flying through the bracket, having some pretty close games, but able to clutch it up when they need to. We'll have to see if the Zoo can put a stop to that, maybe throw them in an exhibit somewhere, say, hey, these were some mediocre Valorant players. Now they're on display. But who knows? We're going to have to see as we get into this one.
Yeah, and I mean, we already had our map pick done as well. So we banned away Split, Icebox, and Ascent, thank God. Which does mean we head to Haven, a favorite here at GLG. I think pretty much all of the casters here like Haven. If I'm not mistaken, if it's not their favorite map, it's like their second favorite map. So you love to see it. And production doesn't count as casters there for Million Rows. So, you know, it's why I specifically said casters love the Haven map here. Would you agree, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against it. I think it's very, very fun to cast. There's a lot of different potential setups for both, you know, attacking and defending. So it makes it a bit more, or a bit less static than some of the other maps. So I'm on the Haven bandwagon, I'd say. Good.
Glad to hear it. So we do have attack mode.
If I say no, what are you gonna do? You gonna flame me?
Yeah, I mean, I had. Oh, look at that, Jason. You found yourself outside of the commentary booth. So sorry. Accidents happen. Just sorry, man. But no, I mean, we're going to have attack mode here, starting on the defensive side, and they're going to be able to hopefully start strong here going into the Zoo.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into this one once again. I mean, Haven, it's, you know, we were just on Bind, so very different map going on to Haven on this one. So technically, we've seen that they can perform on Bind. Haven should be an easy one for them as well. The Zoo, I mean, both these teams have made it pretty far in the tournament, so obviously they got to be doing something right as we move into the agent selection. Is there anything you expect to see, or anything you expect to just be nowhere near this game?
So this is another map that is really interesting to me because Haven was one of the maps that we sort of saw Viper crop up previously. I think it was, who the heck was it? Was it Trade Like Pros that used to play Viper on Haven every time? And this was like 7 buffs ago too. This is when she was absolute dog water. But they played her in a way that just basically shut down the C site because as soon as they got the Viper's Pit ultimate available, they would just let it rip, right? Round start on the C entrance, covers both doorways there, and in a way it removes that site from, you know, consideration there for the attackers. So we don't see it here. It's a very standard composition on both sides. But, you know, a man can dream.
A man can dream. Yeah, it's like, you know, almost mirror match. Not really that much of a mirror match. A couple of the same agents on either side. But yeah, I mean, Viper on this map is definitely very interesting. I think it's one of the few maps that you can really pull it out on. I'm not going to see it this time, though, but pretty standard compositions across the board. A good mix of, you know, your duelist, your utility from both of these teams. So not too surprising. I mean, both these teams definitely know what they're doing at this point. So should be a very close match once again. You can see the setups coming out of attack mode, stacking onto that A site, leaving a couple members over towards that BC side. And the Zoo prepping for mid push, possibly rotating over towards A from the looks of it so far.
Yeah, I think Pistol Haven, a lot of the times here, we do end up seeing teams opt for that B to A split. You know, it's fairly simple because there aren't so many teams that really prioritize the B side here on the Pistol. You know, there will be a little bit of attention just to make sure that it's not, you know, fully free, but it's not really defended. I mean, look at where the defenders are. They're A site, they're garage, they're nowhere near the B site, so they're gonna get found out. There's Controller gets one, Mr. Skid takes one back, but not before KC takes out Rickabonkers, and now they have the A site. Look at that.
Yeah, that was an interesting push. I mean, they flew through the B site, no one was there. So they were just pushed right through. They expected the rotation to come through once, you know, all the utility went down, the trap wire was tripped. So you're able just to fully rotate onto that A site. Now they have control of the controller. Finds one onto Mr. Skit, trying to spray for the second. Hot hand should heal themselves up. It's a 2v3. BK able to drop one. Finds another onto Spring. A nice snap there. CFAX cleans it up at the very end. First round goes over to attack mode.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff there. Even though they gave up a lot in order to try and defend the B site, it ended up working out quite nicely for them. I mean, there was that trade there onto the A ramp that was a little awkward. You know, we saw controller there, you know, use the hot hands to heal up, but then just got caught looking the wrong way there by Mr. BK. And so that, you know, really kind of ended the round in my opinion, because if that doesn't happen, like if controller is actually looking into the site towards the sound and gets that frag or even challenges that frag, then it's a lot closer, because CFAX only lived with about 50% HP. So had there been a little bit more aggression or even a little bit more damage put down by controller's teammates, then that's a one round. This drone's just problematic.
The drones just flying past each other. I think attack mode gets a little bit more use out of it. The alt orb still ends up in controller's hands. But you're revealed one more time. There's definitely still someone down on that C-long, but now the rotation to come through attack mode spread out pretty decently so far. It should be able to respond to any sort of push that the Zoo can mount as they start to creep up towards the middle B site here.
Gonna be a bit slow delaying here. Controller with an amazing shot there onto Mr. Skit, removes him from the map completely, and now it's gonna force a little bit more of an attention from the defenders here. Attack mode, Mr. BK giving a little bit of a spray down, but falls back, has a little bit of help here from a friend, but they don't know the true extent of what's on the other wall. Muda though takes out controller.
This was a pretty good play. You spray down, bait the player to move towards those doors after the spray stops, and Muda's there for the help. Mr. BK find one on to Messi as they push towards that C ramp. The push now all the way over towards A. BK gonna throw those stars down as the plant begins.
Those are probably going to end up being smokes for the most part. You see one go up there on the ramp position. Does block off a whole lot of vision there. So we're going to get the Leer out. CFAX trying to get aggressive here, but it's Mr. BK that just does all the work. 3K gets the defuse even. That is a crazy round from the Astra player.
Yeah, a lot of usage there for sure. BK coming through indeed. That's 2 in a row for attack mode. We've seen them, you know, go on some streaks before. This could be the start of another one, but this third round is a big swing round. A lot of potential things could come out of this one.
You would think so, right? Because, you know, it's the fully kitted up Zoo, you know, full rifles, everything going for them. Whereas once again, we're seeing attack mode there on that weak buy that, you know, could really do nothing. But we've seen them do it before. You know, we've seen them stand strong with their weak buy in the past and really get something done with it. And I mean, they have the sheriffs, they have this Vandal there under controller who's been playing quite nicely here, but he gets caught with the knife out. Muda with the huge play.
Great usage of the utility there to hide through right as the drone passes. They pop out, not getting spotted until it's too late. That's 2 kills already in the favor of attack mode on this weaker buy, and I mean, you called it. They've performed so well on it in the past, and they're able to do it once again so far.
There. Man, this is a tough round to lose if you're Zoo, right? Because it's you fully bought in. You spent all your money. You reinvested everything, and you know attack mode are coming in here with scraps basically. So Remix gonna get a nice kill there on Mr. BK, the star of last round. And we'll just see what else they can do here, because it's a very slow round from Zoo, right? There's only 40 seconds left, and they don't really have any information whatsoever.
Yeah, not too much been revealed yet. Number 8 on your mini map, still holding down that C-long. Messi finds one.
30 seconds left.
Dua with the sheriff in hand, trying to make something else happen. Very, very low health Silva right there. Single shot could do it, but the reinforcements are here to back them up on that C when Dua doesn't need them though. May have used them there against Remix.
Mr. Skid
down, C.
playing spoiler there, drops the spike, and with only 6 seconds left, that's the round done. So the Zoo once again falling here. 3 in a row now for attack mode, and like I said, Jason, that's not the round you wanted to lose.
No, not at all. I mean, yeah, you put it pretty well. I mean, you spend a lot of money, you put so much time, or not really time, but resources into that buy up, and you get nothing out of it, really. A couple members from attack mode drop, but that doesn't matter. They're going to buy up anyway. And now, yeah, look at the buy coming out of the Zoo. 1 assault rifle, couple sheriffs. Attack mode should have the upper hand here, especially on defense. With the longer range, they can just sit back and wait for the Zoo to run into them.
Yeah, this is kind of like what I said last map, where, you know, they're buying up on this round, but it kind of damages their economy in the long term, right? Like, yes, they're going to have full round loss bonus if they lose here, which, you know, with 4 sheriffs, they're imagining they are, but like buying up that rifle, it's just a little bit egregious because it's going to come out of future used pocket. Even with the full round loss bonus, you need to find money eventually somewhere, and the more rounds you lose, the less money you have, and the more people that die, the more you have to rebuy. So somehow they've looped all the way through A side and just gonna get super free frags there. Mr. Skit does trade back, but they weren't expecting that. Not a shot they were. They get the frag anyway and fall away, and that was something else.
Yeah, that was a snap and a half. That's huge too. I mean, it delays the push onto this A site. They will finally push forward and drop that spike, but that's allowed attack mode to make their rotation through. You see another flank coming through, number 5 and 1 on your minimap. Could be a big pinch onto this A site. Mr. Skit still up in heaven. Low health bars for the Zoo.
Remix, that's gonna kill though, and the rest of the team also gets frags. Holy, there's Mr. BK coming from behind. They can't get it done though. 3 on the board for Remix, and it's finally a round for the Zoo.
I'm not really quite sure how that happened. I mean, attack mode came from a bunch of different angles, but the Zoo just each player was looking somewhere else, and they just win their one-on-ones. Remix ends up with 3 on the round. That's massive plays out of them for sure. And yeah, the Zoo come away with their first round. The streak from attack mode ends. Now they have to decide if they want to fully buy up. They're a bit iffy on the credits.
I am with you.
Trying to do some quick work here. 3 seconds left before they have to decide. Bit of a split there. I mean, they have a lot of ultimates available.
Yeah, so the Blade Storm's used. I did see they were 2 classics, I thought, though. As Muda, first one to fall. Ricka Bonkers gets 1 down C long, but it's instantly traded by KC, and so this may have been a really bad round for attack mode. I mean, they full bought for the most part, but they bought for friends, too. Like, they don't have a lot left in the tank.
It is evened up at 3-3 as the spike goes down onto that C site. The knives still out. A lot of useful ultimates for attack mode if they choose to use it. The Zoo in a good spot though. I mean, they're holding the site pretty well until that happens. Mr. Skit finds the opening with the knife, but 2 come back. Now it's a 1v1. The Jet v Jet. The knives aren't quite quick enough as KC comes away with a 3-piece for the round.
That would have been sick too. They're very, very close to getting the frag there, but the tailwind re-pull out of the knives just a bit slower than the actively shooting KC. So it's 2 now in a row for the Zoo. Looking to be 3-2, right? Because after 2 round losses, you're not a max bonus, and the money's finally run dry here for attack mode. So they're now onto this thrifty buy up, seeing if they can get something done. And this is really just damage round is what they're looking for. They want to get as much damage down onto the opponent as possible. I mean, winning would be great, but that's not really the goal here.
Yeah, obviously winning is the ideal outcome there, but take as many down as you can, do what you can. In the meantime, Mr. BK opens up with a nice one onto Remix. Been a star player for the Zoo so far. Not going to be in the running for this one. Tecmo, I mean, they still have a lot, like, almost all of their ultimates available if they really want to. The Empress does get popped. The Zoo just kind of scattered around for now.
And I think Madu was the one with the rifle here. So the Empress pop is actually quite nice if they can get something done. My concern right now is that it was potentially running out, but they get one frag, they go ghost, they get a second frag, go ghost again! Can't get the third as Messi picks it up, but the rest of the team shows up, gets the job done in attack mode with the scatter by, stays alive with 4 members.
Yeah, Muta, I mean, MVP of that one. You pop the Empress, you have the assault rifle, so they balled up, presumably knowing that they have the Empress, and they're able to basically, have the firepower of 2 people if the teammates don't have the guns. You have that Empress, it makes you so strong. And Reyna just has a great kit for getting a couple kills, fragging out, staying alive. It really stops the Zoo in their track. They weren't able to continue that push. They had to deal with Muta. And they couldn't. And then the rest of attack mode finally come through. The gun doesn't matter because everyone's focus isn't on them. And they're able to come away with that round. And now Mr. Skit has an operator and is going to open up this round with a nice one.
Already down to member the Zoo with their shamble buy. Gonna have to get something done. Mr. Skit somehow pulls a gun out in time and gets the kill on the controller. That's good stuff there. Attack mode looking very strong this round into the Sheriffs of the Zoo. But let's see what the Zoo can do. I mean, they've shown that they can hit shots, right? Like, they're not shy to go into these challenges and get something done. It's just that it's been the same on the other side. Attack mode also hit their shots really well. So KC is going to get a frag instantly traded there by Mr. BK. And now it's just 1 member left. And it looks like they did get tagged up. Yeah, they got tagged up by, I'm assuming, the Owl drone. But they die.
That'll be another one for attack mode. And I mean, the Zoo kind of assumed to lose that round. But yeah, both these teams, I mean, you said it yourself, they're hitting their shots. They know what they're doing. They're very clean with their gunplay. It's just kind of coming down to little trades that attack mode is able to get. They're grouping up a little bit nicer. The Zoo isn't really able to string many kills together and then turn that into a plant or control of the map. So it's just, it's more like, I guess, macro of the game that attack mode are favored in right now because they're pretty even in the gun skill. Obviously, the economy's been a huge factor as well with these teams going back and forth with who has the upper hand in that sense. But a fast push onto A will be the call for this one. Ultimate's in the hands of the Zoo, ready to be used if they choose to. Attack mode also has a bunch though.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. Just storm out of the site, get it down as quickly as possible. They do get the spike. They are going to tank up the first of the Hunter's Fury. Second and third are going to go wide, but now the retake has to happen. It's 5-on-4. Bladestorm is active as well on the side of the Zoo, and this is a bit of a tough spot, right? They're actually going to get the wall up from attack mode as well. They try to get 1, Spring pops through, gets 2, gets 3 onto the board, trying to get more, but it's remixing controller that steal it away.
Big round out of the Zoo. Flawless is so important for them right now. The economy looking pretty nice. They don't really have to buy up, save for some abilities. But I mean, that was a really good usage out of their utility in that round. They really just played together very well, had the stuns out when they needed to be. And then obviously the 3-piece coming through is huge in itself.
Yeah, pushing through the wall there was such great timing. It very easily could have gone the other way, but it just, you can chalk that one up as another cosmic divide that just doesn't work out for the user of it. I mean, how many times have we seen that? It's why I'm kind of suspect on the agent overall. I think that there's a lot of great adaptability there in the kit, but the wall is still a pain point for a lot of these players as Rickabonkers goes in, gets 1, but it's looking solidly like another Zoo round.
4v2. Muta on a bit of a flank here. Could be massive. CFAX peeks around, not able to get the kill. Casey a little bit faster. Muta finds 1, gonna go ghost. Back up for the time being. They are revealed, but the spray, not gonna find anything. Remix is there. And yeah, I mean, on the point of having the wall, I think it's a very useful ability. It can be so influential in a round. I think some of these teams may just need a little bit more practice getting used to how to play around it, because it shifts the round entirely. Once it's down, you know, it's such a different gameplay. And I think some of these teams just need to adapt a little bit to how to play around having the wall up, you know, where you want to put it, how you want to be set up when it's down, getting to know when it's going to drop, things like that. So it might just be a factor of practice, but I do agree the Agents has a high up and down ability, you know what I mean? You can be really great, really impactful, or it can just kind of flop and cost you some rounds.
Getting another Blade Storm for what I feel is like the 4th round in a row, in all honesty. Both of these Jet players just looking to pop off. And so we do get the Flame Wall, trying to heal up. KC is going to take out the Blade Storm from Mr. Skit, though. So huge ultimate being removed from the board already. And makes it a 5v4. And they get the Neural Theft, so they know where everybody is.
So many bonuses to that single frag. It's nuts. They're going to push through this B site. Remix might come into an encounter here. They kind of pass through each other. Muda realizes a little bit faster, going to get that first kill and goes away. Beautiful usage of the utility. Casey left to have half health.
They are going to get the spike down, but what does this retake look like? It's swarmed up, damage down. Here comes the run it back, largely as a heal option though, right? 41 HP, now back up to 100. Good looks there coming in from Phoenix, but all these smokes, all these leers, what's it mean? Controller on the board, BK, and in the end, it is an attacker-sided victory for the Zoo.
The Zoo really starting to bring it back, show us what they have. 3 in a row. Economy looking pretty good for them. I mean, they're sitting near max credits. Attack mode starting to hurt a little bit in that term. Gonna have a half buy, some half armor on a majority of the members. So you scratch that. Of course, they're gonna switch it up as I say it.
Yeah,
But
I mean, the economy of this game, has been so vital for both teams. I mean, we've seen the ebbs and flows so far. We've seen teams come in with these, you know, half buys that are so prevalent these days. And, you know, this time, you know, it's been very hit or miss. We've seen a couple of really solid rounds from the Zoo where they just didn't have a whole lot going for them and still made it work. But for now, you know, I mean, yes, first blood went to attack mode, second blood went to attack mode, but... All right, maybe this is gonna happen.
It's gonna happen one more time, I swear. I think it's really interesting going back to like some of the older Pit of Valors and other Valorant things we've ran. A team that was on a buy like this, full sheriffs, we would just call it over. Like from the start of the round, we would say that it's over. That team isn't gonna make anything happen. But these teams have practiced a lot more with these half buys and actually gotten to the point where even though they're on this buy, they switch up their gameplay. They put a lot of time into it, being able to use those sheriffs and get those one taps. It's so strong that you really can't count them out anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, you know, it's really crazy that it is such a powerful weapon because, I mean, 2 frags completely stalled out the round from the Zoo, in which they have largely the economic advantage, and it just simply doesn't matter. Remix, though, 2 instant frags brings it back within the realm of doability, and now, you know, it's up to attack mode to try and figure out where these remaining members are, where the spike is, because they don't have any of that information at this moment, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, that spike's going to go down, and now it's retake time with these sheriffs, and that's a different beast entirely.
Yeah, this is when it gets tough. The Zoo going to be fully set up in exactly where they want to be, holding these different angles. It's up to attack mode to try and get these really lucky shots. It's easier to do when you aren't expecting it, but the Zoo fully in preparation for that. Spring finds one. BK trades it out onto Messi. Remix in a good spot to hold down the C-long push.
1 enemy remaining.
Trying to get some damage down as Remix picks up their 3rd and Spring's able to get a 2nd. So really, really strong round there. It is very expensive losing 3 members there. So we'll see what they can come up with this round. It's the final round of the half though. So you're just spending all your reset in just a second.
Yeah, this is a big all or nothing round attack mode. They have one last chance to tie things up. Big buy out of the Zoo. Should be a pretty similar buy out of attack mode. Kind of lacking in the armor department, but they have the weaponry.
For now.
For now.
We'll see if they can keep their hands on it though, because it is going to be a tough round to do so as Mr. Skid with that operator takes out the enemy duelist right off the rip. And that definitely pokes a hole in what you're trying to do.
We'll slow down the assault for now. They're moving towards this A site remix, leading the charge down this A long. The spike going to be moving towards the short. Both pretty decently covered from attack mode, so barring, you know, an absolute storm through one of these places, they should be able to get the information, maybe get the frag, keep things held up pretty nicely.
They do get the dink there on the Muda, which they are going to smoke out. Shock Dart goes in, not going to quite get the frag, but that's still a huge amount of damage done and very easily should be able to follow that up in just a couple seconds. The problem is if they get an overheal and completely make that a done play. But for now, they're going to take their dink and they're going to retreat away. You can see that the Cosmic Divide is up as well for now. It will be dissipating soon, though, so we'll see what that means for the team. What is that wall, too? Like, it's... I don't know. It's an interesting wall.
30 seconds left.
It is interesting to split the map in half for now. It will drop, though.
You are divided. Here.
Now the Zoo gonna drop one of their own. Keep Mr. BK by themselves on that C site. Mr. Rickenbacker, so is gonna fire one skit as well. Casey with the double knife kill though should keep the C site in there. Control the spike going down. Should barely just have enough time to get it. 3 seconds remaining on that one. Spring finds a nice kill onto CFAX, pushing up. The Lear comes through. Spring finds a second. This is huge. One player left. It's a 1v1. The knives are out and they come through. Not enough health there for Rickenbackers to try and make that one happen.
Man, that was a round and a half. I mean, we saw both Cosmic Divides. We saw the huge play come in from attack mode, though. They just absolutely took control of that site. And even though they lost 2 members getting onto the site, and it made it a very scary proposition, they held strong. I mean, they really, really locked it down there, as we do see this nice little flyover here coming on through.
Yeah, now we're going to switch sides. It's 7-5. Zoo still have the lead. They're going to have their hand at defense here. Attack mode switching over to their namesake. Have to see, you know, how this plays out now. I feel like attack mode is going to be pretty aggressive. From what we've seen from them before, they really like just to kind of, if they get those little bitting picks, they can just fly onto a site, take control of it, and hold it pretty decently. So it's going to be, you know, a lot of the pressure is going to be on the Zoo in the early starts of these rounds.
Here.
To hopefully, you know, keep themselves alive. Right now, they're pushing S4 all the way into the spawn, while attack mode pushes up towards Seek. So, if attack mode don't realize that this flank is coming through, they could be caught entirely off guard, and that could be detrimental to this round.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the play. It is an attempt to counter the hard push that A typically sees a lot of the time, but this time they're trying to get the flank down. Messi's going to be able to get 1 with the shock darts, but not before 2 of their own fall. Now it's 4 on 2, 4 on many dead as Messi picks up a second kill there. They have the ghost in hand and they're dipping in and out of the smoke, but Messi suddenly the only one remaining, suddenly no longer alive is Muda, but that spike's ticking away. I don't know if they can do that. Shock Dart comes out. Bullets do more damage though, and it's Mr. Skit with the close.
Pretty close one. The spike was in, you know, obviously a great spot for sitting on that C-long, so there's not too much you can do to grab a defuse there unless you're able to get all those frags or you can smoke yourself out, but that's not the case. Attack mode take that one home. It's a nice opening pistol round for them. Of course, they're going to buy up, grab those Spectres, and the Zoo should wait this next round out.
And that's 2 pistols in a row now for attack mode. That's pretty strong. It does very well boost up your chances of winning the map. So stay strong. They're going aggressive once again, quickly onto the C site, well before anybody else can even respond. Even though Controller does get a frag, gets 2? What? How do you get 2 frags with a classic in that position? Remix keeps it up with a 3rd on the board as well. Attack mode in shambles as it's suddenly a 2-on-2.
2-on-2. Messi trying to make it a 1-on-2. Rickenbacker is going to back up and just drop that spike. CFAX watches for the garage push, but the comms come through that they're back towards the spawn. Dart shouldn't reveal anyone. Will actually find Rickenbackers though.
Oh man, he gets both of the final 2 frags, wins the round for the team, and you're talking about those sheriffs, Jason. That is definitely how you get it done.
Yeah, I mean, so many kills coming through at the very opening of that round. The 2 kills was the classic, not what you would expect out of it. I think that was a big influence on that one. And then, yeah, the sheriff, excuse me, at the end of the round, these players have just really gotten good with the one taps, and even if you don't get the one tap, they've gotten a lot better at controlling, you know, the massive recoil of that thing and being able to land consecutive shots. You can still do a lot of damage if you're accurate with that, you know, despite not getting the one tap headshot.
Yeah, and it's still relatively easy to kill people with it because it does so much damage to the body as well. So solid stuff there. Round wins are always good to see. So we'll see what they can do with this Thrifty, because now they are going to have that buy opportunity. And now they have to fight off the dreaded sheriffs on this side of attack mode. They got 3 of them this time. So they do have a lot to back it up with. And it'll be really interesting to see what the game plan is, as that is typically the pause sign. And so we will be getting one of those here on our 3rd round of the half. And this is razor close between the 2 teams, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a streak there at the end of the first half, but now we're going back into things, and it's neck and neck. Both these teams have a lot going for them. They're both, you know, we've talked about it a lot this match, I feel, more than other ones, that the usage of the kind of half buys, the sheriffs, the pistols, what have you, both these teams are so good with them that it's a lot less of a coin flip, or it's more of a coin flip, I guess, when you go into those rounds. So both these teams fighting to give it their all, everyone in tip-top shape. The Zoo still do have that 2-round lead, so Attack Mode going to have to try and close that gap. They're going to push straight through the middle of the map with these pistols. There's not anyone on the B site. The quick rotations could come through.
That was a weird tripwire. It was like through the wall on the left side, but turns out it doesn't matter. Everybody's dying. Everybody is falling away. Remix gets 2. Messi gets the 4th of the round. And now it's all down to CFAX and the Sheriff. They don't quite have the lineup there on the spike, but they certainly know where they are. Nice little smiley face. Did you see that, Jason? It was, they were shooting him through the wall, and it was a nice little smiley face.
You know, a nice thing to be the last that you see as you just sprayed with bullets from 5 people. At least something's happy about it.
I mean, why not end your life with a smile? Wait. I'm
not sure.
There is some shots coming through. We get the smiley face again, and that's the whole replay. Shout out to production. Very, very precise in their replayability there.
That's all you need. Just, you know, we're just one little clip, beautifully done. So the Zoo, I mean, they're growing their lead now, a 3-round deficit for Attack Mode, nearing that double-digit point. The Attack Mode have some weapons back in their hands for once. Might be able to fight back a little bit here as they aggress. Spread out across the map, just trying to find any picks or openings that they can, but the Zoo holding everywhere down pretty well, not really giving Attack Mode much to go off of yet. Starting to push up towards this garage.
I was
at the same
muted.
time, though,
I was
pushing
talking.
up A short. It's alright.
Nope, go ahead. I was muted. My point doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were gonna bring it back, but it's in the past now. We're moving forward in the round. The aggression coming out of Attack Mode, starting to push up towards A. CFAX finds an opening controller, gonna win out on that one. So even up the life count as Spring pushes forward onto that A side. Now it's just Mr. BK. It's a 3v4. The retake to come through from the Zoo.
Here goes the divider wall as well from the attack mode. Pretty solid wall as well. This one makes it really difficult for the defenders to try and get on through because every angle is instantly going to come under fire. Great curveball there, but can they get it done? There's the run it back expiring. Mr. Skit is here. Casey's going to get the kill on the BK. Mr. Skit does get one, but here comes the Hunter's Fury buying all that time. Spike is exploding in just a couple seconds. Curveball in. Do they have the time? Oh, they got plenty of time. No, they don't. They got no time. Nope.
Minute and a half. I mean, The Hunter's Fury bought them a good amount of time there. Unfortunately, not much going to come after that, but...
Yeah, I mean, they tapped on the spike and then didn't believe and then had third thoughts and started the spike again. So minute 51 left is second 51 left, excuse me.
Need a
you know, I don't know if that break between starting the first one and starting the second one was 2 seconds. But it certainly would have been close. But regardless, it's a round win there for the attacking side, attack mode. And KC looking to take that personally there with the first blood. Oh, the lineup!
CFAX, the 1 health after that beautiful double kill opens up the entire right side of the map. They're going to flood through onto that site.
Good looks indeed. Spike's going to be able to fall down as well. And now they just need to hold it this time. They held it last time. This time, though, they obviously don't have that Hunter's Fury available, but they have more members alive this time. So it should be a bit easier for them. Muta, though, has the knowledge that somebody's there. Definitely heard the noise. And is able to follow up.
The site for now.
Knocking them.
Push starts to come through from controller. CFAX going to be the one to grab that kill. KC up top, can't trade it out. The rotation not going to come through from number 6. They're all just going to run away. KC's being chased, but that should be another round going to attack mode.
Brings it back within 1, too, which is starting to get a little bit scary for the Zoo because there are obviously only so many rounds in a game. And if they looked back to the game right before this, the one that was on stream, the one that we commentated, Jason, you know, attack mode, they were able to really turn on the Jets in the second half, and it was a completely lights out half from them in that regard. So if they can start getting the ball rolling again once again here, they're going to start looking really scary in about 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think Attack Mode, they seem like a team that once they get a real nice play off, that momentum just carries them. They all get hyped up. They all just do exactly what they need to from then on. And we've had a couple of rounds where they've had some pretty good plays to come through, so that could start to, you know, get them amped up a little bit for the next one. KC not going to find the kill onto Muta. We'll have a trade from controller as the push onto the A site comes through once again. The Empress is popped. Messi finds 2, though. That's going to stop the push for now. Spring's there as well. And that's a huge hold out of the Zoo.
Yeah, and it's looking to stay strong, too. Even with Rickabonkers, though, still alive here. They know where you are. They got the shots on. Full flash there. And so the Zoo are going to be the first team to double digits here. And it means that they are 1 step closer to winning the map and moving forward here to the semifinals.
Yeah, things starting to look very good for them. Have a lot of credits in the bank. Going to be able to buy up without an issue and still have some left over. Attack mode might need to take out a loan here if they can't make something happen soon.
It's looking a good buy up though from attack mode. They do have the Blade Storm there, so fairly even. You know, after the overinvestment previously. But for now, I mean, what is the play? Like, what does attack mode do differently that they haven't really been able to do so far? I think their best looking round was the quick attack onto C, but we haven't really seen that same explosiveness since then. So Mr. Skit's going to be able to get the knife kill, gets a second as well, and so here comes that quick attack onto the C site, looking very explosive here. Is going to catch the operator. Oh, they're looking the wrong way, but it doesn't even matter.
Could have been messy there for sure. Couple kills go down very quickly onto that C site. It's all up to the 1v4. Not even really looking like they want to attempt it. Gonna head over to that A site. I mean, they might make the rotation through the mid to try and get like an exit frag, but Remix gonna be an uphill battle.
Yeah, this round is completely chalked. There is no way Remix can take on 1v4 with just the Phantom here. They are 1 point away here from the Neural Theft taking it to the next round, so they either need to get a frag or be a frag in order to bring that into the next round. So the idea of saving is a bit lackluster in my eyes, but
yeah,
I mean, what's better than going out in a blaze of glory, right?
Going out in a blaze of glory and still winning. That would be my answer.
Winning subjective.
Yeah, it's gonna be another round for attack mode, closing that gap just one away for double digits for them as well. Have a pretty good possibility of going into, you know, an overtime here, in my opinion. The second half hasn't been as streaky for either team. Couple back and forth rounds. So, I mean, attack mode, like you said before, they're able to really put on the afterburners there in the second half of the previous map that we just saw on stream. If they can do that again, they might be able to pull this one out. But the Zoo's been doing a very good job at holding the sites when they don't get picked off early, and you know, they're not up against a fast push that attack mode sets up. So it could go either way, honestly.
Yeah, especially with these last couple rounds, economy being so important, because it hasn't been so streaky. There aren't these like wealth of, you know, just like piles of credits laying around for either of these teams. One or two really hard losses will put them in a tough spot and really reset them. So first blood going over to attack mode. It's a strong start off of the aggression of the Zoo, but now it's up to what can you do with said aggression. And right now it seems to be they're just slowly pushing up to the A site.
Yeah, they get the pick over towards C, so I think they're a little bit wary of someone from A pushing up in response. So they don't want to, you know, just go running onto the site blindly. CFAX manages to get on, sees one, but doesn't see Spring in the corner. Muta able to get that trade though, so we're keeping things even. Finds another onto Messi. That's the A site fully in their control now. Two players on the rotation to come try and muscle through this retake.
Player standing.
And it's not a strong start as Mr. BK takes out controller. Remix left in a 1-on-3, can't quite get the job done. And it's going to be able to tie it up 10 apiece now on the board here between the two teams. And now let's take a look at this economy. Not stellar on the side of the Zoo. They will have sheriffs once again, which, to be fair, Jason, last time they had sheriffs, they won. So that is definitely something of a concern here for attack mode, but I think the answer is just play fast and loose, be quicker to it, be, you know, aggressive, be aggressive.
You gotta, I mean, your name is attack mode, you gotta just go and attack. Like, I think you're entirely right when you say that has been some of their better rounds, when they just quickly push onto a site. It seems like that's the call here as they rush towards the C site, spraying down Muta, finding one onto KC, goes Ghost into the back of the site. Mr. Skid's there for the trade. The teammates heavily in favor there. C site now in control of attack mode. Once again, we're in a situation where it's two players from the Zoo that are going to have to try and rotate and make this retake possible. It's even harder now though, because it's a 4v2.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tragic here for the Zoo. Spikes down, smokes are in the corridors, just buying so much additional time because these sheriffs need these long hallways. They need these long lanes to be able to, you know, go for these one taps. And so, you know, they're trying to get this player that's deep on site, but it's just, they're playing it smartly. They're not peeking. Spring with the Spectre pickup is going to get a frag back, but now it's a 1-on-3, and that spike is only ticking away. And it's attack mode. They're the first to 11.
They have reclaimed the lead. That actually might be the first time they've been in the lead.
No, they won the half 7-5.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the wrong colors there on the. Am I?
No, I'm looking at the wrong. They won the first 3 rounds.
Yes.
And then they lost the lead. Then they took the lead. Then they lost the lead. And so they haven't had the lead since the halfway point.
Since the half. Okay. Numbers get a bit confusing for me sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, but they're taking the lead now, so things are looking good for them. Gonna play a bit of a more conservative round here after that explosive one previously. Taking their aggression over towards that A site for this one though. Number 4 in your minimap, holding back just to see if any quick flanks come through. Nothing yet though.
This just pops. That drone instantly pops as the recon still goes out though. But Muta gets the frag, is looking for more. Does peek out, gets a second, but is instantly put down by KC. But they did their job. They got the 2 frags. It's a 4-on-3. Spike is going down, and now here comes the Cosmic Divide to delay the defender-sided push. Controller is sitting up here in heaven here with their Vandal, but what can they do about it? What can they do from this position? You can see that the Zoo, they don't know what their options are. Run it back comes, curveball in, it's popped, and now the rest of the team's on the site. CFAX annihilates Remix, and now it's a 2-on-4, and they're running away.
Trying to save for what could be the last round coming up now. Mr. Skit gonna dash forward, try and find anyone hanging out as they spread out across the map, but I don't think they're gonna have enough time. Maybe the Sova. Doesn't look like there's gonna be much of an active hit. Maybe KC gets this one actually. That's what's gonna be the play here.
Oh no, they died!
Oh, yeah.
And there was definitely no time for Controller to grab the operator at that point. So those 5,000 credits are just gone to the wind. And so they definitely needed them coming into this round, because now KC doesn't have a gun, largely. You know, they will decide to get the judge of all things, but to go from an operator to a judge is just, it's a kick in the pants.
Yeah, a bit greedy there at the end. Saving the operator could have been massive. I mean, I don't know. Was the fast aggressive push that attack mode seems to be prepping for? The judge could be useful. Finding one onto Muda. Gonna dash away to safety for the time being. This attack kind of gets stalled out. Remix waiting for the kill onto CFAX. That does come through. KC with the judge still making work. And the Zoo just flawlessly take that round. That was surprising for me.
Okay. They just did it. They just killed everybody. Turns out when you just click heads, things get done and you're able to win rounds. So
I think Muta dropping at the beginning there is kind of what gave the Zoo the upper hand there. I mean, not only is Muta as a player nuts, but you're on Arena who can just get a kill, stay alive, take so much attention away from the other defenders. They have to, you know, try and predict where Muta is going to be at the end of it, you know, try and take them out of the running, and them being instantly gone allow them to kind of focus on the other players and get those kills.
And just like that, Controller with an aggressive push there is able to get the first blood here. And this is looking like a very slow attack mode already. This is not how they've been winning rounds. This is not how they've been getting the job done. And so they're forced to fall away. They spent all that time getting aggressive only for it to stall out. And so now with the Bladestorm popped on the Zoo, all of a sudden they're looking really strong to take it into overtime.
High potential of that. For sure. Game has slowed down quite a bit. Everyone trying to get a pick without being picked is a very thin line to toe. KC and Muta almost get into engagement. The timing.
Yeah, KC gonna fall away there. Doesn't know that there's an enemy on the other side of the wall there. They definitely see each other. Mr. Skit just slowly walking forward, is going to get the frag. Goes for the second. It's stolen away by Mr. BK. But this is looking very scary all of a sudden for this dude. The entire defense has completely collapsed. And now it's a 4-on-2 situation. And I don't know, Jason. This is not looking good.
Had a small window of time to get that kill onto this Mr. Skit. Not able to come through with it, though. The Zoo been in the 4v2 retake situation a couple times. Remix finds an opening, will get traded out very quickly. KC here's the footsteps to their left, swings out, able to find one, but isn't expecting the second. And that'll do it. Attack mode gonna go 13-11. They're going to move on. That was such a close match.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy that it was so razor thin margin there. Attack mode are just able to eke it out over the line there. And I mean, 13-11 off of a 13-9 the map before. Attack mode have had a very long night, and they're going to have to get even longer here as they just made their way into the semifinals. They have at the very least one more map. If they win that one as well, then they find themselves in the grand finals position, which is a best of 3.
Yeah, best of three. They've been doing very well in these best of ones, one and done. Best of three is a whole different beast. So I mean, obviously you have the skills to take a map, and that's awesome. But can you go back to back, 2 maps in a row in the same series against the same opponent? It's a whole different world. So we'll have to see how they handle that one coming up.
Yep. So for now, though, we are going to take a short break while we set up for that semifinal matchup. We are going to be swapping back to the caster desk. So for now, Jason and I will be saying goodbye, but don't worry, they have you completely in their hands, and they will see you in just a couple minutes.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pit of Valor. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Vincent. We're hopping in with our semi-finals between Stealth and Ich bin.
I listen. Don't murder me, German people who know how to say things that I don't. Okay.
Don't kill the messenger.
Yeah. Listen, we've been thrown into this, and we will do our best. But
Yes.
no promises. That's all I've got to say. I'm interested though. This Ich bin squad. I think I mentioned at the opening of the show, Seymour, that I haven't seen this version of this roster. They used to have a mixed team that was really solid, but they were gone for a while, and now they've returned under same name, different people. And I didn't even know if it was an org. I honestly thought it was just like a mix. Maybe it is just a mix, and they've just stolen the name. I have no idea. But the point is, it's new to me, and they have made it all the way to the semifinals, which is pretty sick, especially for the first time we've seen them.
It's pretty sick considering then on the other side you have Attack Mode and Wichita. Whoa, so no matter who gets through this, they're gonna have a tough matchup in that finals against either one of them. So I mean, both of these teams are new to me. Even if I look across, I don't recognize any of the players in the lobby, but that's all the more why I'm excited. I mean, this is a semifinal match, and these teams deserving of this spot. And it does look like we have Haven again. So I know that, you know, Hawks and Doctor had Haven, but I saw that they got Bind as well. So, you know, it's like one against the other. They had a Bind, so like then they got a Haven. So we've at least seen something different, but we only get Havens.
I'm totally fine with this. I mean, the fact that we somehow have not gotten a sit at all yet on the broadcast, like I'm sure in the grand final it'll be one of the 3 maps, but like still, I don't even care. It's a victory in my book, dude. It's absolutely great. But yeah, no, like you were saying, I don't really know a ton of these names either. And honestly, that's a little surprising. I typically have a good idea of at least the names on a roster, but none really is stepping out to me. I think I've seen Ignite play on a team called Aqua before, but it could be a similar name. You know how it is. Like that's a pretty common name, or it could be a common name, I should say. So it's kind of hard to say. Either way, though, I'm excited for it. I think this is going to be fun. And whatever the outcome, we have Haven again, and that is we're the real winners here as casters, not going to assist. So
can I say that every single time we've had a Haven on GLG tonight, it has gone double digits for both teams. So I mean, fourth map of the day, let's just hop into it and see if we can go the distance, because I'm down for the long run for a map like Haven. It's one of my favorites in the game. You know, I love the triple bomb site. Not a lot of people do, but it's a big fan of it, as we already see some locks coming in, and that's interesting. Fluffy opting for the raise on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I typically see this from, I'll say, Raze enthusiasts rather than players who can only play Raze. But we've seen a Raze on the other side too. So the double lock on the Raze is very interesting. And the first time we've seen a Raze on this map today. And in addition, there's a reason for that. The Raze is typically not as effective, not that it's bad, but not as effective as, you know, for example, the Jet or the Reyna that you typically see here. Whereas over on a map like Bind, the Raze is obviously very solid because because of how narrow the choke points are. They're a lot wider here on Haven, and so your nade is a lot less useful.
It's really good. I think it's a big outcome for the Raze pick that your opposing team is also picking Raze. I think that's like best case scenario for you picking Raze here. But I'm really looking at Flood and Epic, you know, the Reyna and the Phoenix being different. You're talking about the Reyna on a map like Haven compared to most maps, and I definitely think that Reyna will be a little bit more impactful here, as we saw earlier in our rounds as well. The Reyna was kind of getting the edge over the Phoenix. So I think that the Raze pick, even though it's unorthodox to Haven, it's lucky to have a Raze that you're going up against.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad. Like, that's what I was making sure to say. Like, whilst it's unorthodox, I don't think that means that that's a negative thing per se. What I do think that means is that the lack of a Jet is what's interesting about the fact that we're on the Raze pick, because the Jet obviously is so effective at using the operator here, and the Tailwind ability is so good at getting you out of dicey situations. So the fact that isn't here is going to really define the playstyle, I think, of both of these teams.
I couldn't agree more. And even looking at the extended group, we have a Cypher on one half and a Killjoy on the other. So that's another differing factor between both of them. But heading into the pistol round, there's some heavy aggression from Stealth pulling into the B site. The Asher looking to smoke them off, hold them in place with the gravity well, but really just kind of blocked off and forced to back out. The plant not coming out. So far, I mean, Ickman's still in it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They kind of like went in there, they half planted, and they were like, no, we don't want to do that. So now I'm interested to see like how they're gonna rotate off of that. It looks like it's gonna be that C split like we tended to see through Garage, but still an odd strategy, as actually they evacuate the area. This could be going C long, or C long is where it appears to go, but this is very odd from Ickman, I think. Seymour.
I'll sprinkle a little bit of stealth here, a little bit of stealth there, but definitely agree with you. This is going to be a lackluster. You're going to need some heroics here from Wick. It's going to be a lackluster defense, as Wick has a mountain of players ahead of him. He's going to swing wide and actually find Kazumo, and with the wraparound, #1 Gunna is going to put the advantage in. You see Fluffy finds two in the midst of it for Ick, but Ignite walks onto the site, shuts down the last now. You're going to have to recover that spike, put it down, a 2v3, the retake from Stealth. The plant for Stealth, the retake from Ickman, down to 2 players. Ignite pushes on in.
Player standing.
And actually the Raze and the Reyna all surround them. Stealth with a perfect retake.
What an incredible gravity well that we saw. I mean, that was huge brain from Stealth, really, because we saw, I forget who it was, come around the corner there in this area that Guxi is right now. And get the information. Okay, both players sitting on site right next to the spike. You pick up that gravity well, right? And immediately you make it so difficult for either of these players to reposition, and that allows the time for Stealth to get in position to just basically set up a 3-player crossfire. They swing into you, and it all falls apart. Really intelligent there from Ignite on the Astra to put that gravity well and utilize it in that manner.
Even look at the setup that Wick has as well in the start there. You got that swing onto Kazumo. You have the turret to set up that crossfire with you to split the attention. Now you're going to look to do it again, as you do see Ickman with the force buy here, but they're going to be at the end to Wick to go down. As you do get an answer back on 2 of their own, lines up for number 1 Gunna, but now on a 2-on-1, you're looking at Sens to kind of make a big play, get the spike down, and make some heroics. Both players as well from South coming in from CT. The Lear is going to block this off. And even look at all this utility from Rage, just distracting Sens. It's another retake from South, almost flawless.
And you know, we talked about the way that Raze is limited on this map, but that's a great example there where Stealth used that utility very effectively, basically splitting the attention of the player that was left, and not only that, but double peeking. That's obviously solid fundamentals, but beyond that, making sure to position that utility correctly. It's a lot harder because of the open spaces, but like we were talking about, Seymour, it's not impossible.
No, it's not impossible. It's just harder, I'd say, than most maps. And here we see, as you can see, in the force buy from Ickman is going to force them to kind of have, I guess, a downgraded buy here. You will definitely downgrade it than usual in round number 3. As you got a Spectre, Sheriffs, Ghosts. And Stealth knows that, so their bonus is actually going to be favored here.
This is looking good, though. I really like this setup that they're running. They get that information over towards Garage and then take advantage of it. And now that's a great opening pick and the follow-up there as well.
They got a second one, too. This is the raise down. Messiah finds that one. Flood does find the trade, but it's just Ickman rolling over Stealth at the moment, even with the favorite gun style. This is Ickman in full steam ahead mode, going to the A site. You got Wick inside heaven. He's got the Bulldog. And then Messiah pushing in through the C choke. Wick gonna find one before going down. Actually denies the plan, and Ignite all the way down to 15 health. He's gonna have to play his life, take a different approach to the site. Gonna wrap up to the heaven. Yeah, 3 players all in post plant positions, and Ignite is position zone. He only has 15 health, so not much you can do there. Kazumo 3K on that round, and Ickman finds their first.
Yeah, I mean, Kazumo just an absolute hero there, right? Like, not only finding that opening over there in Garage, but follows it up as well. And once the plant was going down, got the information about where the player was up at heaven and finds the closing frag. So, I mean, that's just a great way to get right back into a game. Ickman, if you open things up, you take what has become a pretty rare decision to force buy in on your second round, and you lose it. That's a great way to answer back there in your third.
Oh, Ignite. Wrong corner to look at. You do have 1 player going down for Ickman, but 3 are out of your player list of the opening from this attack. Number 1 Gunna is here in the footsteps here. Elephants to the C site. There's a free plant for Ickman right now.
I mean, the plant's there, but like it's 2v4. This is really about if Stealth can just get a couple of kills. You want to maybe find 1 or 2, keep everything reasonable, right? Like if you let the economy get out of control, then you're going to be in a bit of a tough spot, especially because Ickman won a save round.
And even still, I mean, you find a kill in the place, you can take their gun, save him for the next round. That's not going to work, though. Sends wide swing into Wick. And Epic's going to finish off number 1 Gunna. So there we have it. An even game now after an eco round win for Ickman.
Yeah, and those are really so rare. I want to make kind of make the point once again that we almost never see that sort of round where it's pretty much a full save with like 1 or 2 ghosts and a bit of armor. Like those almost never are won by the ecoing team. You know, especially after they force spot in, because they're really forced into a spot where they've got to be monetarily conscious. So Hickman finding that really just turns this game on its head, and it kind of stops the awesome start that Stealth had.
Well, 100%. But now look at this. For Stealth, you have the Showstopper, Hunter's Fury, and Lockdown. You really shut down this attack with these ultimates. And on the other side, Aikman gonna burn. They're running back right off the rip. Messiah off screen does find one, so Stealth gonna be out of play right away, and Aikman off that.
Spike down.
They're gonna rotate back right into Gucci, and he is gonna take one down before dropping in a flood now from Aikman. Too much to handle. They overwhelm Stealth, get onto the site, and even number 1 Gunna can't step up to Messiah right now. It's a full wipe for Stealth. Aikman only losing 1 player.
And Kazumo, I don't want to undersell this player right now because it has been having a good game. There is topping the leaderboard, yes, it's early on. But in addition to that, got huge value out of that neural theft as well. That's an ultimate that you rarely see getting that big value play. But in that case, it was. It kind of gave the information away about where 2 key players were that could have really turned that round on its head for Stealth, and it made it very easy for Aikman to just take it and handle it pretty simply.
And all 3 of those ults that I talked about, Vincent, not one was used in that round.
No.
For Stealth. So now looking to use it this time. Showstopper for Aikman to open up this site. Nobody home to receive the call either. So there's literally no show to stop. Hunter's Fury gonna shut down this plan, and even the gravity well gonna hold them in place. Messiah didn't even know what hit them. So the spike's gonna be denied for a short while. Gives the time for the player inside heaven to shut down the second go around, and even a Boomba. Fluffy going down to their own utility. Got some hero plays from Epic. Keeps them in it for Aikman, but now the flood. Number 1 Gunna on site, all 3 behind him. As soon as Sen lets them know where he is, the pinch, 10 health, and that's gonna be an even game one more time.
Yeah, and this time the Thrifty there for Stealth as well. Such, again, a key round to find at a very big moment in time, because not only are Stealth ecoing right there, but they are kind of in a position where Aikman, if they win the next gun round, can really start to run away with things. They put a stake in the ground and say no, not at all. And I mean, it's off the back of what is some incredible finds with that utility. I mean, when the Roomba's picking up kills, like you know, it's got to be frustrating, I would just say, for Aikman in that
something
situation.
You don't see every day.
No, and the Showstopper doesn't find anything either, which really stinks.
There's a lot you don't see every day happening in this game. Thrifties, Boomba kills. Now, a full A take with no resistance. So it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake. And look, Stealth has the lockdown. They got the Reyna ult. They got the Showstopper. It's not a lot for Aikman to work with. I mean, they could divide the Cosmic Divided, and that would give them some space to work with. But the lockdown's going to force them off. Sen's gonna split the difference with the Hunter's Fury, but it literally finds nothing. Now the Showstopper to open up, takes down Epic. The flood in, the crossfire from both teams paying off. And still, Wick gets shut on. Flood 1-on-1 now. Reyna spots out Fluffy here, has the ultimate. The Empress versus the Raze. And even walks right into Fluffy, so Fluffy wins the 1-on-1 Raze over Reyna here. Gives Aikman back the lead.
And okay, so unfortunate right there too for that Reyna, because you peaked just a little bit too early if you're Flood. The cooldown, or I don't know, the animation, I guess, wasn't finished happening, so he couldn't shoot. He just couldn't shoot. That's what's really unfortunate. The gun pull-out animation wasn't done, and so wasn't able to actually take that shot. But in addition to that, I want to mention something. You talked about the Hunter's Fury coming out really early from Aikman and not finding anything. It actually did. The key part of that was the lockdown got taken out by that Hunter's Fury. So none of that happens. That round doesn't go Aikman's way if the Hunter's Fury doesn't find it.
Remember a couple games ago we talked about the aggression from defenders. Well, Gucci, that's as aggressive as you can get off the rip, but only thing to pay off is number 1 Gunna taking out Kazumo. And offsite, oh, that is so unfortunate. They know where you are, and Messiah puts them down. Stealth down to 2 players. The Cosmic Divide is going to split this open so they can take aggressive angles here, but what they don't know is the flank is coming out from both players, Wick and number 1 Gunna.
Yeah, but low HP from number 1 Gunna as well makes this so very difficult, doesn't it? And I mean, this has got to just be, and it looks like it is going to be the attempt at a couple of exit kills. You want to hold on to that weapon, right? That the Killjoy's got, and then from there you can maybe get a trade on number 1 Gunna, and then Wick takes that kill. Like, that's the best case scenario. But look, nobody's even going that direction, Seymour. They can't even catch a break on this one.
Well, number 1 Gunna did find a kill inside hay, or around hay, so I think that's just the team being very aware that the flank is probably inbound, and they just rotate the opposite way. So number 1 Gunna tries to walk on site, find a last-minute kill from behind, giving up the Sheriff, but Wick, luckily, I'd say, I think that's big, holding on to the Phantom for the next round. Yeah, you lose out on the round win, but they just have a little bit of economy going for you over the next couple rounds with that.
I want to kind of shout out Ikben's ultimate usage here. I don't typically talk ult usage in a game like this because I think that while it's important, utilizing them over the course of multiple rounds is really difficult and oftentimes not really looked at. But they've gotten really great usage out of each of their individual ultimates, and now really the only big ultimate on the field is their run it back. So Ikben doing a great job of spreading that out over the multiple rounds.
And here we go, Epic, run it back onto site, clears the turret, but nobody home. Wick, though, last-ditch effort there, escapes the run it back and takes a kill for his collection. Walks right back in, Gucci, and floods the round for 2. Make it a 3rd for Wick, and full steam ahead. Steam have held on to the C site phenomenally. You only have Epic here. A lot of utility to use to burn on here. Can get a few kills as well. Heal himself up as much as possible. This might just be expensive for Stealth if you can find another one. This is not what you want to do, especially because you've been on a loss streak.
He got out. How does he get out of there? That's absolutely outrageous. If they don't know that he's gotten out of this position and he flanks somewhere, that could be big.
Well, the thing is, though, is like, I mean, he doesn't have spikes, so he's going to have to return at some point if he wants to win the round. I mean, the 33 seconds, but Stealth, you can't chase this. You have no economy, so there's no way you're going to be seeing them chase. Number 1 Gunna knows he's there. The swing wide from Ignite, and there you have it. Nobody else is going to go down. Epic loses his life to give Stealth the 4th round.
I really like what Stealth did there. I mean, it was super solid because they know. I mean, you said it yourself, Seymour. Their economy's not great. Like, they got a bit of cash on a couple of people, but look, there's 0 credits on 2 players. Gucci and Flood, they're flat broke. So they use that bot in order to just get the information, no matter where Epic's going. They know whenever he peaks, and then the swing is there from 3 different players at the same time. It just saves the economy. It's a really smart play.
There we go. This time a different approach for Ikben. A lot more drawn out start to this as you see a little bit of aggression from the Rays towards Garage, but mostly just fishing for something exciting if you are Ikben at the moment.
Down.
Well, and in fairness, they are finding a lot of information. I mean, the info game's good, and they've already got a lot of control in Garage.
Ooh, Gravity Well is going to hold that showstopper in place, so Fluffy really has to draw this one down. He's going to throw it into CT. Not going to find anybody to follow up nade, but Plant's going down, a 5-on-5 for the retake, and still a lot of abilities, too, for Ikben to stall this with timeout. Epic through the wall. Oh, down to 89. The retake setting up 4 all the way through CT, 1 in Garage. Cosmic Divide to split the site. Messiah takes out that first, trades back and forth from these teams, but the wide angle from Wick and the follow-up from his teammate. You just gotta get the trade and you're set to go. So the one-on-one in the end is perfect timing for Wick to get around on Messiah, and that's gonna tie us up one more time.
Oh, no, you don't deserve.
And that, I mean, again, I said it a couple times already this game, but the Astra utility from Stealth is absolutely bonkers right now. Ignite is firing on all cylinders with regard to that stuff, and let me explain why. Number 1, that Gravity Well coming through, it stopped any potential at all for Fluffy to find a kill with the showstopper. Then secondly, the Cosmic Divide forced the entirety of Ikbin to play forward and easily allow for Stealth to just trade onto that site. It opened everything up for the entirety of Stealth, and they come away with a victory off the back of it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, even if Fluffy, if that gravity well wasn't there, Fluffy probably could have made it into the corner and even got that showstopper off all the way into CT. So definitely even stalling the time. So you just got to look at a player like that, just make those big plays on something that just can't, an agent that just control this whole game. As in Astra, run it back one more time. You're going to hop on the site. I would say almost a free plant, but look at that. There's so much on his screen. And number one Gunna pulls a Hunter's Fury and finds himself two.
Number one Gunna out here on the hunt, dude. That's ridiculous.
Number one Gunna, more like number one Bowman.
For real. The amount of utility that was popped there on that site with both of the nano swarms as well is kind of insane. I don't know how Stealth knew that B hit could be coming, but I don't think you typically throw both nano swarms on B, do you?
Not usually, I'd say for that. It was a big read from Stealth, 100%. It looked like a disco party.
Yeah, it did. It was just everything coming out at once.
Now here's Sens, brought himself over to the A site, walks right into Flood. Flood gets out with the immortality. Gucci for the wide swing as well for two. A flawless round from Stealth there off of that dangerously set up B site. And that is going to give them the lead, I think, for the first time since the pistol round and the follow-up.
Yeah, it's either it's been tied, I think, but definitely no lead there for Stealth. And beyond that, I do want to mention that Stealth setups have been increasingly solid throughout this time, and here's a first as well. Operator here for number one Gunna. So interesting, we mentioned the no jet, right, and how that could affect the operator play. It's been what, 11 rounds, and this is the first operator we're seeing, Seymour.
Oh, but Flood, though. Fluffy with the Judge. If the Judge doesn't reach that far, and Flood's going to get in and out. Pull the Empress as well. What more could you get? They know exactly where you are. You're just going to walk right into this. It's a party. Messiah does take him down, so nothing more from the Empress. And you walk into the site. Gucci takes one with him to the grave. A 3v2, and Kazumo getting plenty of info off of that ultimate.
Info, yes, but it's still a 2v3, and that's what's difficult here.
Oh, Cosmic Divide's a little bit late. The chuck dart from number one Gunna as he's literally doing it all from the top ropes. The operator's not needed as Wick cleans up that last one. Ikbin's gonna fall behind by two.
Impressive there. That's, I mean, I think that the Cosmic Divide came out a bit on the late side, in my opinion. That said, you know, it's not really that big a deal when you look at it over the course of the half. And Stealth, I think they did a great job of coming back and getting that 7th round. It was such a key one, and I mean the real turning point for them was absolutely that round that they just entirely shut down in red at B. They followed that up by getting all 3 of the remaining kills without losing a single player, and it really solidified their position into the half. So now 7-5 Stealth back now looking to attack, but honestly I still think this is anyone's game, Seymour. It's been so close.
Only few rounds and you're right back into it, so I definitely can agree with you. I mean, pistol round
follow up, that's it.
Yeah, pistol round can really bring you right back into it unless Stealth overwhelms this site. The Frenzy's gonna be caught off by Epic. Still the Boomba finds a kill in the midst of it, and back and forth these teams go with the plant down. It's gonna leave them a little bit spread thin, and look at that flank from Midnight. Perfect timing for the Astra to get in the back there, and that's gonna shut down any hopes to get that tie in the early games. Unless you can find a Thrifty here, you're gonna be down quite a considerable amount.
Indeed, but I mean, remember what happened in the first half, Seymour. We had 2 Thrifties. One that was really quite impressive, where it was very little investment, much like what we see from Ikbin right now, and then another with a bit more with regard to there was, you know, sheriffs on the board with armor and whatnot. But like I said, Ikbin have done this round before, even on the eco, so it ain't over.
Done it again, and look at Sens here. Oh, that was expected. They opened up the book of Ikbin and they read it word for word.
They absolutely did. I mean, that's talk about not only flawless victory, but a flawless read as well. I mean, they were absolutely enjoying that one with Stealth, and that's the second time now, or really third or fourth time actually that they just kind of read exactly what Ikbin would have planned in a round and entirely countered them. So I don't know if these teams have met before or if it's just somebody calling an incredible game for Stealth, but no matter what it is, it's really nice.
Something about Stealth just has absolutely come alive in this game of Valorant. As it was really going back and forth for a lot of it, but now it's as one-sided as you can ask for from the team. Even on attack here, they're looking so comfortable out here. They're just burning utility from Ikbin over on the C side and making the wrap to A. And they're only going to be opposed by what looks like nobody.
I mean, they pulled that rotation expertly. Stealth, that information that they pushed out over at C, it forced the rotation of Kazumo.
Somebody give Stealth's coach a raise. He is doing all the right things here for his team. Epic setting up for a flash onto the site. And with Ignite doing what Ignite's been doing all game, in behind this team for a 3K. Epic's the one to put him down. And now on the site, still some heroics from Stealth, a 1v2. Gucci puts some shots down on Epic. He's gonna have to clear this site. Corner for corner. The Lear, Gucci walks in, blind as a bat. Epic loses his life, and that is going to be 10. A double-digit count for Stealth.
Yeah, not only double digits, but double the scoreline of this Ikbin side. And on top of that, I want to say that Stealth, yes, they just won one round, you know, one pistol, the half, you know, their half buy, and then the follow-up. So it's only one gun round, but you're right. I mean, this feels incredibly dominant compared to that first half because of how quickly it just fell to pieces.
And honestly, what do you even need from Ikbin here? I mean, there's so many fundamentals out of this team, but
I mean, hit shots right now.
Oh, that's just an easy ask for this team. Isaiah doesn't even expect that. Caught praying or meditating into the astral planes. #1 gunner with another chuck dart kill. And Fluffy can't make anything happen with that judge. Another flawless round from Stealth. They are running away right now on Haven.
Well, and I don't want to undersell this either. That wasn't a full eco or anything. I mean, yes, it was not any weapons or any you know, upgraded weapons, but it was full sheriffs. Right there. So to lose a round where you have 4 sheriffs and a judge and not get a single kill, I feel like that just kind of it really speaks to the mental state of Ikbin at the moment. And look at those ultimates, Seymour. 4 available here for Stealth, and I mean, so many good opening tools as well. It's very brutal. And I assume #1 gunner looking for a tag, probably gonna pull out the Hunter's Fury off the back of it.
Well, with the judge and the sheriffs, I would have hoped that Ikbin would set up like pre-aimed angles, you know, reading the movement of the enemies. I mean, the judge should have played a little bit more aggressive than you can ask for, but here we go. Another first blood from the Hunter's Fury, the bowman of Stealth popping off at the moment. Even the Cosmic Divide to split the site. C is just the bait as Kazumo holding down the fort right now finds Gucci on the rotation. Wick getting this bomb down, trying to get out, and so they do. That's a big play from the Killjoy. Now the follow-up, Fluffy walks into the site, takes one, walks into both of them. Wick and Flood has something to say. That is a 12th round for Stealth. Match point.
I really feel like right now that Stealth are, I mean, they're not only driving the car, but they've taken Ikbin, they've tossed them out the passenger seat, and they've run them over.
Honestly, they took Ikbin, they throw him in the trunk, and they are over the bridge right now. Ikbin they look out of it.
They do, and I mean, let me just take that cosmic divide from Stealth. I've talked about the Astra play already a lot from Stealth, but here's the crazy part: they just throw that one cosmic divide out. The Raze just throws her entire kit, including the showstopper, out for free into nothing.
This is a little bit faster of a round for Aikman. They're playing some aggressive angles. A lot of utility burnt on both sides too, right off the rip. And no kills, barely any damage.
I mean, they're just trying to find some positioning, find information. And I mean, in fairness, Aikman's doing a good job of denying that right now.
Oh, look how confident Ignite is. And he finds the toe of Epic. And look at
actual
this
toe.
Great bamboozle here as Stealth really wants the C-site.
Bro, not only does he find the actual toe of that player, but they've all been debated onto the other side. Ignite! What?
Ignite is turning Haven into his playground, all up to Fluffy to keep his team in it. He's swarmed at all angles. Flood's gonna put the nail in the coffin, and there's he got Stealth going to the grand finals.
I mean, that game goes from a 7-5, Seymour, into 13-5. Are you kidding me? That was incredible from Stealth on their attack side. I forget the book. I mean, they were watching everything happen and every single read. Like, they wrote the book on Aikman.
Yeah, they did.
I don't understand how they had so many great reads, but whoever is calling that game had an outstanding match.
Even off the start from Stealth, they had a little bit of a bumpy start, but when they hopped into that driver's seat, they never got out. That was almost flawless calling from the in-game leader of Stealth.
Well, and even when they had that rocky start you wwere talking about, it wasn't as if it looked bad. I mean, they lost, but it wasn't. They didn't get outbrained, outgunned entirely. It was, just Valorant is Valorant. You lose some rounds.
You win some, you lose some.
Like even put it this way, even the best teams in the world versus top 15, they almost never are gonna hit that 13-0 or whatever. That's rarely gonna happen. The same thing here. I really felt like somehow Aikman made that look like a game in the first half, but Stealth just absolutely slaughtered once it got to their attack side.
100% they did, but coming up soon, while we're on break, head to drinkcontrol.com and buy some drink control. Anything that you see, I definitely recommend the sample kits. The sample kits are so good. GLG10 at checkout gives you 10% discount. What more could you want? 10% off some beautiful drink control. It is phenomenal. It could be your whole breakfast for a week. And then you don't have to worry about anything. You get in the gains, you get in the energy, you get in everything you want to shoot straight in Valorant. But we're going to be heading to a break right before our grand finals, because coming up soon, attack mode, Stealth, best of 3. Be there or be square. We'll see you soon. It's actually Wichita Wolves.
first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me now and we'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Will you come with me and guide me through the dark? Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go.
city nights and satellites. When I'm over losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love.
Welcome back, everybody, to Great Lakes Gaming Pit of Valor for your Wednesday nights. Myself, Seymour, and joining me is Hawks Nest. Now, Hawks, do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is right now?
Someone told me we were just chilling in the call before we got on cast, and I mean, we were talking about its grand finals.
Oh, dude. It's grand finals time. It is grand finals time, and we are here to party as we got Wichita Wolves and Stealth going side by side, neck and neck, split Ascent Haven. How you feeling?
I'm super excited for this. I mean, it's the first best of 3 of the night, really the only best of 3 of the night, but we get to see Split. I mean, we haven't seen it so far. I haven't casted Split in a hot minute, so I'm really excited to get back onto that map. And Haven is, all the way back into that map 3, so you may not need to go back there one more time, Seymour.
I honestly, it's been so long since I've seen Split, and we got Ascent next up, so we weren't able to escape Ascent forever. Honestly, I wouldn't have been mad if it was Split Haven, but we didn't get to escape Ascent. But nonetheless, at least we got the 2 best teams that we have tonight to show us what fun they can have on a map like Ascent. It's not my favorite map, I will admit, but we get what we get here on Pit of Valor. Isn't that right, Hawks?
Oh, we certainly do. We are not in control of the map picks. I mean, yeah, Ascent is kind of a map that there's just so much random stuff that can happen. I mean, not really random, but there's just so much that can happen on that map. And if these teams are, not banning it away, they have some sort of idea what they want to be doing on that map. So I'm really excited to see how they decide to play that. But before we even get to Ascent, we have to talk about Split and what these teams can do on here. So what are you looking forward to for this first match here?
It has been forever since I've seen Split. And honestly, decisive plays are really what makes Split. I think the attack is going to be really important here. And with the rework a while back, the attack got a little bit more leeway for a lot of teams. But even still, I mean, we see a lot of Sage here. I would not mind seeing a Sage on a map like Split. Definitely really good for walling off different lanes and kind of splitting up the attackers. But it's definitely going to be, for me, the attacking team. And if they had that decisive play style to kind of really give it to those defenders, really split their attention and kind of mix things up.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a huge part of this map. There's a couple of different ways that the attackers can try and make their way onto a site, and if they're able to just power through and get through those certain chokeholds, then they should be able to have control of that site. So I definitely agree that it's going to come down to the attacking side. They're going to have a tough time getting through some of those choke points if the defending team, whatever half that we're on, can really close that part down. So we'll have to see what goes on, but we are getting ready into the first agent selection of our grand finals here tonight at the GLG Pit of Valor. $100 are on the line for the winning team here tonight.
Yeah, guys, get your cat jams, get your hype and shouts, get the spirit going for these 2 teams. Grand finals of your Pit of Valor number 39. All for $100 at the end of that line. As we're looking at the agent pick, see no Sage being hovered. Wick is kind of teasing us with that Viper and locking it in. We got a Viper for today. Viper Breach combo. Talk about that quite often. The raise is going to be phenomenal for this map, and then controlling it. We've seen Ignite on that Astra. Flood's going to rep the Jet here, and on the opposite side, totally different. An Omen instead of an Astra. A Sage going to be being able to split up these sites. No flashes really just yet. I guess you do have Jakor on the Omen for some flash. But what is Rai gonna pick? That is the big question.
I like the Killjoy pick here into their team. I mean, they will definitely be lacking. There it is, does get locked in. They're definitely lacking the flashes, as you mentioned, but I think the rest of their agents bring enough different forms of utility that they can still make the big plays here. They're going to be starting on the offensive side, so the lack of flash might hurt them a little bit in these first opening rounds as they start to feel their way into the defense from STL, but I'm excited to see this Viper Breach combo.
Oh, I am so excited. It's been forever since I've seen Split, but it's been even longer since I've seen a Viper pick that I've been able to cast at least. So here we go. They're going to start out on defense as well. He's talking about Sage, how you use the Sage wall to kind of split sites. Well, I'm really looking at Viper to use her wall to split these sites and kind of really stall out these attacks from the Wichita Wolves. Stealth mode, I would say, are going to have trouble stalling out this attack, but when you have a Viper and a Breach, It's going to be flash, it's going to be poison pit, anything that you can ask for just to stop the Wichita Wolves from touching the site.
Yeah, that's not even mentioning the Viper ultimate. I mean, once you get that online, you can shut down an entire site. There's no way they're going to be able to get through that garage if the Viper pit is on. Similarly on that A site, there's a lot of places you can lock down with that. So we'll see how things end up progressing as we open up the first round. Wildfire gonna try and just grab that orb and back off as the Wichita Wolves just make some noise in the middle.
Yeah, I like this. Mid control is very important to this map, but they're gonna opt out of the middle of the map. Gonna look to join Rye over at the A site. The Killjoy hasn't found any space just yet. As a matter of fact, Ignite's not even gonna spot them out here. It's gonna be the Jet, gonna make the first move. Flood spots out a ton of players. Ignite's gonna have to follow him up and stand tall, even bigger than that. Ignite is gonna come out with a kill as well, trying to go for the trade with Rise barely living with Curry at the end of it. A big flood on site, and Ignite standing tall and strong here as the Asha really kind of let themselves get known. The gravity well, it does slow Wildfire a little bit, but I think he is snuck under here undetected. The player right above him. Ignite's gonna find the fourth kill for himself. Wildfire now left alone, has full HP and light armor, but so does Wick. Looks like Ignite's just waiting for this kind of recollection so they can peek them together. They know where he is, and there you have it. The Viper bite is gonna take down Wildfire.
Nice first round out of stealth. The multiple kills coming from the player up in heaven. That Astra really putting a dent in the Wichita Wolves offense there. Lining up for the double kill with the Frenzy. Great round out of that first, both teams first time, the coin flip kind of on the first pistol round there, but Stealth do take it home, so they're going to treat themselves to some SMGs coming into this next one. Wichita Wolves, a couple sheriffs in their hands, grabbing a Frenzy as well. May decide to keep that one or not, we'll have to see.
Exactly, in round number 2, Wichita Wolves were unsuccessful, but they did get the plant down, so they are going to buy up on some pistols. You got a Sheriff, Frenzies, Ghosts. A lot more faster hits the A side. Ignite's going to take a little bit of damage, but get out, bide their time. Wildfire's going to get flash on, and Gucci actually backs off as they were flashed as well, and Wildfire gets dropped immediately here. So Raze is going to take that duel. Gucci over Wildfire. And the rest of Wichita Wolves pushing into A fast.
Only one player here for the initial defense. Gonna peek out, find one kill. Dashes almost gets a second. Ryo gonna be stunned up for the time being as the rest of the team starts the rotation over. Ignite back up here towards the heaven. Gets tagged up a little bit through the smoke. Will have to force themselves away. Spike is down on the ground, so no plant to come through quite yet. Does get regained as Ryo finds a kill, but immediately 2 trades back from Stealth. That's a third for Gucci's Frenzy, and that'll be another round for Stealth, 2 in a row.
As soon as they get any sort of site control to the A site, it's like a death pit over there. I mean, Stealth just walks on back, surround them, and just drops them one by one. Ignite is literally 4-0 here, just looking so comfortable in the A side of the map.
Yeah, Wichita Wolves, I mean, they don't really have much answers in the terms of kills here. All 3 players for them still have yet to find a kill. They do have rifles in their kit now, so they might have a better chance at fighting back. They're going to try this A site one more time. The Omen's going to teleport up ahead. No one canceling that blocking that initial push onto A. They're all kind of hidden and tucked back for now.
Blocking
Wichita Wolves
down onto the site.
Uses a lockdown to clear the site, but it's taking him a long time to get in here. The smoke is going to be tough to push through, but the smoke's from the Omen to block this off, and Wildfire with that Vandal gets up top, takes down 2 before losing their life. The return of Stealth, not as good as it's been before, and it's Wick all alone with a Spectre against Vandals. This round 3 is looking solid for Wichita Wolves. 3rd time has been the charm.
Yeah, getting those rifles back in their hands. I mean, they're just winning the gunfights now. They were at a deficit that last round, so not able to make anything happen. Ryle spots Wick, but Wick does win that gunfight. Spike still ticking away. They're gonna have to make a move here soon. Wick's just using the smoke to their advantage, dodging the bullets for now. Peeks out, gets immediately team shot. Curry gonna take that one. That's the first round for Wichita.
I mean, what were you gonna do? You got, as soon as you move past that smoke, you got 2 players in front of you, a player off site to deal with. There was just so much to that Wichita had going for them. At the end of that, Wick was just stuck in a really tough situation. So now, moving into round number 4, it's gonna be Rifle v Rifle, and Flood on this Jet. First operator of the game, getting very aggressive here. See where he's lined up for on the A site. As it has been strictly A sites for Wichita Wolves, they're going a little bit different here, so the operator's really not going to attest to anything so far.
Yeah, for the time being, they're still going to hold that angle, though. Wichita Wolves make some noise over towards B, but the rotation comes through.
Oh, maybe
A. The operator could be huge here if they're not ready for it. The Omen going to be the first one to cross. The shot whiffs, though. Flood reveals himself, not able to find a kill. A second whiff. Nate Lagslot going to dash forward. The Jets trying to find each other, but Ignite and Curry going to be the ones with the kills. Wow, drop Flood. That's the operator out of play. Now it's all the rest of members of Stealth trying to rotate, but getting picked off one by one.
I was about to say, maybe Flood whiffs the first one, takes a second shot, whiffs that one as well, but just to get out, to meet your end to the showstopper nonetheless. Doing the best that you can in another Wichita Wolf round to the A site. Wick doing as much damage as you can one more time, but another tough situation that you're just not going to get past. Wichita Wolves ties us up.
Yeah, Stealth, I mean, the first 2 rounds, they seemed like they were able to hold down that A site pretty well. But after that, I mean, Wichita, they've been able to come through and muscle their way onto the site. They're winning the gunfights that they need to. And I mean, that operator purchase didn't come through at all in that round, really. So gonna be missing out on that one this time. Sheriffs in a shorty are in the hands of Stealth for this next defensive round.
There we see Wildfire open up with a boom. Gucci lets himself be known. A lot of noise here from the Rays of Stealth. Passive angles, but still solid for Sheriff lineups. So they're waiting for Wichita to just walk into their line of sight so they can just play for those headshots, and Gucci trying to bite off a little bit too much than he can chew, and Wildfire's gonna open up with the first blood. Off site, Shorty versus Operator. I think you know how that story goes.
Yeah, Stealth's just kind of pushing up with their weaker weaponry, hoping to catch someone off guard, get an early pick, but it's completely backfiring on them. The operator shot does a good amount of damage to Ignite there, but they're onto that A site now. Nate should be able to drop this spike without any contest. A couple members of Stealth starting to rotate through Ryle. Gonna be the first one to possibly find Numba.
Ooh. You know, Numba's in a situation. I've seen this guy shoot. You could find a few exit kills here, make this expensive for Wichita at least, as their economy is booming. They got stocks to the roof right now. And Hawks, 3 rounds in a row, all at the A site, really. So, I mean, Stealth, they had a strong start, but they are starting to slow this down.
Yeah, I really think, the first 2 rounds that Stealth were able to take over on this A site. I mean, the first one was a pistol round, which can kind of just go either way depending, on how the frags come out, the trades and whatnot. Which might be able to get away with their life for now. The chase is coming through. Looking for one. Oh, nice shot onto Nate. That is the operator down. I'm sure they're going to grab that back up for him, though. But, yeah, I mean, the first 2 rounds from Stealth, they went their way. The first round was a pistol round. They got the defuse. The second one, they just had the upper hand there in terms of the weaponry. But ever since Wichita's got some weapons in their hand, it's been all of them. They're pushing onto that A site. I feel like they have a very good grasp on how they want to move on to that site, what they need in order to get into what positions, and Stealth just doesn't have much of an answer for them yet.
Well, Stealth looking to find that answer, and 2 players stacked. Well, technically 3 players stacked mid for Stealth. And they're getting aggressive as well. I don't think the Omen is going to be ready for this. The full overwhelming of Jackor, and Flood's going to put him down to find mid control. That forces Wichita out of every single angle that they had just kind of loomed in to get, except for Nate here, who's pulled the Blade Storm and found their way towards heaven. Undetected at that as well. Ignite's actually fallen off this angle, and it's actually pulled Stealth to rotate away from this player. Flood might be able to shut this down with good timing, but Wichita has a chance to make this wild.
Yeah, a lot of rotations here. Stealth kind of being pulled across the map back and forth. Wichita trying to find an opening, create some noise for themselves. Stealth, you can see the majority of their players towards that A site trying to check it out, but they're not seeing anything just yet. The call will be that they're on B. The rotations begin. Wildfire going to be the first one on. The wall will protect them for now. A lot of damage coming across the whole team. The spike is dropped soon.
Showstopper, and it's shut down. Wildfire says, hell no, the show goes on. As he's going for a little bit more as well. Shoulder peeking. Player for player, the res as well to keep their economy tight and through the wall. Oh my lord! Line them up and put them down. Wick is the judge, jury, and executioner on split.
That saved the round entirely. That was nuts. But
that was not something you should have won if you were stealth mode.
The kills going back and forth. Flood not able to find anything. The revive comes through, breaks the wall down, and they're all looking the wrong way. That's a 4-piece from Wick. Keeping the score line even at 3-3. Stealth kind of got saved in that last defensive round. You know, if it wasn't for that beautiful play right there, I think Wichita would have had it. And moving back towards this A site, so for this one, Showstopper is out, but it's not really much of a show to stop as the site's wide open. Gonna throw some paint cans in there. Absolutely obliterate Ignite, so that's a good opening pick here. Stealth's gonna have to try and retake once again.
And here we go, Wichita Wolves setting up for the post plants. You see Wildfire hopped up onto the balcony, Rolling Thunder to open this site up, Flood to push on in, but they haven't even checked Wildfire, who is free reign over this. Mixing with Curry to find a 2-piece. Wick gets on site as well to just lose their life to Wildfire as well with a classic. The right click goes bonk, and he finds a 4th on the #1 gunner to shut this one down, and he gave Wichita Wolves the advantage one more time, 4-3 this time around.
The multi-kills are being handed out in this map so far. A couple of 3 pieces, 4 pieces as well for some of these star players right now. Wildfire 13-5, absolutely nuts in this game right now. Giving themselves the lead once again, as you mentioned, and there's money in the bank and there's guns in their hand. Stealth gonna opt for a save short buy here. Gucci gonna have that judge in hand as they push towards that A lane. But again, the pressure's over towards B at the beginning of this round from Wichita.
Judge from Gucci. Getting aggro here into the smoke of Jakor. Wildfire's nade is gonna land, does a little bit of damage to Wick. But he really gets in for the ult orb and gets out with his life. Bladestorm pulled for Stealth. Taking a look at where that's set up for all the way on the A site. So I think this is gonna be another classic A wrap for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, I think Stealth is starting to understand that's how they play this, and they've read it pretty well. They have the judge and the knife set up, waiting for the rotation to come through. It's all going to be reaction time with who's going to peek through this first. Wichita, though, again, the fake comes through.
Because Wildfire's found their way up to heaven here, and their spidey senses were tingling that they might have a little bit better of an opportunity off-site. Just like that, now they have an advantage in the round 2 for the player life. That's the B site all to themselves. Look where Wildfire's set up camp. There's no way you can read this. Flood with a knife out, multiple at that, not even, well, reads it properly, but not gonna come out with the kill. That should be sight round over. As if I was Stealth, I would hold on to these guns for dear life.
Seems like that is the call right now. Very cautiously pushing up where their teammate just died around the corner, hoping Wildfire isn't still there. Possibly he's looking for an exit frag. Jakor, though, might be able to catch them off guard. Looks for one. That's a beautiful snap right onto the face of Ignite for the second. That's everyone off of Stealth gone once again.
This team, I mean, Stealth, it took them a little bit to flip the switch in the semifinals. Might be taking up a little bit to kind of read Wichita Wolves. Their book's a little bit more tightly knit than the last.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some really interesting plays. You know, they start over towards B, they end up at A, they go towards A again, then they wrap all the way back towards B. There's, you know, trying to weasel their way through, get as much information as they can, and then just move around the map based on that. Very good job out of them. Ignite through the blind. 1 health left. Takes down Nat. Oh, when Gunna finds Curry as well. This is a good start for Stealth. They're holding down this A site pretty well. A couple players on the rotation to stop it fully. The showstopper will take down Ignite, but immediately traded by Gunna, who finds the third onto Ryo, looking for the fourth, but Jakor finds that one. Now they're all alone, though. Gonna have to try and hold off the multiple angle assault as Gucci's up top.
As soon as he walks out here, he's dead to rights. Gucci, couple taps to the chest, and he's out of there. Jakor concedes the 4th round for Stealths. I have to say that showstopper from Wildfire, he must have turned his DPI up, his sensitivity up last second, because he did. He looked like a Beyblade walking out there.
Bit of a 360 no scope, no big deal.
But it was a little bit overkill. I mean, Ignite only had 1 health for a showstopper, so.
Yeah. I mean, they get the kill. I feel like no matter who is up there on the heaven, you can still get that kill with the showstopper, but you're going to get traded out. So you don't know who's up there. You got to take the call. Ignite going to find one off the start, and Gunna is there to help with the
backup.
Beautiful teamwork.
Even offsite too. Flood, another one. Jakor tries to get cheeky in the smoke, but Flood, his eyes in the back of his head, he knows exactly where you are.
Now they're stuck in the middle of the map. I mean, they're trying to push forward, but Stealth has a pretty good idea where they are. They have both sites covered, number 1 and number 2 holding that down. The rest of the team just ensuring that there's no way Wichita has a chance to weasel through the middle of the map, and there's still 50 seconds left, so there's still a lot of time for things to go down. As Nate tries to peek up top, Flood's going to be in waiting, though, with a nice headshot onto them.
Oh, Ignite loses his life at it. It's the best thing going right now for Wichita Wolves is Rix. 1v4? Was it 1v5? So would be quite the round for himself. 6 bullets in the chamber. Spots Flood's shoulder and goes for the wide swing, but Gucci's holding that down. 5-5 we go. Stealth has climbed back.
Tied up. Couple rounds left in this half. We could be looking at a 6-4, 7-5. Unsure who's going to be coming ahead, if anyone, at this point right now. I mean, Arsenal looking pretty similar on both sides. Stealth with a little bit more money in the bank, so they're feeling a bit more comfortable with their buys right now. Wichita starting to drain the funds. But another one will be 3 in a row for Stealth.
See another setup for mid control from Wichita, but we've seen this time and time again. Looks like they're actually going to dedicate themselves here to overwhelm Heaven. Ignite's going to have to fall off the angle. Burn some utility to keep him away. And even Flood losing out on Vents. The Rolling Thunder's going to have to be burned just to kind of back Wichita Wolves off these power positions that they've accumulated.
Ignite still up top, taking lower with every peek they try to make. Nate's going to push up this time. Wick from down below on the B site trying to peek up into Heaven as well. But the rest of Wichita move towards that A site.
I think this is the wrong call from Stealth here. Look how much they just gave to him. I mean, Ignite wanted to hold that down. Ignite was holding that for so long and he just left. He just left.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, I mean, there must have been some sort of call that they were moving towards A, and that drew them away. And then Wichita just once again backtracks, moves all the way over to the other site. And me getting the 2 kills in their spawn, yeah, if Ignite holds that, might be a bit different, but end of the day, Wichita Wolves come out with that one. Last round in the half now, so if it goes similar to that last one, Wichita might be up here. But Stealth have one last chance to keep things tied up.
Well, get out of my way!
Cosmic Divide used very early here. It's gonna, look at this. Cosmic Divide gives so much aggression through the middle of the map for Stealth. It's gonna push Gucci and Flood all the way over to Curry's line of sight. Off screen though, Wichita Wolves kind of baiting this play and taking a lot of space to the A side. That's Nate who even finds a kill off of it.
Hanging out towards A main is there. Rotation from Stealth comes through once again. Wichita Wolves has found a lot of success over here on this A side. They're going to try and make it again. Nate finds another one onto Flood. Number almost ducks under those knives, but still going to find their mark as Nate picks up 3 for the round. Now the last 2 members pushing in towards the middle. Wildfire holding this down. Might get a bit of unlucky timing as Jakor pushes up behind them.
Nice. Oh, look at this, Jakor. Yeah, it was basically a free kill there on a Gucci. Ignite's holding his own. But once again, it's the factor of stealth. It was Wick and now is Ignite almost. It's just... So far, it's been quite the duo. Stealth players in unfortunate situations for 1vx at the end of it. As here we go, we're gonna kind of pull up at halftime with the maps that we have. We see we are on Ascent, or we're on a split. Sorry. Coming up next, Ascent after this. I think this is so cool. How meta is this? Just Valorant and League in Valorant.
I wonder if they'll add the other Riot titles as they get released. Get some different different gameplay going on in there. Got some trophies.
Those pop figures?
I think they are.
Actually, those I think are the statues, the Riot statues that they have their own signature boxes. I know some people with those, and they're actually so awesome. Gravity Well is gonna force Nate off of that close wall as we have swapped sides of the pistol. Wichita Wolves right now leading by 2 on split, but with the swap and Stealth moving on to attack, hoping to find their footing here.
Roll swap has gone through. Flood gonna dash up. Riley gonna be the first line of defensive. Boombot will absolutely obliterate them. That's gonna be the sole member of A for the defenders. Gone and buried. The rotation start to come through. Jakor on a bit of a flank here could prove to be very useful. Gucci was watching it, but gets hit up. 25 health, just a couple shots. That's all it's gonna take. The timing, Jakor stays alive for now. Gucci ends up finding a kill. The trade's going back and forth. It's a 2v3. Gunna falls to Curry. Stuck in the 2v2. Spike down now.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot. Can't find the second one. Jakor really making moves out here.
My.
Off the flank. A 3-piece.
3-piece defuse, 6 health. No big deal. Not a worry in the world for Jakor.
I mean, Jakor got literal a timing buff there. I'm sorry for the pause there, but he got a timing buff for that flank as well. I mean, Gucci, just a few seconds or like milliseconds earlier, he would have saw Jakor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Jakor gets a little bit unlucky with that time. I'm not sure if they even saw Gucci or not, but that, you know, Gucci ended up being able to swing out and grab that kill. So at the start of the round, I was like, oh, Jakor gets that kill. Gucci doesn't end up getting anything. So things might be looking a little bit different. But yeah, it ended up working out very well for Jakor. Nice paranoia to find 2. Will get traded out by Gucci.
Look, a strong finish to the round, and they're looking to keep the ball rolling. Paint cans on Wildfire. But now Wichita Wolves still 3v2. Bomb's gonna go down at B. Ignite is gonna plant that spike in the ground. It's set up here for the retake offsite. So right now, technically a 2v2 as the Killjoy is far off this site. 1v1 off of it, and Gucci was caught on the opposite side of the map. Ignite does trade this out. 1v2. Now they know exactly where he is. The gravity well forces Flood off that bomb. And look at that drive-by from Curry. Never even let go of that trigger.
W and left mouse B are really all you need in Valorant when you think about it. Beautifully done there. I mean, Wichita Wolves are starting to run away with it now at this point. 5-9. The second half has been heavily in their favor. Things are looking up for them right now.
looking good for Wichita Wolves. I mean, we just talked about how Wichita not just leading here in the grand finals 9-5, but they took down attack mode. I had attack mode favored to win this.
You know, I honestly did too. Looking at how they were playing, it seemed like they were definitely one of the better teams. I mean, they definitely made it very far in the tournament. But yeah, Wichita Wolves just they came here to win tonight. They want this $100 in their pockets at the end of the day. This is only the first map of a potential 3 though, so Stealth, even if they aren't able to catch up on this one, they still have a couple maps to look forward to potentially. But right now, Wichita Wolves on the defense, pushing up aggressively. Ryo and Nate finding some opening frags. That's a third from Wildfire, just green in the frag list here. Now it's a 2v5 for Stealth.
Stealth just got outbrained. Actually baited and outbrained with that whole play. Look at Gucci is tossing these guns out the map just because he doesn't want them to be recovered. But this is a bonus round. I mean, Stealth came into this with a full rifle buy.
Yeah.
And Wichita just stepped up to the plate and said, hey, you got the bigger brains here.
Yeah, I mean, the games with me and Doctor earlier tonight, we were talking about how a lot of these teams, like, you know, we used to see like the Sheriff in the half-5 or whatever and be like, okay, that round's chalked for them. But now, I mean, the Sheriffs in the half-5s, they seem to be winning more rounds than they lose. It's just bigger brain plays, like you said. They set up in such smart ways that, you know, the other team isn't expecting, and they come away with these free frags. Now they're able to pick up some guns if they wanted to. Things looking back in their favor. Gucci comes up with Wick to find that team shot. 12 seconds left in the round, though. They're going to have to make this a quick one. Wick's on. Gucci flying through the air, trying to get some shots off on the Jakor, but another 2 from Wichita's Sheriffs will end that one and bring them to double digits.
And talk to me a little bit about Stealth. What do you need to see from them to try to change this up?
They had very good holds at the beginning, and I think, you know, I kind of mentioned, yeah, it was the first round with a pistol, and then they get the buy up, but I feel like their holds are very iffy. I think they need to play their lives a little bit longer, just get the information. You can concede the site if you need to, and then try and get a stronger retakes, but they're trying to retake at such a life disadvantage that it's going to be nearly impossible every time, regardless of your arsenal in your hands. If it's a 2v5, it's just so much harder to pull off. But if they're able to stay alive for a little bit longer, even if the site goes to the way of the attackers, they can try and get a retake to come through, and I think that might help them a lot in the coming rounds.
Actually tough right now from Stealth. We are hitting a pause here as they're down by double their score. And coming up with Frenzy Sheriff setup. So one thing with Valor that I like to talk about and mention as well is this game is a little bit different when it comes to buys like this, because in no way, shape, or form are you out of this with the Sheriffs. It's just a little bit harder. As they're overwhelming on the site. Curry trying to stand on their head. You do have Wildfire coming out with a big kill, but only a trade at that because you do lose your Sage on site. And Gucci's made his way into the back. Big read from Nate, though, expecting the flood to commence. Still haven't planted the spike either if you are Stealth. Still chance for Wichita to shut this down before it even starts, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
That's one step closer. Calling the map their own from Wichita. 11-5 is a very demanding lead that they have right now. 4 in a row in the second half, not even giving Stealth a chance to breathe, let alone find a round for themselves. They're going back into another full buy here, though, so it gives Stealth a better opportunity to try and mount something. There. But man, I don't know. It's still just going to be so tough.
Let's go.
I've seen crazier things happen. As you're looking for that mental reset from Stealth right now on split. Nate looking to put them in the coffin fast, but the operator's gonna whiff on that first one. Nate lands right on the Gucci's lap, backs him up. Another first blood though, out of all of that damage trade, Hawks, it's still Wichita coming out with a kill.
Still ahead. Jakor does get healed up from the Sage, so that's going to be huge. The Boomba will do pretty much nothing. Going to have to peek through the smoke. Everyone's up in heaven. Nate finds a collateral. Finds a third one that goes for the pistol kill to finish it off. Can't quite make it happen. Gucci at half health in the 1v3. Going to swap to the Phantom. But man, I don't know what's gonna happen. I guess Wildfire is gonna find him in the back, and that'll solidify that round for Wichita.
I don't know what it is with Stealth, but it might be time to look at Ascent. Think about the next one, because it just doesn't look like they are present right now in Split. Look at this. It's been 8 rounds in a row. 7 rounds in a row, sorry, for the side of Wichita Wolves.
Yeah.
It's just not something that this doesn't feel good if you're Stealth.
No,
I don't know what else to say from that.
You have to start to think at this point, do you kind of just chalk this map and try and plan ahead for the next, or do you really still try and mount the comeback right now? Sometimes it's better not to waste your ment on trying to make every single map a win. They are still mounting this, trying to come back. Curry's going to find 2 on that push, though. Number 1 Gunna trying to skeet shoot. Can't quite figure it out, though. Curry gets the revive, and at the end of the day, there's 4 players alive. That'll end it. Wichita Wolves 13-5 versus Stealth.
I have to say, I mean, very, very decisive from Wichita Wolves. That's what I was asking for a map like Split, is decisive decision making, and they did not disappoint me on this map. In fact, I mean, Stealth was the one that really surprised me with how flat they came up in this. Luckily for them, it's a best of 3, so you get another shot on Ascent. You see below us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a quick break, but before that, I have to let you know that this weekend, we got a big tournament coming up with 15 Kings, and it is over in EU. First time GLG's hopped across the prod for production. 500 pounds on the line, and we get to see some EU Valor, and it's going to be so much fun. Hawk's Nest, I cannot wait to see GLG put on that show and the players show up to play. So, I mean, stick to our socials on Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges. You'll see all the details you need to about timing for EU if you are a North American enthusiast when it comes to Valorant. So we're gonna have to do a quick break, but we'll be right back with the map number 2 of this grand finals.
You're still wondering where it's coming from. Feel it in my chest, now it's in my head. My blood is stream. My blood is stream.
You must think I have a death wish, leaving everybody breathless. It's always my time, the city is mine.
One enemy remaining.
Royalty is in my DNA, I'll never be the type to settle for okay. Coming up, yeah, I'm on the way. Covered out a stone, it'll never fade. Heart of a gladiator, back on my Terminator. One look at the turn of favor, I'm kind of an instigator, but not of the frying pan, but like to incinerate. Feeling my energy like I'm plugged to a generator. Accelerated till it's full speed. No one fall will prosper against me. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? My blood is stream. My blood is stream. My blood is stream.
Lazy now in a 2v4, turning his back onto Carson. Will go down. Nito finding 2 kills for himself. And that is a disastrous sign for Team Factor as he finds the 2 final kills. What was that?
Get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round.
Hey, another one, one more. Dead.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find kill.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke, it dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
That does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down.
Expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I didn't want to leave you hanging for too long. I know that you're all ready and hyped to see some Valor from the pit of Valor, and here we are now. 1 game in the books for this grand finals. Wichita Wolves leading 1-0 over Stealth Clan, and here we go. Cox Nest. I mean, this is coming up on Haven. I'm sure that this is Stealth's map pick as well after seeing their performance that they just had in the semifinals. What are you looking for right now from this team?
South, I mean, you got to wake up a little bit. That was a rough match for sure. Hopefully, you took that little bit of a break to have a mental reset. Maybe the coach comes in, gives you guys the pep talk, or someone on the team tries to rally the troops a little bit. But that was a rough loss for sure. There's no doubting it, but you have to move forward. It's a brand new map. If it's your map pick, that's great. You know what you're doing. You have a plan. You just got to make sure you stick to it and come out swinging. You can't just roll over for Wichita. You have to try and fight back as much as you can. Maybe throw them off guard a little bit. Give yourselves a couple free rounds and take it from there.
Stealth is actually starting on attack as well, which is interesting because they started on defense in the semifinals. So I'm sure it must mean that it's their map pick because the fact that they're not going on the preferred starting side is going to be the fact that it's Wichita Wolves who wants to start off with defense, and that is exactly what we're going to be seeing. Now, I think that's going to be exciting. I think Wichita Wolves defense looks stellar on split, and honestly, if there's any team to really dethrone Stealth on a map like Haven, it's Wichita.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the defense on this map is a bit different than Split. Obviously, you have the three sites there, but yeah, Wichita, they have been holding things down very well, and I think they're going to be able to do the same. It's going to have to be a bit of a different setup for them, but I'm sure they're able to adapt when they need to and pull up whatever site they decide to really put the pressure on. And yeah, Stealth, I mean, didn't really show up on the offense too much in the last map. I'm hoping they can pull it together a little bit more here. There's a whole different, slew of options to pick from when you're trying to push onto a site, and they're just gonna have to pick one and run with it.
My camera is having quite the day today. Let me just say, I am doing colors, cartwheels, whatever you ask for out here. But hey, it is what it is. That's why we're here. Grand Finals, fun time, parties all around. And map number 2 for the Grand Finals, Haven. These teams look like they're about ready. Curry on Wichita says, just a second while we wait for him. But other than that, I mean, do you think, when you search deep down into your soul, Jason, do you think that Stealth has what it takes to kind of take this one and send us to a map 3?
I mean, I never want to say never, right? There's always the opportunity that they can come back and mount it. If the gameplay from both of these teams is like it was in that last map, I got to give it to Wichita. Again, they just seem to just outclass Stealth in so many of those rounds back to back to back. But if Stealth can kind of, pull it back a little bit, they made it all the way to the grand finals, so they obviously have what it takes to beat out the majority of these teams. All but one stands in their way now for the $100. So if they can, wake up a little bit, pull it back, there's definitely a chance for a comeback. We could be going to that map 3 of Ascent. But it's we're gonna have to see the first opening rounds here, I think.
Well, I'm gonna keep this up. I want to see the predictions for what chat thinks between this matchup. Hawks, you're right. I never want to say never. That's why I listen to that song by Justin Bieber every single day of my life, just that I never do say never. So I want to see Stealth bring it back. I think this first round, the first half, is gonna be so crucial for this team on attack. I think that Stealth looked a lot better on their attack than on the defense when they were playing that semifinal. So this is going to be such a big start to the game for them. I have to say, this is literally, they show up on the attack, or in my mind, they can't take this over Wichita. I think this attack is the crucial thing for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. If they let themselves start to, if they allow Wichita to gain the lead that they did in the last map, I don't think Stealth is going to be able to come back from that position in the second map. I agree. They're going to have to come out swinging on this offense, take Wichita off guard, try and find those holes in the defense, give themselves the advantage before they switch, and then hopefully keep that lead in the second half.
Okay. Well, once these teams get in this, we are going to we're gonna get this going. But I mean, it's not fun. I have my button stream. I have my button right there, the start the game button. I've been hitting this button. They haven't started the game yet. I'm doing my best, guys. but it's sadly it's not. I don't have control over it. But once we get them in, we're gonna get this going. And it looks like the players are actually ready. Haven, if you have any agents you want to see, what do you want to see on this map, Hawks?
I mean, I would kind of like to see a Viper on this map, honestly. I think it's
Me
pretty
too.
fun. I'm not sure if either one of these teams are going to be able to pull it out or if they're, choosing to, but I think it could be a very interesting pick on this map.
We saw Stealth go for the Viper last map and it did not work for them at all. So most likely won't see it again this time around. Predictions are still open in chat, everyone. If you're gonna be looking for it, head over there. tell me who you think is going to take this game, but we're looking at the agent pick here. As for the attackers on stealth, going for that typical Astra, kind of for the controller. It was Jakor playing the Omen last time. Most likely going to see Wichita stick with the Omen, but on the opposite side, though, on both of them, we see Raises battling it out. Wildfire and Gucci, you know the way that went last time on Split. It was Wildfire really kind of reigning true on that Raise setup. Flood is going to go for the Reyna this time around. Wick sticking to the Killjoy on this map. So no Cypher for the side of Stealth. It's a little bit different for teams out here, but it is going to be a typical lineup for the side of Wichita Wolves. As we do see the only difference really being that there's an Omen instead of an Astra.
Yeah, pretty standard setup. The Omen versus Astra thing, I honestly prefer Omen. I think the teleport ultimate on this map in specific is huge because it's a bigger map than some of the others. You have the 3 sites, and there's a lot of interesting angles you can get yourself into to get yourself on a big flank or just reposition in a smart way. The Astra pick, we kind of talked about it. Me and Doctor were mentioning it earlier. It's very hit or miss in my opinion. I think there's still some practice that needs to be done from some of these players. If it's someone that really understands that agent and how to use the abilities in a very influential way, it can be massive. There's a lot of times that the ability usage kind of backfires on them, like with the wall and such. But we'll have to see how the game plays out. I think Wichita are in a good spot. I also think Stealth are in a good spot with the team compositions.
I totally agree with you here. Like I said, this attack is going to be so crucial to the Stealth's victory. And right off the bat, it's going to be Boomba versus Boomba. Crossing paths in there, and Wildfire seeks out Flood. The Boomba is going to be lethal for the side of Wichita Wolves. And on top of that, Rix in Garage takes down Ignite as well. So no more smokes for Stealth here. It's just raw talent and gun skill as Gucci walks to Wildfire's classic. Nobody's dropping on Wichita. It's all up to Wick. He's in behind. The whole 3 of them turn at the exact same time. And they say, no, Wick, you're not going to take anything. A flawless first round for Wichita.
Flawless, and I mean pretty quick there too. Everyone winning their one-on-one fights at the end there. You do have the big team fire to come through to take down Wick. Not a good pistol round out of Stealth. We talked about how we wanted to see them come out swinging on these offenses. Kind of putting themselves on the back foot already. Now Wichita Wolves do have those Spectres. Only 1 Ghost picked up from Numba on the side of Stealth. So Classic once again hoping to save up for the big bucks in this next coming rounds, but they're going to have to start to find these rounds where I think we're going to be in a similar situation that we were last map.
Okay, so get this, Hawks. 54% say Wichita's gonna take Haven. 46 say Stealth's gonna take Haven. So the majority still favoring Wichita here. And honestly, I don't want to give that caster bias out here, but once again, if Stealth can't show up on this attack, their days are going to be limited here, I'd say, as number 1 gunner entering into the site. But Nate hiding away in the corner, crossfire with Rix. They both find 2 for each other. Looking to find a full house, but Flood lacking a little bit behind for this team. As Rix is down to about like 2 HP out here. He just wants to chill. He doesn't want to take this gunfight. As Flood is walking into a pool of death when it comes to the Wichita players. Not going to be flawless this time, but still pretty and clean.
Hasn't seen anyone will get spotted out, and Wildfire's there for the trade. I mean, Wichita, they had a beautiful hold on that site. A lot of crossfire could have come through, did come through as they push onto that site. And I mean, Ryo hiding in the back corner, camera open, just waiting for someone to peek up, spots the enemy. Wildfire then peeks around. It's just very, very clean play from Wichita. They're not just trying to be the solo MVP. I feel like I can see in their comms and in their gameplay, or see in their gameplay and to understand their comms that they're all trying to help each other. No one's really trying to be like, oh, I'm going to 1v5 the whole map. They're playing together very well as a team, taking these trades, helping each other out. The team shots are consistently there, and it's just helping them take these rounds with such ease. And Stealth are going to have to step it up big time if they want to begin to come back in this one.
Here right away, Ignite. Is he going to be ready for this play on the left? Jakor peeks out of his corner.
See ya.
It takes him to the grave. Nate with the flank as well. The Ghost at distance is going to take down another. There we go, site control. 2 stealth. They know Nate's in behind, so they're going to be checking that flood. Going to be putting some shots up. But look at the respect to gaming Nate. He has a ghost.
No Eagle Chels here. Chels finally managed to get onto the site.
I guess that's why.
Loses that to a ghost.
Planted. One enemy.
Wildfire's there for the assist. Gucci going to be able to trade it out, but Ryo is there for the trade again. Wichita Wolves take their 3rd round in a row. I mean, Stealth, they got a little bit further that round. They were able to get onto the site and get the spike down, but Wichita still coming out ahead of that one.
I needed to see Stealth double peek that player. I don't know why you solo peeked Nate down there. Yes, he does have a ghost, and yes, I was saying I can't believe you didn't, but you have 2 players there at your disposal. Just peek, double peek him, get the kill, confirm the spacing that you have in behind and nobody's flanking, then give yourself an exit strategy. It's just simple fundamentals that Stealth are lacking right now, and they are falling behind in really just everything.
Yeah, rough game for them so far for sure. Still have the opportunity to, start to pull it back, but I think they're gonna have to take a couple rounds here to mental reset as well. Doesn't seem like they're able to fully get back to where they wanted to be before the start of this one. 3 rounds going out of their favor. Jakor finds another onto Ignite. It's a 5v3. The spike's headed towards A. Only a sheriff in the hand of number 1 Gunna. They can land the 1 taps, there might be a possibility they get onto the site, but then after that, the retake from Wichita. It's going to be another battle that Stealth are going to have to fight. Flood his push up towards the middle of the map spots. 1 or 2 players, but Jakor just on the other side finds that kill. Ryo actually on the A site finds one. Switches to the classic or the frenzy for the second. And I mean, it's just mechanical skill right now from Wichita Wolves shining through greatly.
I know I made a little bit of vocality for that push from Flood. You found perfect timing onto the 3, but you turn to the right, and Jakor is just watching you. So the 3 players unaware, but that one last player is lurking behind. You just gotta pay attention to that one. So you put those hopes down to there. 1 tap's not faithful for you in that round. 4-0 start to Wichita. They've been through the ringer, and they have shut down Stealth in the rifle rounds now. Looking to go at another take for it. You're talking about Nate here. Has that operator. And again, finds first blood right off the rip. Nate has just been that game changer here. And Jakor even escapes with the TP. Decides he's going to take another swing at it, but Gucci says, heck no. Not going to take it this time.
And it's going to open them up to push through for the moment, but Wildfire up in the window, going to find one onto Flood. Rayo on site itself will drop Gucci from behind, finds the second onto number 1 Gunner, throws the ultimate out, but already spots Lick. Can't quite win that gunfight though. Nate's going to be there for the help alongside Wildfire. That'll be their 5th in a row for Wichita Wolves.
It just looks so chaotic from Stealth. So I'm trying to take the word is on like the tip of my tongue. I can't get it, but it's just they don't look like they're here. Once again, exactly like the end of Split, they just look like fundamentally this team doesn't want it as much as Wichita wants it. And they are peeking corners without checking them. They're walking onto the site just aimlessly, and it's just everything just seems like they don't want this win. So let's see if this A hit's a little bit different, because they really need to find some sort of win here. As you got Rix on one side in his cyber cage, he's gonna peek out, find Ignite. Right in here, whiffs a few shots, but still comes out with the kill. That's just gonna be even 4-on-4 for the site. But now you gotta worry about the drop from Nate. The right click's gonna be good. The left click's gonna find a head, and the flank from Wildfire to put the cherry on top. Wichita Wolves is playing fundamental Valorant right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some things Stealth can clean up, but you gotta give props to Wichita. They are just playing out of their mind right now. They are 10-2, 9-1, 6-1. I mean, sure, Stealth hasn't had the greatest opportunities to really fight back and try and land some shots themselves, but Wichita is just they're on fire right now. I mean, every single one of their plays that they've tried to make has worked out beautifully for them. The team shots are coming through. They're checking their corners. They're basically doing everything Stealth isn't right now. We are going to head into a bit of a pause. hopefully Stealth can use this to regain a little bit. I mean, there's got to be someone on that team that needs to step up and tell the rest of the team they need to slow it down, clean their things up a little bit, or they're not going to stand a chance in this one.
I don't want to be harsh on Stealth. I mean, Stealth looked so good at the start of Split during that whole Haven in the semifinals. It's just they're making dumb mistakes in my mind that are costing them so much.
Definitely mistakes that can't easily be cleaned up. Wildfire is going to find nobody was the initial. The paint cannon, the boombo is going to do a little bit more damage, slowly peeking around, taking no, never mind. Numba's going to find that one. That is a big opening for Stealth. That's one player down, but Jakor is going to cancel anything out that comes towards that C site.
Now, Wildfire is a big player to take off the map too. He's going to take some weight off the shoulders of Stealth here. They're setting up their utility to break onto the site. But Jakor there peeks out wide, drops out another Stealth player, and look at that instantly. Calls for a rotation here. Stealth's going to take their sights to a different side of the map.
Lick has pushed up a little bit to the garage here. No one's really going to contest the entrance as of right now. Ryo is up in that window. Not sure if the peak spotted them moving towards the mid, but Nate gonna move towards this A site. B is open for the time being. Astral Form will throw some stars down on the ground.
Blocking vision.
Here we go, plan.
30 seconds
Fortnite. Shock dart. Denies him. And the push through. Curry even finds a second one there onto #1 Gunna. Just when you think Stealth has that plan, it is stopped once again by a hero play, a big play from a player here on Wichita Wolves. And you got the turret, 12 seconds.
10 seconds left.
The full wrath of Wichita on the opposite side of that doorway. Rix is going to take that first fight and drop them down. 7-0 now as the scoreboard just keeps on counting up.
The ticks keep on going through for Wichita. Stealth aren't quite able to make anything happen still. I mean, once again, they're able to get onto the site, which is good, but they just can't finish out the round themselves. They're getting picked off in the early part of the round, trying to make some sort of rotation happen. They finally get onto the site. Seemed like they had a good play, and then Wichita Wolves just dismantled anything that they thought they had going for themselves. It's really starting to look rough for Stealth.
I've played college esports, I've coached college esports, and it's not easy when you're getting smacked by a team like this, but there comes a time where you need to call a break, pause this match, and just recuperate yourself, because they are walking onto these sites without plans. They are walking onto these sites without intent, and they are losing rounds that honestly are very winnable in my point of view here. As you see, last player out, #1 Gunna does find one before going down, but that has been the story again and again here, Hawks. It's just one kill for Stealth, and then Wichita's overwhelms them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Stealth are just making these mistakes that you don't expect a team that made it to the grand finals to be making. Wichita has been on point for everything they've wanted to do so far, and it's just, I mean, the 8-0 round count kind of speaks for themselves at this point. And I do agree, there comes a time where you have to kind of take that break, and if you're Stealth, say, hey, what are we doing right now? You know, we're just running onto the sites and dropping like flies. We gotta try and make something else happen here. Gucci's gonna open it up with one onto Wildfire, finds the second. I think Gucci's had enough of the losing, trying to rally the troops here and make something happen.
And here we go, even the Cosmic Divide to give him that sight to see. This is looking good right now. And the Flood on through from Flood himself. The site's gonna go down onto B. Stealth, where's this team been? #1 Gunna gifted a first kill, whiffing the shots on the second. Curry's not going to allow them a flawless game, but Gucci puts the nail down, says, well, he just puts his foot down and says, that's enough. 8-1 here. You know, Stealth rallies behind Gucci in that round. If they go 4-8, they're definitely not out of it.
Yeah, the next three could keep them in the game for sure. I mean, it's going to be, if they play like that, shoot, I mean, that could be an easy 3 rounds for them, but that's the first time I've seen Stealth wake up on the keyboard and my mouse this map so far. hopefully they can keep it going and keep doing more of the same. Otherwise, Wichita Wolves, they can lose the one round and be okay with it.
Although you can't count on some hero plays from Gucci. You're not going to hit those headshots time and time again. And dry peeking into an operator is just not the way you want to follow up a round like that. So Stealth right back to square one now, slowing down their attack. And the Hunter's Fury looking to do some extra damage on top of from Stealth. Even coming out with a kill on the Jakor. It's going to give Ignite the go-ahead to take his opportunity into this garage. Spotted out by the Cypher Cam. He's going to have to back out of here. And exactly like that, another Hunter's Fury from Wichita Wolves to answer back onto them. So here we go. It looks like it's going to be a C site. Execute. Ignite has walked right back into this garage. Wichita Wolves passively holding onto these angles. Except for Rix here.
Astro utility comes out. Ryle's going to jump up right into Ignite's crossfire. Crosshairs rather than fire. Wildfire does find one though. Now it's a 1v3. Have to come from the middle of the map here through the garage or around the backside, but Wichita looking a little bit flustered here in these last couple rounds.
This is exactly what you need from Stealth. This is... It's not over till it's over. That's what they're saying here. And Stealth climbing on back to this. This is exactly what I needed to see from them, because I needed them to just step back from that, from whatever hole they were sinking into, and just say, hey, we're tunnel visioning here. We need to realize this, step up our styles, and just pull some shots out, because they wasted so many rounds just aimlessly walking into a site, and now it finally seems like they want to actually call some plays and set up for these attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You threw away a good amount of those 8 rounds. Gave yourself such a harder mountain to climb up against, but at least you're waking up now. You're starting to make things happen. Like we mentioned, if they take the next couple rounds, 8-4 is not the worst half to be at. Can start to, you know, continue that into the second half, but gonna have to take these next 2 home, keep themselves alive in it. I mean, so far so good for Stealth.
Hey, maybe they were just giving themselves a handicap.
You never know. I mean,
you never know here, because it is Valor. Anything can happen. Shakur might be finding some perfect timing onto this, but Gucci's gonna sidestep away from that and hold on to his life. Number one gunner going to go into that site for a trade, finding a second one on a Nate as well, trying to make it 3, but Curry shuts him down. And now all up to Flood here. 1vx situation finds Curry, but not ready for the flank of Jakor, and that's gonna be another round to Wichita Wolves, putting him up 9-2 here. Right before the half.
Last we Stealth can do here is a 9-3, beginning the second half. Full arsenal in their hands as well as in Wichita's, so should be even in the arsenal storm. Now it's just going to come down to those shots and then some ability usage for sure. And if that's the case, Wichita has been winning in that department so far. We'll have to see as we move into the last round of the half. Spike in no one's hands from Stealth. They're going to try and get some information before they make any crazy plays. Curry will hold down that B garage. Flood finds the opening pick onto Nate. That's pretty big.
Deploying drone.
Here we go. It's the opening that we haven't seen in a couple rounds. They know where Rix is as well, so it's Gucci's time to shine here. Showstopper. There you go. Show not going to be going on for Rix here. 2 kills now, giving Stealth that C site. So looking to set up and drop this spike down. Flood gonna find another one onto Jakor. That's gonna leave 2 players left for this retake. One with an Odin, one with a normal rifle. Both pushing in from 2 separate angles here. This does look like Curry and Wildfire gonna set up for some ultimate usage. Wildfire gonna toss one out there. It's last round, so why not? Gonna whip the shot as well. Flood giving up their life, suddenly a 2v2. Ignite backed up from the nades right into Curry's hand. We are seeing a breakdown, ladies and gentlemen. Wick now 1v2. Curry's low on health. Wildfire a little bit off the top, but this is going to be tough. He's going to have to force the spike plant. Wildfire drops it to half. This Wick is playing this so patiently. He's got to peek at some point. Going to stick it out, and Wick plays that so well. Not going to lose it on this round. Although it was close, you're going to end your half with a big round win there.
That was scary, but they managed to come out with it. 9-3 at the half. Not quite as good as you would want, but hey, 3 rounds is still 3 rounds. You only need 10 more to be able to take this one home. Wichita, less than 10 is all they need to make that one happen. So still definitely in the big advantage here in terms of the rounds, but we are going to switch these sides. So we might see a different story here as we enter the second half, Seymour.
In the book of the grand finals, I'm excited for this next chapter, as I hope that we can see Stealth kind of put some fight back to Wichita Wolves here. Not the start that you wanted. Now let's see them finish a little bit a little bit stronger. So you're gonna be back into the pistol round. Wichita Wolves flawless this pistol round once again, looking for a very aggressive push onto this B site. Already dropping this fight. Ignite looking to shut it down, but it's just a bait. Now he's down to 4 health, and all those players just waiting for him. Brilliant bait from Wichita Wolves to give him an advantage here, taking out the controller as well.
Another big brain play for sure. Jakor's going to hold down the garage push to come through. Wick can't find a kill before dropping themselves. Nate with the frenzy, going to find Gucci as well, looking for some more. Number one gonna take that trade for themselves. The paint can might end the round. It actually does end the entire round as Wildfire finds us 2-piece with that one. Wichita Wolves enter the double digits.
It's not looking good for Stealth, Hawks. Not looking good at all.
Really not.
They're gonna go for a 4-spy here with the Marshall, Shorty, Spectre, Sheriff, Frenzy. Look to make something of this. I mean, this is what you need. Just a round, you know, you're gonna force into it. You don't want to go 11-3 here. At all. You know, Wick. I was supposed to say Wick is an operator, but I called it out. He's a Marshall's gonna take the shot down low. Very aggressive push into the C site. Ignite with a big opening though to shut it down. The follow up here from Jakor with the Spectre. He's gonna back up some of this aggression. Forces number one gonna back on out though from the side. Jakor for days. All up to Gucci now to save this round.
Spike planted.
We've seen some crazy stuff with Sheriffs before. Finds the first one onto Wildfire. No big deal there. Has a potential read here on Jakor. Jump up and snap to the face. Are you joking me, Gucci? Has the Roomba and the rest of the utility in the kit available. The Roomba will catch one out. Curry gonna spray that out and hide for the time being. Mike is taking away. One shot is all it could take. 19 health remaining. Paint can not gonna find its mark. And Curry's gonna find it.
Wow. That shot though. Props to Gucci there.
Disgusting shot, absolutely. No doubt about that. I want to see more of that.
I mean, Gucci has had those shots though all game long. He's 8-13, but he has hit some nasty shots with the Sheriff. But you have to hit shots with more than just the Sheriff out here.
Yeah.
It's more than just that. Nothing to Stealth here. It's just for a grand final finish. This is not the same Stealth we saw in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, falling a bit flat for sure. Still have some potential to make things happen, though it's never out until the game's, you know, officially over. 13 rounds for one team, not including overtime things, but slower push here from Wichita, trying to get some information out. Wildfire finds an opening onto Ignite in the garage, and that's going to be the go button. They're going to rush onto the C site. No one on the site itself. The retake going to come through from the garage area.
Oh, and Rix is actually starting a flank. Wildfire shut down before you can do anything with the showstopper, and Rix now finding his way into the back, loses his life to Wix. It's gonna be all up to Gucci with an Ares and a Dream. Is he gonna be ready for Curry to peek this corner? Seems like he is. He's gonna give it a 1-on-1 standing. Recovers a Vandal as well. Only 3 shots to deal with. Jakor is lurking inside the garages. The garage. He's gonna have to take this fight. Just like that, walks into him. I thought he had the headshot, but Gucci's just gonna miss by the hairline. And Jakor is gonna give match point to Wichita Wolves.
This could be all of it right here. $100 on the line. Wichita Wolves pulling their wallets out to throw that cash in right now. Stealth going to need a bit of a miracle to come back on this one. They do have some rifles in their hands, so that could, you know, that could help them out a lot. But man, I don't know. It's going to need more than just the guns to make this one happen.
Out of charges.
What a tale that would be. A comeback like this would be monumental for Stealth. Do you see what they can work with? They have the showstopper. But Nate, number one gunner here to block this off. The recon dart set up. He's going to put it right on there. Ignite. Going to be the first one dropped in this round. So Stealth down a couple more players. The recon is going to leave Nate guessing. Showstopper into the site. Gucci's going to throw one wide. The Kobe not going to land here. Now Wick and number one gunner to make the clutch. 1v2 here for Wick. He's getting flanked as well. So he's got to take this one-on-one. He's got to take this one-on-one fast. He's going to, I think, hear the TP, but I think he's expecting Ricks here. If not, now he is. He's going to push right into Jakor, and Wick's going to drop his life. That's going to be Wichita Wolves taking your grand finals 13-3 on Haven.
An absolutely dominating performance out of Wichita. 13-5, 13-3 here in the grand finals. $100 going their way, and well deserved for sure.
No late nights for these teams here. Swept the opposition in the grand finals. 13-5, 13-3. Wichita Wolves were out for blood tonight, and the Wolves are dining. I have to say, you know, it's been a fantastic day, and I want to give a big shout out as well to Spectral Esports for not just sponsoring this tournament, but jumping up our prize pool from $50 to $100, allowing Wichita Wolves to come out with a little bit more cash at the end of it. Brilliant from Spectral Esports. We loved it. We love to see it. Give some love to Spectral in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Great people over there. Awesome to have them here, you know, giving us a bit of extra cash for the prize pool, trying to get involved in things. It really, I mean, it just makes it better for everyone. We get more entertainment, we get more viewers, low key. Everyone gets a little bit more money if they take the win home. And I mean, it's awesome stuff.
Awesome stuff indeed. Awesome all around from everything. I mean, a developing team in Valorant and CS, so you got to watch out for Spectral. Whenever you see them, give them some love. Things to talk about for GLG before we hop off from this grand final. First off, Wichita Wolves, fantastic tonight. Fundamental Valorant, you guys look amazing. Second off, 15 Kings is allowing us to hop across the pond, not physically, but mentally. We are going to be giving our best show over in the EU side of it for Valorant. GLG has the production May 15th and 16th. That's this weekend for £500 tournament over on the European side of Valorant. It's going to be amazing. Love some EU gameplay when it comes to not just Valorant, really anything. Love the EU side of things. So go check us out. Follow us on Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges. It's where you're going to see the times for this. If you are NA, I know the times will be a little bit wacky, but if you want to support, check that out. That's where you're going to get the times. And on top of that, I mean, we got Drink Control out here. You guys head over to drinkcontrol.com. Use GLG10 at checkout. Get some nice, delicious Drink Control to start your days off or end your days, whichever you like to have it. And GLG10 at checkout is going to give you that 10% discount at the end of the day to make it all nice at it. But any finishing thoughts, Hawks, before we close this one off?
Big shout out to the back end crew. You know, we got the producer Jacob and Will back in the back end observing. Big shout out to you guys. You've been killing it all night long. Much love to there. Thank you to everyone that tuned in today. Anyone that followed the Twitch account, the Twitter, all that stuff. We always love it when you guys gas us up. We love gassing you up as well. So once again, thanks for joining us here on this Wednesday night, and we hope to see you guys this weekend.
Hear me. We love you out there. We love you. Thank you for giving us your support over at GLG, and I hope you have a fantastic night.
I don't know. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. You're still wondering where it's coming from. Now it's in my head. My blood is free. My blood,
enemy
You must
remaining.
think I have a death wish, leaving everybody breathless. It's always my time, the city is mine.
One
You should learn
enemy
to just
remaining.
accept it. Royalty is in my DNA, I'll never be the type to settle for okay. See me coming up, yeah, I'm on the way. Covered down a stone, it'll never fade. Heart of a gladiator, I'm back on my Terminator. We're looking to turn the vapor, I'm kind of an instigator. But not of the frying pan, but likes an incinerator. Feel my energy like I'm plugged to a generator. Accelerated till it's full speed. No one before will prosper against me. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Lazy now in a 2v4, turning his back onto Carson. Will go down. Nito finding 2 kills for himself. And that is a disastrous sign for Team Factor as he finds the 2 final kills. What was that?
Get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get 1 through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round.
Hey, another one more. Dead.